Chapter 847. Lu Ming's pupils constricted rapidly. He could feel a terrifying pressure coming from the flaming sword. This pressure was even stronger than the combined forces of the dozens of spiritual God realm experts. It posed a fatal threat to him. Lu Ming roared furiously. He exerted all his strength and swung the two huge cauldrons of the flaming sword. Boom! A huge explosion resounded. The huge cauldrons shook, and the void shattered. Endless flames spread out. The terrifying heat caused the space to distort and crack. The raging flames burned through the space. The scene was extremely shocking. Interesting. The dignified voice continued to resound. Then, a middle-aged man in a purple robe stepped out of the spatial crack. He held the flaming sword in his hand and stood in the void. His body was also suffused with purple flames. A huge black hole appeared in the area where he stood. There was nothing in the black hole, only an endless and terrifying void. That was because the terrifying temperature of the middle-aged man's body had burned through the space. Supreme Being. It's a Supreme Being. It's the Wang clan's patriarch. The Wang clan's Supreme Being is here. Waves of incredulous exclamations and roars resounded. Some people's eyes widened as they roared loudly. They were too shocked. Lu Ming had actually lured a Supreme Being out. Exalts were existences that stood at the peak of the domain enlightened spirit God realm. And it was even to the extent that they'd already surpassed the domain enlightened spirit God realm and were existences that had taken half a step into the martial monarch realm. Every single one of these existences were existences that ruled over an area and were invincible. Supreme beings were the strongest in the absence of martial monarchs. There were only a handful of such people in the entire Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Even such people had appeared now. However, the crowd's shock had just begun. Rip, rip, high up in the sky, the space cracked continuously. Many figures stepped out of the cracks. There were 5 of them, including the Wang clan's patriarch. There were a total of 6 people. The 6 figures stood in 6 different directions. Every one of them had a terrifying and domineering aura. One of them was like a peerless divine weapon just by standing there. His sharp aura directly tore the space apart. One of them was filled with battle intent, like a god of war who had been through hundreds of battles. Another was elegant. The 6 of them each had their own unique characteristics, but the one thing they had in common was that they were strong, too strong. Their auras were vast and mighty. Even from thousands or tens of thousands of miles away, one could still feel the terrifying pressure. Heavens, heavens, those are the family heads of the 6 great ancient families. They're all supreme beings. The supreme beings of the 6 great ancient families have all come out. Someone shouted crazily. However, most of the people remained silent, because they were already numb to it. The 6 Supremes had only appeared when they were facing an enemy Emperor Dao expert. Now, they had all appeared because of Lu Ming. Little guy, you're really something. You're the first one to make the 9 Dragon Cauldron move because of you. Now come with me. His Majesty Empress Wu wants to see you. One of the middle-aged men spoke. Although his voice was calm, it was filled with authority. Someone recognized that this was the patriarch of the Dongfang family. At the scene, the hearts of countless people trembled once again. Even Martial Emperor Di had been alarmed. Martial Emperor Di had sent 6 supreme beings just to see Lu Ming. Many people already felt that it was difficult to breathe. What had happened today was beyond their imagination. Maybe it was because of the 9 Dragon Cauldron. Many people guessed. They're really here? They're so fast. Lu Ming's pupils shrank as he thought quickly. When the 9 dragons' blood rushed out and resonated with the 9 Dragon Cauldron, Lu Ming knew that the 9 dragons' blood might be exposed. However, the other party had come faster than he had expected. Others thought that it was because of the 9 Dragon Cauldron, but Lu Ming knew that Martial Emperor Di was looking for him because he had discovered the 9 dragons' blood. It was because of the 9 dragons' blood. He wants to see me. Tell him to come here himself. Lu Ming said loudly. Since he had already come this far, it was useless to be afraid. It was better to face it directly. However, his words caused an earthquake. Countless people opened their eyes wide and felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Lu Ming dared to call Martial Emperor Di by his name. Moreover, he even asked Martial Emperor Di to see him. Lawless, this was lawless. A mere sea of soul realm martial artist dared to ask a martial emperor to see him. If a martial emperor wanted to see him, it would be a great honor for him. It was something that countless people wished for. They really could not figure out where Lu Ming got his guts from. Lu Ming sneered. He knew that meeting Martial Emperor Di would not bode well for him. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. Bastard, how dare you? A mere ant dares to boast so shamelessly. You deserve to die. The Wang clan leader shouted coldly. He was very overbearing and filled with murderous intent. This kid is too arrogant. No matter how talented he is, he will not be controlled if he succeeds. It's better to cripple him and hand him over to his majesty. The Jiang clan leader said coldly. His voice was like a divine weapon being polished. It made people's hearts beat faster. All right, since he is so stubborn, let's take him down. The Luan clan leader said. All right, who will do it? The Jiang clan leader said. I'll do it. The Wang clan leader said with flames burning in his eyes. The other 5 nodded and took a step back. All of you, step back and protect the surroundings. The Wang clan leader glanced at the dozens of spiritual God realm experts. Yes, the dozens of spiritual God realm experts retreated to various corners and prepared to protect the mountains and rivers. Junior, since you were so stubborn, then I'll do it myself. Boom! As the Wang clan leader spoke, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Violet flames spread out, burning through even more space in the surrounding area. The flaming sword in his hand expanded rapidly and became 10,000 meters long. Retreat, retreat. The spectators in the distance were extremely terrified and retreated madly again. A prime was about to make a move. If even a wisp of energy leaked out, it would probably be a disaster. It could kill ordinary martial artists countless times. They had no choice but to retreat. Swoosh! The vast sword in the Wang clan leader's hand slashed violently at Lu Ming. Everywhere the sword passed, space turned into nothingness, revealing a terrifying dark void. Whem! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook while the 9 dragons' bloodline roared. Lu Ming grabbed the 2 cauldrons and smashed them explosively at the Wang clan leader. Bang! A terrifying collision resounded once more. The heavens and the earth shook without end, and the cauldrons shook while boundless energy dispersed towards the surroundings. The dozens of spiritual God realm experts below shouted loudly, while radiance effused out from their hands and blocked all the terrifying energy. Lu Ming felt boundless blazing energy surge towards him. Even with the protection of the 2 cauldrons, he still felt like he was about to be burned into ashes. He took a large step back and stepped through space. The Wang clan prime has the upper hand. Lu Ming is about to be defeated. Chapter 848. That is for sure. The Wang clan head is a prime. Aside from martial monarchs, primes are unrivaled. Even if Lu Ming can control the 2 divine 9-dragon cauldrons, they are just external objects. How can he fight against a prime? That's right. To think that this brat can control the divine 9-dragon cauldrons. After we capture him, we must get the secret out of him. If the experts of our Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, or even His Majesty the Martial Monarch, can control the divine 9-dragon cauldrons, how strong would they be? Wouldn't they be able to sweep through the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Fiend Valley? Indeed, we must get the secret out of him. Many people in the surroundings said coldly, especially the disciples of the Wang clan, the Jiang clan, and the other ancient noble clans. Lu Ming, the figures of the fatty, Ruan Tingting, and the others appeared in the crowd. They had finally rushed over. However, when they saw the scene of Lu Ming fighting against the prime, they were shocked and worried at the same time. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even with the help of the divine cauldrons, how could he fight against a prime? Old bastard, you must get the old bastard here. The fatty's throat constantly emitted low growls. The divine nine-dragon cauldrons are indeed wondrous. However, today, the divine nine-dragon cauldrons cannot protect you. The Wang clan head held the 10,000-meter-long flaming sword in his hand as he took large strides forward. Then, he slashed at Lu Ming again. Lu Ming could only use the two cauldrons to block. Boom! There was a shocking explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he retreated continuously. The power of a prime was too strong. An ordinary spiritual god was too weak compared to it. The power of the divine cauldrons is still an external force. As for you, how much of the divine cauldron's might can you bring out? You want to use this to fight against me? You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You are just putting up a desperate struggle. The Wang clan head was like a purple sun floating in the sky, emitting a boundless, blazing aura. However, his voice was very cold. As he spoke, he took a step forward and raised his flaming sword again. Roar! The nine dragons' bloodline roared, and a bloody aura spread out. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood that was absorbed by the divine nine-dragon cauldrons. Dang! Dang! The two cauldrons were shaking. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone was shocked to see another cauldron descend, suppressing the head of the Wang clan. The third cauldron. Lu Ming had actually summoned 3 cauldrons. Boom! The third cauldron flew towards the head of the Wang clan, but it was sent flying by the head of the Wang clan. The huge cauldron flew towards Lu Ming, trembling slightly as it emitted a brilliant light. It seemed to form some sort of resonance with the previous 2 divine cauldrons. The aura emanating from the divine cauldron seemed to grow even stronger. It seemed that the more divine cauldrons there were, the more powerful they would be when combined with each other. Wang, Wang. The divine cauldron shook and left Lu Ming's palm. It began to revolve around Lu Ming's body. The nine-dragon cauldron coiled around the first cauldron and floated above Lu Ming's head. The other 2 cauldrons floated beside Lu Ming and rotated. Come on! Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge cauldron flew out, suppressing the Wang family head. The head of the Wang family looked serious as he slashed out with his flaming sword. Dang! The divine cauldron was repelled, but Lu Ming waved his hand again, and another cauldron flew out, suppressing the head of the Wang family head. Boom! Boom! 2 nine-dragon cauldrons flew towards the head of the Wang family head. The head of the Wang family head kept waving his sword, and a shocking sword radiance shot out, fighting against the 3 cauldrons. But he couldn't win at the moment. This scene was too shocking. Lu Ming could actually summon 3 nine-dragon cauldrons and fight the head of the Wang family head to a draw. This was too unbelievable, like a fantasy story. Many people also thought that there were 9 nine-dragon cauldrons in total. Since Lu Ming could summon 3 of them, could he summon more? How terrifying would the power be? Wang. As if confirming everyone's guess, the heavens and earth shook. In the sky, another huge object descended, and its target was the head of the Wang family. The head of the Wang family head's pupils shrank, and he let out a long roar. A wisp of purple flame floated above his head, and there were 6 golden chakras above the purple flame. The head of the Wang family had a terrifying bloodline of the divine realm. The head of the Wang family merged with his bloodline and turned into a ball of purple flame. The purple flame then changed again and turned into a huge purple sword. When a supreme being expert used bloodline fusion, the power was terrifying. The purple sword danced, and a cauldron was sent flying. But the other 2 cauldrons continued to suppress the head of the Wang family head. With the addition of another cauldron, the power of the 9-dragon cauldron increased again. It continued to suppress the head of the Wang family head, and it was in a stalemate. This guy is evil. He can summon cauldrons continuously. We must quickly suppress him and not let him summon more cauldrons. A sonorous voice sounded, and the head of the Zhang family head took a step forward. He wanted to join forces with the head of the Wang family head to suppress Lu Ming. Now, 2 supreme beings had to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. It was like a dream. Clang! The head of the Zhang family head made his move. With a wave of his arm, Everything was destroyed, and the heavens and earth were split open. It was really split open, and it wasn't just for show. A ferocious crack that was 100 miles long appeared between the heavens and earth. Whoosh! An incomparably sharp light slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. He had no choice but to control a cauldron and attack the head of the Jiang family head. Clang! A cauldron was directly sent flying. The head of the Jiang family head didn't stop. His eyes were like divine swords, and he stepped towards Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the 9-dragon cauldron spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. The cauldron shook, and the sky rumbled. At this moment, another cauldron came crashing down. The 5th 9-dragon cauldron arrived. The 5th 9-dragon cauldron suppressed the head of the Jiang family head. The head of the Jiang family head roared, and his aura was wild. He punched out with both fists, and the 2 cauldrons were constantly sent flying. Puff! Lu Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face was a little pale. After all, the head of the Jiang family head was a supreme being. He had the cauldron to protect him, but he still suffered great pressure and coughed out blood. What are you waiting for? Why aren't you attacking? Are you waiting for him to summon more 9-dragon cauldrons? The head of the Jiang family head said coldly as he glanced at the remaining 4 heads of the Jiang family head. That's right. Let's take down this kid first. The head of the Lan family head said. He took a step forward, and his battle intent soared into the sky. The eyes of the remaining 3 flashed, and then another person stepped out. This person was the head of one of the ancient families, the Kong family head. They wanted to join forces and end the battle quickly. Lu Ming was too demonic and strange. They were really afraid that Lu Ming would summon 9 dragon cauldrons. If the 9 cauldrons gathered together, who knew what would happen? Supreme beings need so many of you to join forces to deal with a junior. Have you lived for so long in vain? At this moment, an angry roar reverberated in the heavens and the earth, spreading for tens of thousands of miles. Many people were shocked. Who is it? How dare he scold the supreme beings? Did he want to die? Rip! In the next moment, the space in the sky cracked, and a figure stepped out. The figure looked to be in his 30s. He held a wine gourd in his hand and drank a few mouthfuls of wine. He stood in front of the head of the Lan family and the head of the Kong family, and his eyes were full of disdain. Yin Kuang Tu, it's Yin Kuang Tu. It's him, no wonder. Chapter 849. Everyone in 9-Dragon City knew who Yin Kuang Tu was. He was the disciple of Supreme 9 Sons and the grand disciple of Martial Emperor De. Not to mention his high status, his talent was even more shocking. In just 100 years, Yin Kuang Tu had reached the supremacy realm. He was on par with his master, Supreme 9 Sons. Furthermore, Yin Kuang Tu was arrogant, unruly, and lawless. He did not give face to anyone. When he was mad, he did not even give face to Emperor De. He had almost destroyed a powerful force that was second only to the ancient families in anger, shaking 9-Dragon City. It was normal for such an existence to dare to scold the supremacies of the ancient families. But what was he trying to do? The patriarch of the Lan clan and the Kong clan frowned. Yin Kuang Tu, what are you trying to do? Get out of my way. The patriarch of the Lan clan said coldly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. What am I trying to do? You have all lived for thousands of years. How shameless. Let me tell you, Lu Ming is my little brother. If you want to touch him, you have to defeat me first. Yin Kuang Tu drank a few mouthfuls of wine with a crazy look in his eyes. Many people were shocked. Yin Kuang Tu called Lu Ming his little brother. It turned out that they knew each other. Yin Kuang Tu knew Lu Ming? Brother Yin. Yin Kuang Tu's appearance had surprised Lu Ming, and he could not help but call out. Brother Lu Ming, not bad. You can fight his supremacy at the sea spirit realm. Impressive. You are much more impressive than me. Yin Kuang Tu burst into laughter. Yin Kuang Tu, are you not going to get out of my way today? The patriarch of the Lan clan said coldly. Nonsense. Yin Kuang Tu's reply was simple. All right, Yin Kuang Tu, I would like to see how strong you are as the strongest genius after 9 sons. The patriarch of the Yuan clan said coldly. A violent battle intent burst out as he took a step forward and threw out a punch. The punch was extremely terrifying, shattering the void. Yin Quantu opened his mouth and sucked a mouthful of wine from the wine gourd. At the same time, he threw out a punch. This punch was not as earth-shattering as the Yuan clan's patriarch's punch. It seemed very ordinary. However, the result of this exchange of fists left everyone dumbfounded. When the two fists collided, a terrifying explosion occurred in the air. A figure staggered backwards. This figure was actually the head of the Yuan family. The patriarch of the Yuan clan was knocked back by Yin Quantu's punch. How was this possible? They were both supremes. How could Yin Quantu be so strong? Kill! The patriarch of the Yuan clan roared as his battle intent soared to the sky. A saber appeared in his hand as he charged towards Yin Quantu. Clang! A shocking sword aura soared into the sky, blooming from Yin Quantu's hand. The sword aura and the saber aura clashed. The saber aura shattered and the sword aura continued to slash down. How is this possible? The Yuan family's patriarch roared in disbelief. The battle blade slashed out continuously to block Yin Quantu's sword light. Like teacher, like disciple. Zhuyang has taken in a good disciple. Yin Quantu, although you are strong, you can't protect Lu Ming. The head of the Kong family stepped forward and stood beside the head of the Yuan family. Why not? Yin Quantu asked. Because Lu Ming is wanted by Her Majesty Empress Wu. We are also under orders to bring Lu Ming to see Her Majesty. The head of the Yuan family said. Why does Her Majesty want Lu Ming? Yin Quantu frowned. Well, we don't know. So, you better get out of the way. Otherwise, if Her Majesty is unhappy, none of us can bear the responsibility. The head of the Yuan family sneered. Yin Quantu's frown deepened. He turned to look at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu Ming, do you know why Her Majesty Empress Wu wants to see you? Is it because of the Divine Cauldron? Lu Ming controlled the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to fight against the heads of the Jiang and Wang families. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. At this moment, he pondered for a moment and said, That old man he wants to see me because he likes my bloodline and wants to take it for himself. Lu Ming's voice was calm, but was like a storm that stirred up thousands of waves. What? What did Lu Ming say? How dare you address Her Majesty Empress Wu in such a manner, and even slander her? Bastard, bastard, how dare he be so bold? Who does he think he is? He dares to say that Her Majesty Empress Wu wants his bloodline. It's just a level 2 divine bloodline. Why would Her Majesty Empress Wu want it? Slander. Nonsense. This person should be cut into pieces as a warning to others. Countless people roared, looking at Lu Ming with cold and sinister gazes. Bastard, how dare you slander Her Majesty? You're courting death. The head of the Wang family roared and fought with all his might. Yin Quantu, you've seen this guy's character. He's simply lawless. We can't let him live. Why don't you get out of the way? The head of the Yuan family said. No. Yin Quantu did not move and said, Today's matter, unless the martial ancestor comes to explain it in person, I, Yin Quantu, will not let you take Lu Ming away. Yin Quantu's words stunned many people. Crazy, he's really crazy. He actually wants Martial Emperor De to explain in person. Everyone finally understood why Yin Quantu and Lu Ming would address each other as brothers. The two of them were basically the same kind of people. They were equally lawless and arrogant. Yin Quantu, how dare you? Since that's the case, we can only take you down first. Everyone, if we don't join forces now, when will we? The head of the Zhang family looked at the last two people. That's the only way. The head of the Dongfang family sighed and stepped out. Brother Nangong, go and help Brother Jiang and Brother Wang to take down Lu Ming. Leave Yin Quantu to us. All right. The head of the Nangong family stepped out and moved towards Lu Ming. The heads of the Dongfang family, Wan family, and Kong family unleashed their auras and shrouded towards Yin Quantu. The supremes of the 6 ancient families were joining forces. Get lost. Yin Quantu shouted coldly. His sword chi erupted. At this moment, his sword chi was filled with blazing flames. The temperature of the flames was even higher than that of the head of the Wang family. At the same time, the three supremes of the Wan family, Dongfang family, and Kong family also took action. Violent energy erupted and blasted towards Yin Kuang-tu. They wanted to restrain Yin Kuang-tu first. "What can the three old men do to me?" Yin Kuang-tu roared. Suddenly, golden flames erupted from his body. The terrifying temperature spread for thousands of miles. The golden flames burst out along with the sword chi. Fire the Golden Crow. The three supremes of the Luan family looked dignified. The three attacks collided with Yin Kuang-tu's sword chi. After the explosion, Yin Kuang-tu did not retreat a single step. This was incomparably shocking. Yin Kuang-tu actually fought three supremes alone without retreating a single step. It was unbelievable. They were all supremes, but why was Yin Kuang-tu so powerful? One should know that those who could reach the Supreme's realm were rare geniuses. They were all invincible existences of the same level. Otherwise, how could they reach the Supreme's realm? But now, Yin Kuang-tu's battle strength was even stronger and more terrifying. On the other side, the head of the Nangong family erupted and attacked Lu Ming. But at this moment, the sky shook. Another large cauldron descended and blasted towards the head of the Nangong family. Chapter 850. 6 cauldrons, 1 for protection and 5 for offense. Lu Ming used the 6 nine-dragon cauldrons to fight against the 3 primes. Yin Kuang-tu had single-handedly blocked 3 supreme beings. The 6 great primes of the 6 great ancient clans were all blocked. This scene caused countless people in the sky to be dumbfounded. Everything that happened today was simply inconceivable. Clang! The Jiang clan head was like a divine weapon. He sent 2 cauldrons flying and used bloodline fusion. Then, the Nangong clan head also used bloodline fusion. Together with the Wang clan head, the 3 primes of the ancient clans all used bloodline fusion to take down Lu Ming. Boom! 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 The entire sky was penetrated. The 3 primes joined forces and unleashed their strongest attack. It was too terrifying. Not many people below the Martial Emperor realm could face it. The 9-dragon cauldron vibrated continuously. The connection between the cauldron and the cauldron seemed to be disrupted. The pressure on Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. The bones all over his body made cracking sounds, and fine beads of blood seeped out of his skin. He can't hold on any longer. The Wang clan head turned into a huge purple flaming sword. His heavenly fire burst out and spread towards Lu Ming. The 9-dragon bloodline roared, and the 9-dragon cauldron shook. However, it was still difficult to resist the attacks of the 3 primes. Whoosh! The Jiang clan head broke through the attack of one of the cauldrons and attacked Lu Ming. The first cauldron above Lu Ming's head shook and emitted a bright light. It attacked the Jiang clan head. Dong! There was a violent explosion. Lu Ming's body shook violently. He was sent flying along with the first cauldron. Blood spurted out his mouth. Brother Lu Ming. Yin Kuang-tu was shocked. His sword light soared into the sky. He wanted to rush out and save Lu Ming. Yin Kuang-tu, do you really think the 3 of us are decorations? Kill! The Wan clan head roared and used bloodline fusion. He turned into an invincible god of war and attacked Yin Kuang-tu. At the same time, the Kong clan head and the Dongfang clan head also used bloodline fusion. The bloodlines of the 3 clan heads were all level 6 divine realm. The 3 of them joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. No matter how strong Yin Kuang-tu was, he did not dare to be careless when facing the 3 primes. He let out a long cry, and a huge golden divine bird appeared. This divine bird was shaped like a crow. Its entire body was golden in color, and it was covered in golden flames. The temperature of this golden flame was even more terrifying than the Wang clan's pure purple heavenly fire. This divine bird had 3 legs and 8 golden chakras around its body, which was extremely dazzling. Bloodline of the 8th level of the divine level, 3-legged golden crow. It was said that the sun was a terrifying realm divine beast. Yin Quangtu's bloodline was the three-legged golden crow, and he was a level 8 divine realm expert, 2 levels higher than the patriarch of the ancient aristocratic families. It was terrifying. No wonder he was so strong. Yin Quangtu used bloodline fusion and turned into a three-legged golden crow to fight the three primes. Heaven and earth were boiling. Endless energy formed a terrifying storm that spread out in all directions. Fortunately, even more domain-enlightened spirit gods had made an appearance at this moment, and they were distributed throughout the surroundings and joined forces to resist the force that was spreading towards the surroundings. Otherwise, an area of a few million kilometers would have been blasted apart by the joint forces of so many supreme exalts. Primes were too powerful. They could destroy a country with a flip of their hand. An empire like the Blazing Sun Empire could be destroyed with a single palm. They were unimaginably powerful. Yin Quangtu was fighting the three primes. It was hard to determine the outcome of the battle. He couldn't get away to save Lu Ming. For a time, Lu Ming was completely suppressed. He was in a precarious situation. 6 divine cauldrons is his limit. He can't summon more cauldrons. The Wang clan head said. The attack was even more terrifying. What happened this time was completely beyond their expectations. They did not expect Lu Ming to be able to pull up the divine 9-dragon cauldron and summon 6 of them. This was something that had never happened since ancient times. In the end, even they had to join forces to deal with Lu Ming. Today, no matter what the outcome was, their reputation would plummet. All of this was because of Lu Ming. As the head of the Wang family who was the first to strike, he hated Lu Ming even more. Little bastard, don't put up a meaningless resistance. His Majesty has spoken. Your fate is sealed. The Wang clan had continued to speak with cold, killing intent. Don't make it sound so dignified. Even if the heavens want to suppress me, I will break through the heavens. Not to mention Divine 9-dragon cauldron, fight with me. Lu Ming roared. His voice was like a dragon's roar. The 9-dragon cauldron twisted and blood mist filled the air. Bang! Suddenly, one of the golden chakras on the 9-dragon cauldron exploded with a bang. The chakras exploded and the 9-dragon cauldron roared, as if it was in extreme pain. Lu Ming also roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He felt that his soul was about to be torn apart. It was too painful. However, his gaze was still firm and unwavering. The chakras exploded and turned into a ray of golden light that seeped into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron shook. The dragon carvings on the cauldron shone brightly. The 6 divine 9-dragon cauldrons roared. Boom! The sky trembled and the void collapsed. Another gigantic being flew over, suppressing the Wang clan leader. The 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. The 9-dragon cauldron exploded and summoned the 7th divine 9-dragon cauldron. However, this was not the end. Cauldron come! Lu Ming roared. His voice shook the sky. The sky shook. Then, another divine cauldron descended. The 8th cauldron. Impossible! The Wang clan head said in disbelief. Boom! Following the Wang clan head's roar, the sky shook again. Another divine 9-dragon cauldron descended. Nine divine 9-dragon cauldrons descended. When the 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons gathered, the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to resonate strongly. All of them shone brightly, and dragon roars shook the sky. The 9 divine cauldrons revolved around the one above Lu Ming's head. An unbelievably powerful aura spread out. 9 divine cauldrons gather and suppress the heavens. A voice sounded from the divine cauldron. Suppress. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the 8 divine cauldrons around him pressed down. Bang! 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 3 loud explosions sounded. The Wang clan head and the other 2 supremes were sent flying. Impossible! The Wang clan head shouted in disbelief. I will kill you today and kill the supremes. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He waved his hand, and at least 6 of the 8 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang clan head. The other 2 were used to defend against the other 2 supremes. Boom! Boom! 6 divine cauldrons flew towards the Wang clan head. The Wang clan head's purple giant sword burst out with a shocking sword chi as he tried his best to defend himself. However, every time he tried to defend himself, he would be sent flying. The body of the sword kept shaking. After 6 times, the flames on the body of the purple sword withered a lot. It seemed to be severely injured. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the 6 divine cauldrons continued to press down. Bastard! How dare you! Chapter 851. With the 9 cauldrons gathered, the power of each cauldron increased significantly. 2 cauldrons were enough to block 2 primes. The other 6 cauldrons continued to suppress the Wang family head. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. The 6 divine cauldrons smashed onto the giant purple sword as if they were forging iron. The giant purple sword shook violently, and the flames became weaker. After the 6 cauldrons took turns to smash it, the giant purple sword shrunk rapidly and turned back into the appearance of the Wang family head. However, the Wang family head was in a terrible state. His body was in tatters, and there were many cracks on his body. Blood kept flowing out his mouth. Tragic, too tragic. A primes was beaten to such a state. Countless people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were seeing things. The Wang family head was going crazy. He couldn't accept it. He was the family head of an ancient family, a primes who dominated the Eastern Barren territory. But now, he was beaten to such a state by a junior in his 20s. No matter what method this junior used, he was humiliated and would become a laughingstock. If this news spread to other forces, they would definitely treat it as a joke. When he thought of that, he wanted to skin Lu Ming and pull out his tendons. Why are you screaming? Looks like I haven't fixed you enough. Then continue, Lu Ming said coldly. He controlled the 9 dragon cauldron and continued to suppress the Wang family head. The Wang family head was shocked and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, the 9 dragon cauldron had already locked onto him. It directly pierced through the void and smashed towards him. The Wang family head could only do his best to resist. Boom! The first cauldron made the Wang family head vomit blood. Then, the second cauldron made the Wang family head's hair disheveled and one of his arms shattered. However, the vitality of a primes was terrifying. Even if his arm was broken, it could quickly regenerate and heal. However, the third cauldron continued to smash down. Everyone, save me! The Wang family head was finally scared and began to ask the other primes for help. It was rare to see a primes being beaten to the point where he could only ask for help. The other 5 primes also wanted to help. Unfortunately, how could they do so? Haha, Brother Lu Ming, well done. Yin Quangta laughed. The 3-legged golden crow danced in the air, blocking the 3 supremes. As for the other 2 supreme beings, they were blocked by the 2 divine 9 dragon cauldrons and couldn't break through the barrier at all. Boom! The 3rd cauldron destroyed half of the Wang clan leader's body. Then, the 4th cauldron continued to press down. Countless people in the surroundings watched this scene with shock, and it included those domain enlightened spirit gods. Ruthless, too inconceivable. Could it be that Lu Ming really intended to slaughter a supreme being? Was the head of the Wang clan really going to fall here today? Patriarch! Someone from the Wang clan shouted in fear. Good. In the crowd, the fatty laughed loudly, attracting the angry gazes of a group of people. Wang Haoxian's body was trembling. The impact of what was happening was even greater than before. The head of the Wang clan was the strongest in the Wang clan. Her old ancestor was a supreme existence in the Wang clan. But now, such an existence couldn't even keep his life in front of Lu Ming. How could this be? In the Ocean Wave Ancient Garden, Xianxia watched this scene in a daze. His eyes almost popped out. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Lu Ming to be so angry that he summoned the divine 9 dragon cauldrons to kill a supreme being. It was too shocking and too terrifying. The cauldrons were about to fall. With the Wang clan leader's current state, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. It was very likely that he would die on the spot. Enough! At that instant, A voice could be heard coming from the sky. It was as if the heavens were speaking, filled with an imperious aura. The hearts of the crowd shuddered after hearing the voice, as if they were facing the heavens and earth, causing them to feel like dropping to their knees. Then, countless people saw a 1,000-mile-long crack appear in the sky. A giant arm stretched out from the crack. It was as big as a mountain, like the hand of God. Above it, there were wills lingering around it. A terrifying and boundless aura spread out in a mighty manner. At that instant, the figures of the crowd began to tremble. Even the 9 Heaven Supremes were startled. The giant arm crushed down onto Lu Ming, causing a great pressure to encapsulate Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming's figure almost exploded. The 9-dragon cauldron floating above him began to vibrate vigorously. Protection of the 9 cauldrons. Facing such a powerful force, he had no time to kill the head of the Wang clan. He controlled the 9 cauldrons to float around his body. The force of the Dominator Realm. This is the aura of a Dominator Realm expert. Martial Dominator D.E. Such words appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming had once sensed the aura of a Dominator Realm expert from Liao Cong. Although Liao Cong was only a remnant soul at that time, his aura was still as powerful as the heavens, dominating the world. This arm was very similar to Liao Cong's, but it was countless times more powerful. In the 9-dragon city, Martial Dominator D.E. was the only Dominator Realm expert. Martial Ancestor. Yin Kuangtu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Martial Dominator D.E. The hearts of the 6 exalts and numerous domain enlightened spirit gods shook greatly. Martial Dominator D.E. had actually made a move himself. How could this be? How could this be? Old bastard, hurry up and come over. The fat man roared. However, no one in the surroundings was in the mood to pay attention to him. Their eyes were fixed on the sky. Rumble. The giant palm pressed down, causing the space to collapse. It was like the hand of the heavens. A terrifying pressure passed through the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body kept trembling, as if it would collapse at any time. The 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons were floating in the air, but they kept vibrating. Lu Ming felt that he could not control them. The pressure was too strong. So what if you were a martial dominator? Break! There was a maniacal look in Lu Ming's eyes. He lifted his head and roared. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared, and the remaining golden chakra exploded with a loud bang. It turned into a golden ray of light and disappeared into the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Lu Ming coughed up blood. He was in great pain, but his eyes were still fixed on the sky. Dang dang. The 9 cauldrons vibrated and their chi surged. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 9 cauldrons merged into a single cauldron. A terrifying energy burst out from the cauldrons and shot towards Huang Dao's palm. In the next moment, the giant cauldron and the palm collided. However, the strange thing was that there was no movement and no energy was shot out. The giant cauldron and the palm were motionless in the air, as if they were in a stalemate. Heavens, countless people only had one word in their hearts. Lu Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron and blocked Martial Dominator Di Yi's attack. This scene was unbelievable. Countless people felt that their hearts were in their throats, and they were about to stop beating. Chapter 852. At this moment, the world was in complete silence. Even the sound of breathing and heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Awakening the 9 dragons' bloodline with a drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence is indeed amazing. You can actually use a trace of the divine 9-dragon cauldron's power to block my palm. At this moment, the incomparably imposing voice from the heavens sounded again. However, how much power can a mere sea of soul realm cultivator bring out of the divine 9-dragon cauldron? How can you really stop me? Break! As the last word of break was heard, the palm shook slightly and a palm force several times stronger than before burst out. Boom! This time, the whole world seemed to be shaking. The sky and the earth within 100,000 miles were shaking. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was the first to bear the brunt of the impact and let out a loud explosion. The Nine Dragons' bloodline wrapped around the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron wailed and turned into a beam of bloodlight, rushing into Lu Ming's forehead. Crack! Lu Ming's body shook violently as if it was about to explode. At this moment, lightning appeared on Lu Ming's forehead. The lightning cauldron swam around Lu Ming's body, preventing Lu Ming from being smashed into pieces. It was the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness. Dong! In the sky, the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron shook and then split into 9, turning back into 9 lightning cauldrons. At this moment, without the Nine Dragons' bloodline and under the powerful attack, the connection between the 9 divine cauldrons seemed to have disappeared. They shook and then flew away in all directions, returning to the dragon heads of the 9 dragon veins. After the divine Nine-Dragon cauldron flew away, the huge palm continued to fall. Lu Ming could not resist at all. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, as if he was going to be turned into ashes under this palm. Dang! At this moment, Lu Ming's forehead glowed and a lightning cauldron rushed out automatically, turning into the size of a mountain. Why? Why is there another lightning cauldron? Countless people were dumbfounded. They could not believe it. You do have a lot of secret treasures, but how can you stop me? The palm pressed down, slamming into the lightning cauldron. The lightning cauldron trembled, and lightning flashed in all directions. In the end, the lightning cauldron was unable to withstand the force of the palm and was sent flying back into Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming's body shook violently as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. His body fell like a cannonball. Rumble! Martial Emperor Di's palm prints did not stop and continued to fall. However, at that moment, Lu Ming's falling body suddenly emitted rays of golden light. When the golden light spread, Lu Ming's body stopped falling. Wong! The area between Lu Ming's eyebrows shone brightly. A huge palace floated out and dashed upward. Countless people almost bit off their tongues. There were too many treasures in Lu Ming's body. They flew out one after another, and each one was incomparably terrifying. Was he still human? There's someone below the palace. Someone exclaimed. The palace that flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows rapidly expanded. Below the palace, there was an indomitable figure. Senior 9 sons. Lu Ming's heart shook violently. That palace was the Temple of Paragon, and the silhouette below, it was Paragon Jiuyang. Master. When the figure appeared, Yin Kuangtu shouted in disbelief. At the same time, the 6 supremes and many spiritual gods widened their eyes in disbelief. 9 sons destroy the world, Supreme 9 Sun said. Suddenly, 9 suns appeared around the Temple of Paragon. The 9 suns were like real suns in the sky, emitting endless light. The 9 suns, together with the Temple of Paragon, collided with a huge palm print. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The space in that area was instantly crushed, revealing a dark and endless void that devoured the terrifying energy. Otherwise, the explosion of energy would have turned everything within 100,000 miles into ashes. Clang! The Temple of Paragon trembled violently. It was supported by a tall figure and fell down. The giant palm seemed to have used up all its energy and collapsed because of the repeated obstructions. The light dissipated, and the 9 suns around the Temple of Paragon disappeared. Supreme 9 Suns' figure appeared clearly. Master! Yin Kuangtu shouted. His body trembled slightly. He was extremely excited. Xia Jiuyang, is it really you? Didn't you die? The Jiang family patriarch shouted. The other Supremes and experts also looked at Supreme 9 Suns in disbelief. Many people of the younger generation also widened their eyes in shock. They couldn't believe it. Who didn't know the name Supreme 9 Suns? The 9 Suns bloodline was unparalleled in the world. When he was alive, he was the war god of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. He was extremely powerful and was known as the strongest Supreme in the Eastern Wilderness. Even emperors didn't dare to underestimate him. Such a peerless person had died more than 50 years ago. Many people were shocked and couldn't believe it. However, Emperor Di, he had announced it himself, so no one doubted it. But now, Supreme Nine Sons had appeared again and was helping Lu Ming against Emperor Di. What was going on? Quang Tu, I haven't seen you for a few decades, and you've already grown so much. You're worthy of being my disciple. Supreme Nine Sons looked at Yin Quang Tu and laughed. He was satisfied. Master, what happened back then? Why are you only left with a remnant soul? Where's your real body? Who harmed you? Yin Quang Tu was extremely excited. He asked several questions in succession. The others were also very curious. Back then, Emperor Di had only announced the death of Supreme Nine Sons, but he hadn't said anything specific. Many people have been wondering about that for a few decades. Supreme Nine Sons was extremely powerful. Who could kill him? Even emperors wouldn't be able to kill Supreme Nine Sons easily. Nine Sons, you're only left with a remnant soul. Do you still want to betray your master? At that moment, a voice filled with pressure came from the huge spatial crack in the sky. As the voice faded, a middle-aged man stepped out from the spatial crack. The middle-aged man had a tall build. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. An imperious aura was emitted from him. Countless people felt like they were facing the universe when they saw the figure. Their hearts were filled with reverence, and they had the urge to kneel down and worship him. That was the imperious aura of a dominator. Greetings, your majesty. At that moment, countless people from all directions bowed. Their eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Even Ruan Tingting, Wang Haoxian, and the others did the same. Only the fatty stood straight without moving. Emperor Di glanced around and nodded his head. Betray? Ha ha ha. Don't you think it's funny? Supreme Nine Sons burst out laughing. Countless people were shocked. Supreme Nine Sons had called Emperor Di by his name. It didn't seem like he was facing his own master. Why was that? However, no one said anything. If someone else had called Emperor Di by his name, someone would have jumped out and reprimanded him. However, it was Supreme Nine Sons who had spoken. He was also a supreme figure. Everyone chose to keep their mouths shut. Even the patriarchs of the 6 great ancient clans' eyes flickered. They didn't do anything. Chapter 853. At that moment, Lu Ming was in a bad state. His whole body was in pain, and he had a splitting headache. It was as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His vision turned black, and he was about to fall unconscious. Hold on. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Quang Tu, don't you want to know who killed me? It's a famous martial emperor in front of you, your martial ancestor. Supremacy Jiuyang looked at Yin Quang Tu and said. His words were like thunder from the 9 heavens and an endless storm sweeping through the crowd. Countless people opened their eyes wide and looked at Supremacy Jiuyang and Martial Emperor Di. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Supremacy Jiuyang had been killed by Martial Emperor Di. Now, only a wisp of his soul was left. What was going on? Supremacy Jiuyang was the god of war of the Heavenly Divine Palace, the strongest supremacy of the Eastern Barren Territory. He had fought for the Heavenly Divine Palace and made great contributions. Why did Martial Emperor Di want to kill him? Yin Quanto opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, Why? That's because he needs my bloodline. If he kills me, he'll be able to take my bloodline and use it to cultivate a technique. Supremacy Jiuyang's voice was heard. Now, everyone was even more shocked. The other 6 supremacy's eyes flickered and they looked thoughtful. Martial Emperor Di kept his hands behind his back and looked calm. Jiuyang, back then, you colluded with the Corpse Emperor and tried to kill me. That's why I attacked you. It seems like you still hate me and want to slander me. At that moment, Martial Emperor Di's voice was heard again. Everyone was even more shocked. Back then, it was Supremacy Jiuyang who colluded with the Corpse Emperor to harm Martial Emperor Di. That's why Martial Emperor Di attacked Supremacy Jiuyang? How could there be such an inside story? Ha ha ha. Supremacy Jiuyang suddenly laughed and said, Di, you're an Emperor Realm expert. It's fine that you plotted against me, but you actually deceived me. Xia Jiuyang, was really blind back then. How could I have become your disciple? Xia Jiuyang, How dare you plot against His Majesty Martial Emperor? You deserve to die. Now that you dare to come back, I'll kill you." The patriarch of the Jiang clan shouted. The others looked at Supremacy Jiuyang. Hee. Supreme Nine Yang laughed coldly and did not explain further. He knew that there was no point in explaining. This was all because of strength. Emperor Di was an expert of the Emperor Path, a lofty existence. How strong was he? On that day, even if the Jiuyang Zun showed proof that Emperor Di had harmed him back then, the others wouldn't betray Emperor Di. They would stand on Emperor Di's side. This was because of strength. Who would betray Martial Emperor Di for a half-dead person? That would be stupid. If they left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, where would they find such a good cultivation environment and cultivation resources? Who will protect them? Moreover, Martial Emperor Di had already given a reason. Jiuyang had colluded with the Heavenly Corpse Sect's Corpse Emperor and wanted to kill him. That was why he was killed. Regardless of whether this reason was true or false, this reason was enough. Supreme Nine Yang knew this very well, so he didn't say anything else, nor did he try to explain. Without strength, what was the point of saying so much? Jiuyang, you only have a wisp of remnant soul left. Do you still want to fight me? Surrender now. Emperor Di said. Supreme Jiuyang smiled and did not respond. Instead, he looked at Yin Kuang-tu and said, Kuang-tu, do you believe me or Di? I believe in Master. Yin Kuang-tu's eyes flashed with determination. Good, haha, I was right about you. Next, I will block Di. You take Lu Ming and rush out. Remember, you must take Lu Ming and rush out. Supreme Nine Yang said. Master, let's go together. Yin Kuang-tu shouted. Let's go. Supreme Nine Suns roared. His body emitted a dazzling light as 9 blazing suns appeared once again. A pair of evil disciples. You are indeed ambitious. Today none of you can leave, shouted Emperor Di coldly. A supreme chi exploded from his body and shook the earth. Emperor Di stretched out his hand and pressed down. A gigantic hand formed and moved towards Yin Kuang-tu and the 9 Suns cultivator. Take Lu Ming away, shouted Supreme Nine Suns. His body shone even brighter as he burned his soul. The Supreme Temple shook and 9 suns appeared, attacking the gigantic hand. Yin Kuang-tu shouted and turned into a 3-legged golden crow. His pure chi wrapped around Lu Ming and rushed out. However, Emperor Di was too terrifying. His hand covered the sky and suppressed the space. The sky and the earth seemed to be covered by his hand. Boom! Supreme Nine Suns, Supreme Temple, and Emperor Di's gigantic hand collided fiercely. The earth shook and the space was torn apart. It looked like the end of the world. Everyone in the area retreated one after another. Within tens of thousands of kilometers, only the 6 paragons remained. Yin Kuang-tu let out a long howl and opened his mouth to spit out a golden flame divine sword. However, it was still blocked. Suddenly, a huge palm appeared in front of him and collided with the golden flame. Yin Kuang-tu's body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. Although Lu Ming was under Yin Kuang-tu's protection, he was still shaken by the aftershocks. His body was in more pain, and his vision turned black. Break! Shouted Supreme Nine Suns furiously. The 9 suns shone even brighter, completely suppressing the real sun in the sky. Supreme Nine Suns' body shone with a dazzling light. Teacher, shouted Yin Kuang-tu. Supreme Nine Suns was burning his soul. In the end, he might not even be able to protect his soul. Evil disciple, suppress. Emperor Di's eyes looked even colder. He waved his hand, and an even more terrifying palm attack was launched. Boom! The Supreme Divine Palace collided with the palm and shook violently. In the end, with a loud bang, a corner of the Supreme Divine Palace was blasted apart and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Supreme Nine Suns' body trembled violently. The golden crow cried and soared into the sky. The golden crow's fire turned into a dazzling sword light and collided with the hand. Explosions sounded continuously and the sword light was destroyed. The golden crow's body trembled and fell down. At that moment, Lu Ming felt that the world was getting darker and darker. He looked at the battle in the sky, and then at the high lawn ancient garden. Then, his vision darkened, and he fell into an endless darkness. His injuries were too severe. The Nine Dragons' bloodline had exploded 2 golden chakras, causing him to be severely injured. In addition, he had controlled the Nine Dragons' cauldron to fight against the Supremes. He had even exchanged a blow with Martial Emperor De. His injuries were extremely severe. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and fainted. Xiaoqing, I'm too weak. I can't take you away. That was Lu Ming's last thought before he fainted. Lu Ming fainted, but the battle became more intense. Let's go. Chapter 854. However, Emperor De was too strong. He had completely blocked their path. No matter how hard they tried, it was useless. Boom, boom. The Temple of Paragon and Emperor De's palms collided with each other. The Temple of Paragon kept shaking. More and more places exploded. In the end, the entire Temple of Paragon cracked. Old bastard, why aren't you here yet? Are you doing this on purpose? The fat guy in the crowd shouted angrily. In the sky, Supreme Nine Sons and Yin Kuangtu had joined forces to fight against Emperor De. The people who were watching the battle, including the 6 Supremes, were astonished. Supremacy Jiuyang and Yin Kuangtu, this pair of master and disciple, were too powerful, too insane. They were able to fight Martial Emperor De to such an extent. How terrifying. They're doomed to die today. Although Supreme Nine Sons is burning his soul, he can't fight against Emperor De for long. The patriarch of the Jiang clan said coldly, without breaking through to the Huangqi layer, fighting against a Huangqi layer is an unwise decision. No matter how strong you are, you will still lose. Since ancient times, there has never been a Zun cultivator who could defeat a Huangqi layer. The patriarch of the Luan clan said, bang, bang. The Temple of Paragon shook more and more violently. It kept collapsing and exploding. Supreme Nine Sons' remnant soul started shaking as if it would disappear at any time. Teacher, Yin Kuangtu gritted his teeth and protected Lu Ming. He tried his best to fight back, but his body was shaking and blood was flowing out his mouth. The situation was getting worse. Damn it, old bastard. He must be doing this on purpose. I don't care, I'll fight. The fat guy kept cursing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the crowd. He rushed towards Emperor De and Supreme Nine Sons. Fatty, what are you doing? Wan Tingting shouted. She was terrified. The others looked at the fat guy as if he was crazy. The fat guy dared to rush into the battlefield of Supreme Nine Sons and Martial Emperors. He was courting death. If he was hit by a strand of energy, he would be turned into ashes. He was crazy. However, the fatty's eyes were filled with viciousness as he muttered, Old fart, I know you don't want to get involved in this mess. But now, your dearest and only disciple is about to die. Let's see if you still want to care. Fatty let out a low roar and charged toward the battlefield at top speed. Countless gazes were attracted by the fatty and landed on him. Everyone thought in their hearts that this fatty was crazy. The eyes of the 9 Heavens Supremes flickered, but they did not stop him. Since this ant-like thing was courting death, there was no need for them to stop him. Once he got close to the battlefield, only death would await him. Just as Fatty was about to reach the battlefield, a terrifying shockwave from the battle swept through the void. Wherever the shockwave passed, the void collapsed. A pitch-black spatial crack swept towards Fatty. Old bastard, if you don't come, I'm going to die here. Fatty roared. Wong. At that moment, the space behind Fatty cracked open. A huge axe slashed out from the void. The spatial crack was destroyed by the axe. The axe did not stop. It continued to slash towards Martial Emperor De. Martial Emperor De's face turned solemn. He slashed with his palm, and a shocking sword globe burst out, clashing with the huge axe. It was as if the heavens and the earth had been split open. A brilliant light shone, causing the space to collapse. An endless force entered the void. At the same time, the sword glow and the axe canceled each other out and disappeared. Heavens, this countless people were dumbfounded. Who came here? How could he fight against Martial Emperor D.E.? Behind Fatty, a tall figure stepped out from the spatial crack. It was an old man with a messy white beard. However, his body was extremely fat. He looked like an older version of Kong Jin. He stood beside Fatty, his body emitting a terrifying and supreme aura. This aura was very similar to Martial Emperor Di's aura. Martial Emperor. This is a Martial Emperor expert. Countless people's hearts twitched. Everything that happened today was beyond their imagination. At first, it was the spiritual gods, then the Supremes. In the end, even the Supreme Nine Sons and Martial Emperor Di showed up. Now, another Martial Emperor had shown up. All of this was because of Lu Ming. Because of this young man, these peerless experts had appeared one after another. It made many people feel like they were dreaming. Demonic Sky Old Monster, this has nothing to do with you. Why? Are you going to be my enemy? Martial Emperor Di looked at the fat old man. Martial Emperor Di's words shocked even more people. Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. This old man is actually the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor was an extremely famous peerless expert in the Eastern Barren region. He was famous before Martial Emperor Di. He was a true Martial Emperor expert. However, the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor did not like to establish a force. He liked to live in seclusion, and his whereabouts were unpredictable. Almost no one knew where he was. In the past few thousand years, the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor had disappeared without a trace. No one had seen him. It was rumored that the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor had died because his lifespan had run out. For thousands of years, countless people in the Eastern Barren region had acknowledged this fact. They had never expected that the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor would appear again after thousands of years. He had not died at all. The King Realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The Sea Spirit Realm had a lifespan of 2,000 years. The Spiritual Embryo Realm had a lifespan of 3,000 years. The Spiritual God Realm had a lifespan of 5,000 years. However, once one broke through to the Martial Emperor Realm, his lifespan would increase greatly and reach more than 10,000 years. However, the lifespan of a Martial Emperor Realm martial artist was uncertain. The short ones could only live for 10,000 years, but the long ones could live for 20,000 years. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor was definitely more than 15,000 years old. Therefore, many people thought that he had died. Haha. D.E. You are a Martial Emperor expert. How can you make things difficult for a few juniors? Is it fun? It's too shameful. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor laughed. This is a matter of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. It's not your place to worry about it. Please leave. Martial Emperor D.E. said coldly. Old. No. Master, Lu Ming is my brother. We swore that we would live and die together. No matter what, we have to save him today. Otherwise, you will lose me as your disciple. The fatty shouted. I don't care about the matters of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, but that little guy is my disciple's brother. If he dies, my disciple will die too. I am in a difficult position. How about this? I don't care about your two disciples, but I will take that little guy away. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor pointed at Lu Ming and said, Demonic Sky Divine Emperor, it seems like you want to be my enemy? Martial Emperor Di's face darkened. His target was Lu Ming. How could he let the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor take him away? D.E. So what if I am your enemy? You're just a clone now. Your real body is far away, right? Do you think I am afraid of you? Chapter 855. You little guys, go quickly. Leave D.E. to me. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor glanced at Supreme Nine Sons and slashed at D.E. with his axe. The axe could split the sky, as if it was going to split the entire Jiulong city. Thank you, Senior. Quang Tu, let's go. Supreme Nine Sons said and rushed to the side with Yin Quang Tu. You guys stop those two bastards. De slashed out a shocking sword light and fought with the demonic sky, divine emperor. At the same time, he ordered the 6 great ancient families. Yes, the 6 great ancient families responded and surrounded Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu. You guys are courting death. Yin Kuang-tu roared and attacked violently. However, Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu had been injured during the battle with De. They were not as strong as before. They were blocked by the 6 great ancient families and could not rush out. Today, none of you can leave. The Wang family was furious. He had been seriously injured by Lu Ming and had almost died. It was a great humiliation. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. How could he let Lu Ming leave safely? His attacks were the most frenzied. He attacked Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu without any regard for his life. Is that so? Explode. Supreme 9 Sons suddenly snorted and controlled the Temple of Paragon to attack the Wang family. During the collision, the Temple of Paragon emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying aura. Oh no! The Wang family quickly retreated. But it was too late. Boom! The Temple of Paragon exploded like a sun. A terrifying power swept out and engulfed the Wang family's family. The Wang family's family screamed. His body was broken and half of his body had exploded. He had almost died. Miserable, too miserable. The Wang family's family had almost been killed by Lu Ming. He had barely recovered when the Temple of Paragon exploded and almost died. Charge! Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu rushed forward quickly. The self-destruction of the Temple of Paragon opened up a path. The two of them brought Lu Ming out of the encirclement. Rip! The 3-legged golden crow that Yin Kuang-tu had transformed into tore at the space with its claws. He and Supreme 9 Sons rushed into the space crack and disappeared. Chase after him. Emperor De was furious and roared. The other 5 supreme beings tore through the space and chased after Yin Kuang-tu and the others. In the 9-Dragon City, countless people were stunned. Supremacy Jiuyang and Yin Kuang-tu escaped with Lu Ming. There were still 2 Imperial Plane cultivators fighting in the sky. Today's battle was destined to shock the entire Eastern Wilderness. Lu Ming's name was destined to attract everyone's attention. 3 days later, in the west of 9-Dragon City, on a mountain peak far away, a figure was sitting cross-legged. Another figure was constantly patting the former's body, sending streams of true yuan into the latter's body. After a while, the latter figure finally stopped slapping. These 2 figures were Lu Ming and Yin Kuang-tu. Lu Ming sat cross-legged as Yin Kuang-tu healed him. After nearly 3 days of rushing, they had finally shaken off the 5 patriarchs of the ancient families. Yin Kuang-tu was healing Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and a black bead flew out. Then, Supreme 9 Sons' remnant soul flew out of the bead. At this moment, Supreme 9 Sons' remnant soul was extremely weak, as if it would dissipate at any time. How is Lu Ming? Supreme 9 Sons asked. Master, Lu Ming is seriously injured, but after my treatment, he is much better. You should wake up soon. Yin Kuang-tu said. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Lu Ming opened his eyes. The environment in front of him stunned him. Wasn't he in 9-Dragon City? Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu were fighting against Martial Emperor De, but it was calm here. Were the traces of a battle. Then, he saw Yin Kuang-tu and Supreme 9 Sons. Senior 9 Sons, Brother Yin. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu. This battle started because of him, but it implicated Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu. If anything happened to Supreme 9 Sons and Yin Kuang-tu, he would feel uneasy. Now that he saw that both of them were here, he finally felt relieved. Lu Ming, how are you feeling? You have been unconscious for 3 days. Supreme 9 Sons said. 3 days? Lu Ming was shocked and said, I'm much better now. Senior 9 Sons, where is this? Are we not in 9-Dragon City anymore? Lu Ming asked. He was curious. If Martial Emperor Di had attacked, Supreme Nine Sons and Yin Kuangtu would not have been able to escape. Perhaps something else had happened while he was unconscious. Yes, we are not in Nine Dragon City. We are very far away from it. We are almost out of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory. Yin Kuangtu nodded and continued. This time, we are lucky to have the help of the demonic sky Divine Emperor. Otherwise, we would not have been able to escape from Di's evil hands. The demonic sky Divine Emperor is that legendary Emperor Realm expert? Lu Ming was shocked. He did not understand why the demonic sky Divine Emperor would help them. Could it be that Supreme Nine Sons and Yin Kuangtu had asked for help? Yes, it's that senior. His disciple seems to be your brother. That's why the demonic sky Divine Emperor helped. Supreme Nine Sons explained. My brother? Lu Ming was even more surprised. Buzz. At that moment, the space in the sky suddenly cracked. Lu Ming was shocked. It should be Senior Demonic Sky, Yin Kuangtu said. Obviously, they had contacted each other before. Sure enough, a few figures stepped out of the space crack. One of the elders was the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Beside the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor were a young man and a young woman. Fatty Ting Ting. Seeing the two young people, Lu Ming was overjoyed. The two young people were Fatty and Ruan Ting Ting. Lu Ming, haha, are you okay? Fatty grinned and flew toward Lu Ming. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He finally knew who his brother was. It must be Fatty. He had never expected Fatty's master to be the legendary Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Junior pays his respects to Senior Demonic Sky. Thank you for your help this time. Supreme Nine Sons and Yin Kuangtu stepped forward and bowed to thank the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Junior Lu Ming thanks Senior Demonic Sky for your help. Lu Ming stepped forward and bowed as well. Don't mention it. If it weren't for my unfilial disciple, I wouldn't have bothered to help. I've offended D.E. for no reason. The Demonic Sky Divine Emperor twisted his lips. Old man, are you afraid of Martial Dominator D.E.? Fatty twisted his lips and glanced at the Demonic Sky Divine Emperor. Supreme Nine Sons, Yin Kuangtu, Lu Ming, and Ruan Tingting felt their eyelids twitching. They almost bit their tongues. Old man. Chapter 856. The Demonic Sky Sovereign was enraged. He glared and scolded. Little brat, what did you say? Do you think I am afraid of that brat D.E.? When I roamed the world, your grandfather's grandfather's grandfather was not even born yet. Little brat, let me tell you, I am afraid of getting into trouble. Do you know that? However, the fatty still curled his lips and looked at the Demonic Sky Sovereign suspiciously. The Demonic Sky Sovereign's aura weakened a little. He said, Little brat, what do you know? Let me tell you, D is really amazing and his cultivation is extremely high. This time, it's lucky that it's only his doppelganger. His real body should be practicing overseas. Otherwise, even I may not be able to stop him. Supreme Nine Yang and Yin Kuangtu nodded. They were very clear about Di's strength. If he was not strong, how could he establish the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the Eastern Desolate region and contend with the Sky Beast Valley? Before the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, the Heavenly Corpse sect did not exist. At that time, there was the Talisman Puppet sect and other Overlord factions. All the human factions had to work together to contend with the Sky Beast Valley. Now, just the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace alone could contend with the Sky Beast Valley. This showed how strong Di was. After this battle, Di's main body will definitely return from overseas. However, those that can help Di cultivate must be very far away from the Divine Desolate region. It will be impossible for him to return in a short time. However, when he returns, he will definitely do his best to find you. What are your plans after this? The Demonic Sky Sovereign asked. Senior, we plan to head to the Talisman Puppet sect and let Lu Ming prepare for the Battle of Luck. Supreme Nine Yang said, Yes, even if Di's main body comes personally, he will not be able to break through the Talisman Puppet sects in Yang Mountain. It is a pretty good place. The Demonic Sky Sovereign nodded. Senior Nine Yang, are we going to the Talisman Puppet sect next? Then my parents. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He thought of Lu Yuntian and the others. The Lu clan was in the territory of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Little guy, this little brat has already told me about your situation. The place where I live in seclusion is in the eastern part of the eastern wilderness. It's not far from your hometown. As for your parents, I will take care of them. Also, although Emperor D doesn't do things the right way, he's still a martial emperor. He won't harm your family for you. Otherwise, if the news spread that he, a martial emperor, couldn't deal with the Sea of Soul Realm Jr. and threatened him with his family, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Eastern Barren Territory anymore. The demonic Sky Emperor said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He quickly bowed towards the Devil Sky Emperor and said, Lu Ming thanks Senior again. Little guy, you don't have to be so polite. Since you've offended D.E., there's no harm in helping you with this little favor. Just take it for the sake of this little bastard. The demonic Sky Emperor waved his hand. Actually, he had another plan in mind. Lu Ming was not someone to be trifled with. He actually dared to make a move in the face of an emperor. His determination and guts shocked him. Ordinary people would be lucky if they could stand firmly when facing an Emperor Heaven Divine Emperor, let alone attack him. Under such a mighty aura, they couldn't even summon the slightest bit of fighting spirit. They would be defeated before the battle. However, Lu Ming, who was only in the spiritual sea realm, was still able to go against the flow. It was really rare. If Lu Ming could surpass D.E. in the future, his future would be limitless. As for the demonic Sky Emperor, he didn't have much time left. If he could use this opportunity to build a good relationship with Lu Ming, Kong Jin would be able to use Lu Ming's strength to go further in the future. He was planning for Kong Jin. The demonic Sky Emperor looked at Supreme Nine Yang and asked, Actually, I'm very curious. Why did D want to kill you back then? Why does he want to capture Lu Ming now? At the side, Yin Kuang-tu, the fatty, and Ruan Tingting also looked at Supreme Nine Yang curiously. It was like this back then. Immediately, Nine Sun's supremacy explained the cause and effect of the matter to Chu Feng. Damn it, D is actually so despicable. To think that I fought for him for so many years. Yin Kuang-tu growled, his anger soaring to the sky. I really didn't expect D.E. to be so despicable and unscrupulous. It seems that D.E. is planning something big. The demonic Sky Emperor said in a low voice. Indeed, according to my speculation, D.E.'s plan is not as simple as the Eastern Wilderness. Supreme Nine Yang said, Well, okay, I have to go too. I'm old. I'll have to rely on you guys to deal with D.E. in the end. The demonic Sky Emperor nodded and said, Lu Ming, in half a year, I'll go to the Talisman Puppet Sect to find you and participate in the Battle of Providence together. I won't fight for the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. The fatty said, Lu Ming, I'll take my leave too. Ruan Tingting walked over and said, Okay, take care. See you in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Let's go, little brat. When you go back this time, you'd better cultivate well. Now you know that there's always someone better out there. The demonic Sky Emperor scolded. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the fatty and Ruan Tingting, tore open the space, and stepped in. Then, the space recovered, and they disappeared. Lu Ming, here's what you left in the Temple of Paragon. Take it. The Temple of Paragon has collapsed. Supreme Nine Yang took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Senior Nine Yang, are you all right? Lu Ming took it. Looking at Supreme Nine Yang's weak remnant soul, Lu Ming felt terrible. Supreme Nine Yang's soul power had recovered a lot, but this time, he was even weaker than before. This time, it was all because of him. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'm fine. You don't have to blame yourself. This battle is good for us. Supreme Nine Yang said, as if he had seen through Lu Ming's thoughts. Good. Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. When you unleashed your bloodline, the primes of the ancient families immediately rushed over. This means that D.E. had already noticed the appearance of the Nine Dragons bloodline in Nine Dragon City, so he sent people to keep an eye on it. I've underestimated D.E. If that's the case, it's even more dangerous for you. We don't know when he will find out. If he secretly attacks, we won't even have a chance to fight back. After this battle, the first benefit is that both sides are now clear and there is no need to worry about DE secretly attacking. Furthermore, after this battle, Quan Tu has also followed us out. With Quan Tu's help, my soul power will definitely recover even faster. After this, Quan Tu will be of great help to you in controlling the Talisman Puppet sect. In addition, we can also befriend the Demonic Sky Emperor. If the Demonic Sky Emperor helps us at a critical moment, it will be of great help to us. These are all benefits, Supreme Nine Yang explained. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, with Yin Quan Tu's help, he would be more confident in his trip to the Talisman Puppet sect. I have this soul-gathering pearl that can slowly recover my soul power. What we need to do now is to heal your injuries and then go to the Talisman Puppet sect. After you've settled down in the Talisman Puppet sect, Quan Tu will bring me to find treasures to recover my soul power. Chapter 857. Lu Ming, let's go. Let's leave this place first and find a place to recuperate, Yin Quang said. His quintessence wrapped around Lu Ming. Then, he tore space apart, and the two's figures disappeared. One day later, they had already left the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and entered the Talisman Puppet sect's territory. The territory that the Talisman Puppet sect occupied was much smaller than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's. However, it still had more than 30 large regions. There was a small lake between the vast mountains, looking like a resplendent pearl. Lu Ming sat cross-legged by the lake and circulated the true dragon battle art to treat his injuries. Yin Quan Tu sat cross-legged on a tall mountain several li away, also treating his injuries. Back then, when Yin Quan Tu fought with Martial Monarchy E, he was also injured. Nine Dragon City was not calm. Although the great battle was over, the commotion caused by it spread far and wide. Countless people discussed this matter. The names of Lu Ming, Yin Quan Tu, and Supreme Nine Sons were discussed by countless people. There was a divine nine-dragon cauldron guarding the heads of the nine dragon veins. After the great battle, the nine divine cauldrons returned to their old places. They were like immemorial divine mountains, unmoving for eternity. Countless people went to the heads of the nine dragon veins to observe. Many people even went forward, hoping to imitate Lu Ming and pull out the cauldrons. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. How could they touch the divine cauldrons that martial monarchs could not? Why? Why can Lu Ming pull out the cauldrons and even summon the nine cauldrons while others can't? What secret does he have? Perhaps he obtained the divine nine dragon cauldrons acknowledgement? Acknowledgement? There are conditions for that. I heard that it has something to do with Lu Ming's bloodline. It is said that martial monarch Di made a move for this bloodline. Now that Lu Ming is not dead, do you think he will return one day and summon the nine cauldrons? Chill. Be quiet. Do you want to die? Countless people discussed this. However, when it came to sensitive topics, they were all careful. No matter how the wind blew, the nine cauldrons did not move, as if they were waiting for their master. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Beside the small lake, a faint light appeared on Lu Ming's body, and a sound like a tsunami came from his body. After a while, the sound subsided and Lu Ming opened his eyes. My injuries have been healed. Unfortunately, the nine dragons' bloodline exploded its golden chakra and returned to level 9 king realm. But it doesn't matter. As long as I have enough essence and blood, I will soon reach the level of God realm. Lu Ming thought to himself, Strength, strength, my strength is still too weak. The difference between me and those experts is too great. Lu Ming couldn't help but clench his fists. After this battle, Lu Ming clearly saw the gap between himself and the top experts of the Eastern Barren Territory. In front of Martial Emperor Di, he was like an ant. There was no way he could compare with him. There were also exalts and domain enlightened spirit gods. All of them were terrifying and shocking, and they were much stronger than him. His strength was too weak. Being weak meant that he was in a passive position. Strength. Everything was because of strength. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Xiaoqing, wait for me in the central continent. I will definitely go to the central continent and take you away. That day won't be too far away. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. This time, he understood that he was being impulsive. But who hadn't been impulsive when they were young? Moreover, he was facing the person he loved. He had to watch her go to a place she didn't want to go and suffer. How could he be indifferent? The key was that he was not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he could break through all obstacles. Who could stop him? It was the second time in his life that Lu Ming desired strength so much. The first time was when Liu Yao took away his bloodline and wanted to take over the Liu clan. At that time, Lu Ming desired strength. With strength, he could defeat Liu Yao and regain control of the Liu clan and his own fate. He could stop Li Ping from being bullied. Now he desired strength. With strength, he could take Xianxia away, fight against Martial Emperor De, and protect his family and friends. After taking a few deep breaths, Lu Ming calmed himself down. Where did that fellow Dandan run off to? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of Dandan. Previously, during the battle in Jiulong City, Dandan had slipped away. No one knew where he went. The guy is very cunning. He should be fine, Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming, how are your injuries? Yan Kuangtu appeared beside Lu Ming and asked. I've recovered. Lu Ming stood up and said, Well, let's go to the Talisman Puppet Sect's Yin and Yang Mountain. I'm an old friend of the Talisman faction. I've already informed him. Yan Kuangtu said, Thank you, Brother Yin. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, why are you being so polite with me? Speaking of which, we are brothers. It's just that Master didn't accept you as his disciple. Yin Kuangtu laughed. Immediately, Yin Kuangtu tore the space apart and rushed to the Yin and Yang Mountain with Lu Ming. Half a day later, an incomparably huge mountain appeared in front of Lu Ming. Although they were separated by an unknown distance, Lu Ming could still feel the majesty and magnificence of the Yin and Yang Mountain while standing high in the sky. The Yin and Yang Mountain was the headquarters of the Talisman Puppet Sect. It was formed by two incomparably huge mountains. The two mountains were like two Yin and Yang fishes intertwined with each other, forming the shape of Yin and Yang. Even though there was a great distance between them, Lu Ming could still feel a vast pressure spreading toward him. It pressed down on his heart and his sea of consciousness, causing his mental flame to flicker. The two mountains formed a natural formation with the help of the inscription formation. Is this the Yin and Yang Mountain that is said to be unbreakable by martial emperors? It's really a creation of heaven and earth. Lu Ming exclaimed inwardly. He could feel that the Yin and Yang Mountain was surrounded by terrifying killing formations. Once a strong enemy approached, it would surely unleash a deadly attack. This was the headquarters of the Talisman Puppet Sect. After countless years, terrifying killing formations had been engraved here, which was what the Talisman Puppet Sect relied on. Although the Talisman Puppet Sect did not have a martial emperor now, it was still considered one of the four overlord factions. Even Martial Emperor De could not do anything about it. Buzz! At that instant, the space ahead suddenly fluctuated. Following it, the space was torn apart and a figure stepped out from it. It was a middle-aged man with a long beard. He was wearing a Tai Chi robe and had an otherworldly aura. His eyes were filled with wisdom. As soon as he appeared, he swept his gaze across Yin Kuangtu and Lu Ming and said, Yin Kuangtu, you guys have really caused a big commotion. The battle in Nine Dragons City has made you famous in the Eastern Wilderness. Now, I'm afraid some of the bigger forces have heard about it. By Shijin, are you making fun of me? Yin Kuangtu took a sip of wine and said casually. He then introduced the man to Lu Ming. This man is by Shijin, the leader of the Talisman faction of the Talisman Puppet Sect. He's an old acquaintance of mine. Lu Ming's heart shuddered. So this man is the leader of the Talisman faction. Currently, the Talisman Puppet Sect was divided into two factions, the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction. The two factions were not willing to submit to each other and were constantly in conflict. You're Lu Ming, right? Your name is quite famous now. I heard that the battle at Nine Dragon City was caused by you. I'm quite curious. What is it that made D.E. personally take action? Chapter 858 by Shijin. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about business first. Yin Kuang-tu said, Business? Yin Kuang-tu, you two aren't really thinking of joining my Talisman Puppet sect, are you? Speaking of which, Sky Monster Valley and Heavenly Corpse sect are better choices. With the help of Heavenly Corpse sect, or Sky Monster Valley, we can better fight against Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and D.E., right? Bai Shijin stroked his beard and said, Bai Shijin, you're wrong. I'm not here to join the Talisman Puppet sect, but to help Lu Ming take charge of the Talisman Puppet sect. Yin Kuang-tu was very direct and went straight to the point. What did you say? Bai Shijin's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Yin Kuang-tu and said, Yin Kuang-tu, this joke is not funny at all. It's not funny, but it's not a joke. I'll tell you directly. Lu Ming is the successor of Senior Liao Song. Yin Kuang-tu said, What? What did you say? This time, Bai Shijin almost screamed, completely unable to control his emotions. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Lu Ming in shock. The successor of Senior Master Liao Song? You've seen Senior Master Liao Song? He's been missing for 3,000 years. Where did you see him? Don't try to lie to me. A bunch of questions popped out of Bai Shijin's mouth. Senior Bai, whether it's true or not, you'll know when you see this. Lu Ming stepped forward and waved his hand. The 10,000 formation illustration appeared in his hand. The illustration opened and a powerful aura spread out. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas engraved on it. It was incomparably mysterious. Bai Shijin's pupils shrank rapidly as he stared at the 10,000 formation illustration in Lu Ming's hand. He muttered to himself, 10,000 formation illustration. It's really the 10,000 formation illustration. What happened to Senior Master Liao Song? Why did he disappear for 3,000 years? I'm afraid Senior Master Liao Song doesn't have much time left. Lu Ming sighed. What's going on? What's going on? Bai Shijin stared at Lu Ming as if he wanted to see through Lu. Bai Shijin, I have the myriad formation illustration. Do you still not believe me? Yin Kuang-tu said coldly. The 10,000 formation illustration is Patriarch Liansong's divine weapon. At the same time, it is also the Talisman Puppet Cult's heirloom. If it wasn't passed down personally by Patriarch Liansong, none of you would have been able to obtain it. Even emperors wouldn't be able to obtain it. Since Lu Ming was able to obtain it, I naturally believe him. Where is Patriarch Liansong now? I want to know. Bai Shijin said. It's like this. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly told him about his encounter with Liansong. What? Was the Patriarch assassinated by D.E.? Damn, despicable and shameless D.E. After listening to Lu Ming's explanation, Bai Shijin roared in anger. He really didn't expect Liao Song to be harmed by D.E. back then. Then, Dtion Divine Palace slowly encroached on the Talisman Puppet sect's territory, causing the Talisman Puppet sect's strength to become weaker and weaker. Bai Shijin, now you know the whole story. Lu Ming is the successor of Patriarch Liansong. He was entrusted by Patriarch Liansong to take charge of the Talisman Puppet cult. Are you going to go against Patriarch Liansong's order? Yin Kuang-tu stared at Bai Shijin and said in a deep voice. Bai Shijin's face darkened, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, I was greatly indebted to Patriarch Liansong. Without Patriarch Liansong, I wouldn't be where I am today. Patriarch Liansong's grace is something that I would never dare to ask for. How could I go against Patriarch Liansong's order? But Talisman Puppet Cult is not something that I can decide. There are still elders in the Talisman Puppet Cult. You mean they won't respect Liansong's order? Yin Kuang-tu said coldly. If Patriarch Liansong's real body was here, they naturally wouldn't dare. But now, Lu Ming is just a junior. With the 10,000 formation illustration, I'm afraid it's very difficult. Bai Shijin said with a sigh. Senior Bai, how can we know if we don't try? Lu Ming said with a smile. All right, follow me into the talisman puppet cult first. I'll gather the elders of the two sects and make a decision together. Bai Shijin said after thinking for a while. All right, let's do that. Yin Quanta nodded. Then, Bai Shijin tore the space apart. The two of them followed Bai Shijin and stepped into the space. Following Bai Shijin would naturally not be attacked by the formation. Otherwise, even if they tore the space apart, they would still be attacked by the formation. In the next moment, the space trembled. Lu Ming, Yin Quangtu, and Bai Shijin appeared in a courtyard. Yin Quangtu, Lu Ming, you two stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll gather the upper echelons and elders of the two sects and make a decision together. Then you two can go together. Bai Shijin said. Lu Ming and Yin Quanta nodded. Then Bai Shijin left. Brother Yin, can we trust Bai Shijin if we just enter the talisman puppet cult like this? Lu Ming asked Yin Quantu. If Bai Shijin had bad intentions, wouldn't it be very dangerous for them to enter this place? Lu Ming, you can rest assured. Bai Shijin is an old friend of Master. We've known each other for many years. He's a very righteous person. Moreover, he was taught by Senior Liao Song. Although he's a disciple's grandson, he's no different from a disciple. He's very loyal to Senior Liao Song. Yin Quantu said. That's good then. Lu Ming said. Thus, they decided to stay here. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On the second day, people from a Liao Song sect came and led them to the conference hall. In a huge hall, there were more than a dozen figures sitting. There were men and women in the group. Some of them looked middle-aged, and some of them were white-haired old men. At the top, on the left, sat Bai Shijin. On the right, sat a white-haired elder with a sage-like demeanor. This elder was the current leader of the Talisman sect, Du Songjue. The people in the hall were the most senior elders of the Talisman puppet cult. Some of them were equivalent to supremes, while the weakest was equivalent to a peak 9th level spirit god. They were the people with the highest status in the Talisman puppet cult. Bai Shijin, you've gathered all of us here, saying that you have something important to discuss. What's the matter? Can you tell us now? On the right, a middle-aged man with a burly appearance spoke. This person was a senior elder of the Talisman sect. His name was Meng Chong, and he was extremely powerful, equivalent to a supremes. Currently, the Talisman puppet cult only had a total of 5 supremes. One could imagine how powerful this person was in the Talisman puppet cult. Not everyone is here yet. I'll tell you when they're all here. Bai Shijin said. Not everyone is here yet. The upper echelons of both our sects are here. Who else are we waiting for? Meng Chong said. They're waiting for us. A rough voice came from outside the hall. Then, 2 figures walked in from outside. Yin Quangtu, it's you? As soon as Meng Chong saw Yin Quangtu, he suddenly stood up. A silver light flickered between his eyebrows. However, there were traces of faint golden light mixed within the silver light. A powerful aura spread out. The faint golden light meant that the spirit fire was about to transform into a golden color. A golden spirit fire was equivalent to a 9th level inscription master, equivalent to an Emperor Realm expert. Chapter 859. Bang! A powerful aura burst out from Yin Quangtu's body as he stared at Meng Chong and said, Meng Chong, what are you yelling for? Are you surprised to see me? Humph. Of course I'm surprised to see you. Who doesn't know about the battle at Nine Dragon City? Yin Quangtu. So you've escaped from Nine Dragon City and came to the Duality Mountain to join our Talisman Puppet sect. Bai Shijin, you've gathered us here to discuss Yin Quangtu joining us, right? I object. If Marshal Emperor Di knew that Yin Quangtu had joined us, it would be a great loss if he waged a war against us. Meng Chong said in a loud voice. That's right. Although Yin Quangtu's strength is strong, it's not worth offending Marshal Emperor Di. The other elders of the puppeteer sect spoke too. Lu Ming watched coldly. It was said that the puppeteer sect had the intention to join Marshal Emperor Di. It seemed like it was true. However, Bai Shijin and the elders of the Talisman Puppet sect remained silent. Haha, Meng Chong, I think you're overthinking it. I'm not here to join you. I'm here because of Brother Lu Ming. Yin Quangtu burst out laughing. Lu Ming? The others glanced at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. They were curious why such a young man would cause a battle at Nine Dragon City, to the point that even Martial Emperor Yi was involved. He's Lu Ming. It said that the battle at Nine Dragon City was because of him. You're asking us to protect him, right? No way. How is it possible to offend Martial Emperor Yi because of him? Yin Quangtu, I advise you to leave at once. There's no room for discussion. Meng Chong said. Who says Lu Ming is here to join the Talisman Puppet Sect? He's here to take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Yin Quangtu said with a grin. Silence. The hall suddenly became quiet. The elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect were stunned. They looked at Yin Quangtu and Lu Ming in a daze. Ha! Yin Quangtu, I think you're crazy. You've lost your mind after being beaten by Martial Emperor Yi in Nine Dragon City. You've come to the Talisman Puppet Sect? A kid? Taking charge of the talisman? What a joke, what a joke. After quite a while, Meng Chong laughed out crazily. The others also looked at Yin Quangtu, as if they were looking at a madman. Yin Quangtu curled his lips and did not seem to mind. He took out his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine, after which he said in an indifferent tone, if Lu Ming is the successor of Senior Lien Song and is entrusted by Senior Lien Song to take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect, I wonder if that is possible. Silence. The hall suddenly became quiet again, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Nonsense. Ancestor Lien Song has been missing for 3,000 years. How could he have obtained his legacy? It was still Meng Chong who spoke. Du Songjue's eyes flickered as he glanced at the expressionless Bai Shijin. I wonder if this can be proven? At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward, and the myriad formation illustration appeared in his hand. All of a sudden, everyone in the hall focused their attention on the myriad formation illustration. Hiss, 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 then a series of gasps could be heard. Myriad formation illustration. It's actually the myriad formation illustration. Oh my God, the myriad formation illustration has reappeared. The myriad formation illustration is the divine weapon of sect leader Lien Song, and also his keepsake. Without sect leader Lien Song's personal guidance, no one can control it. Could he really be the successor of sect leader Lien Song? Exclamations could be heard in the hall. Each of the elders' glabella flickered with silver light, and their spiritual fire jumped. Their spiritual power was like a spiritual storm that filled the hall, forming a strong pressure. Myriad formation illustration. Kid, where did you get it? Quickly hand it over. Meng Chong suddenly stood up, and a terrifying pressure spread out from his glabella, pressing down on Lu Ming. His eyes flickered with greed. If he could obtain the myriad formation illustration, then the puppet sect will be able to command the entire Talisman Puppet Sect. Du Songjue's eyes flickered, and the spiritual fire between his glabella jumped. Obviously, he was also very excited. Bang! Yin Quangtu took a step forward, and a powerful aura rushed out, covering Lu Ming's body to resist the pressure. What? You want to go against Senior Lien Song's order and snatch the myriad formation illustration? Yin Quangtu's eyes were cold. The myriad formation illustration is a sacred object of the Talisman Puppet Sect. How can it be controlled by a kid? Quickly hand over the myriad formation illustration and tell us about the situation with Senior Master Lien Song, and we can let you leave safely. Meng Chong said coldly. What a joke. Meng Chong, believe it or not, I will cripple you. Yin Quangtu roared, and golden flames of the golden crow spread out from his body. A violent aura rushed towards Meng Chong, causing the aura in the hall to suddenly rise. Meng Chong's face changed greatly, and his spiritual fire jumped. In front of him, dense inscriptions suddenly spread out, forming an inscription formation to resist Yin Quangtu's pressure. At the same time, he shouted, Yin Quangtu, although your battle strength is strong, this is the Talisman Puppet Sect. If we fight, you will definitely die. It's enough to kill you, Yin Quangtu said loudly, incomparably domineering. Meng Chong and the others of the puppet sect looked very serious. They thought of the Battle of Nine Dragons. In the Battle of Nine Dragons, Yin Kuangtu's battle strength was invincible, and he was able to fight against 3 Supremes. His battle strength had reached a terrifying level. If they really fought, even if they could defeat Yin Kuangtu, they would have to pay a heavy price. Haha, Meng Chong, Brother Kuangtu, we're all old acquaintances. Why do we have to be hostile? Sit down and talk slowly. At this time, Du Songjue, who had been silent all this time, said with a smile. Meng Chong snorted coldly and sat down again. Yin Kuangtu chuckled, and the aura on his body also converged. Lu Ming did not speak and sighed slightly in his heart. He had long known that it would not be so easy to control the Talisman Puppet sect with just the myriad formation illustration. If Yin Kuangtu was not there, he believed that the people of the Talisman Puppet sect would definitely kill him and then seize the myriad formation illustration without the slightest room for negotiation. This was strength. Only with strength would there be room for negotiation. Lu Ming has inherited the mantle of Grandmaster Liansong. This cannot be wrong. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the myriad formation illustration. At this time, Bai Shijin slowly spoke. This is indeed the case. The other elders of the Talisman Puppet sect nodded their heads. So what if that's the case? Letting a kid like him control the Talisman Puppet sect? Besides, he has offended Martial Emperor De. It will be a disaster if Martial Emperor De comes to us. Meng Chong harumphed coldly. Meng Chong, I know that the puppet sect wants to rely on Martial Emperor De, but is De worth it? My master, the Nine Sun Supreme, has contributed a lot to De, but he still killed him easily. If you rely on him, you might end up in the same situation. Yin Kuangtu chuckled. Du Songjue, Meng Chong, and the others of the puppet sect were startled, but they did not say anything. Besides, I'll tell you one more thing. Don't you want to know why Senior Liansong suddenly disappeared? He was assassinated by De. Only a wisp of his soul was left, and he escaped underground. Chapter 860. Other than Bai Shijin, who knew about this beforehand, the others were so shocked that they almost jumped up. What? Sect leader Liao Tsong was killed by Martial Emperor De? How is that possible? How could such a thing happen? The founding elders were shocked, especially the founding elders of the puppet faction, who were even more shocked. It's true, Master said himself. The Million Formation illustration is now half destroyed because Master was severely injured in the battle with De. Lu Ming said loudly. After Lu Ming finished speaking, a figure stepped out from his forehead. It was Supreme Nine Sons. Supreme Nine Sons. The people of the Talisman Puppet sect looked at Supreme Nine Sons. Many of them were old acquaintances of Supreme Nine Sons. Everyone, what Lu Ming said is true. I met Senior Liao Tsong once underground. Supreme Nine Sons said. Supreme Nine Sons' words made everyone fall into silence. Master, you were actually killed by Martial Emperor De. Du Songjue mumbled to himself. Du Songjue was Liao Tsong's direct disciple. So, do you still want to join De? If the other disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect knew that the sect leader, the leader of the Talisman Puppet sect, was killed by Martial Emperor De, and you want to join him instead, what would they think? Yin Kuangtu sneered. Meng Chong and the other founding elders of the puppet faction had ugly expressions. De had killed Liao Tsong and then invaded the territory of the Talisman Puppet sect. He was their mortal enemy. How could they join De? If the other disciples knew about this, many of them would rebel. Since De had killed Liao Tsong, why would he take them in? Why would he not guard against them? This path was obviously impossible. What the Talisman Puppet sect can do now is to unite and accumulate strength to fight against Tian Divine Palace and Martial Emperor De. Otherwise, we will be defeated, Yin Kuangtu said loudly. Ridiculous. How can we fight against Martial Emperor De? Who can fight against De without becoming an emperor? Meng Chong sneered. The others nodded. If someone can break through to the Martial Emperor realm, they can fight against De and even kill him. Yin Kuangtu said. Breaking through to the martial royal realm? Haha, it's not that easy. How many peerless geniuses have been born in the Eastern continent for the past 10,000 years? How many of them were able to break through to the martial royal realm? On average, there would only be one every few thousand years. Yin Kuangtu, you are known as the genius of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that only appears once every 1,000 years. Can you do it? Are you confident? Meng Chong looked at Yin Kuangtu mockingly. I might not be able to, but Lu Ming definitely can. Yin Kuangtu said. Him? What right does a little brat have? Ridiculous. Meng Chong sneered. I think so too. Senior Liao Tsong thinks so too. Supreme Nine Sons said, silencing Meng Chong. The Talisman Puppet Sect members involuntarily gathered their gazes onto Lu Ming once again. They couldn't help but think of the rumors about Lu Ming. Even Emperor Di was willing to help him. Yin Kuangtu and the Nine Sons Supreme, these two peerless Nine Sons Supremes trusted him so much. Besides, why was Liao Tsong willing to pass down his mantle to him? What was so special about him? Why was he worthy of the attention of so many authorities? Important. Everyone, since Lu Ming has obtained the inheritance of our ancestor, we can't disobey his orders. At that instant, Bai Shijin spoke once again. This is a serious matter that concerns the future of the Talisman Puppet Sect. We have to consider it carefully, unless Lu Ming can prove that he is worthy of us taking such a huge risk. Du Songju said. That's right. Besides, I've heard that this brat is very talented in martial arts. However, if he wants to control the Talisman Puppet Sect, he can't rely on his martial arts. Brat, show us your spiritual rings. Meng Chong said coldly. Lu Ming wore a smile on his face. It was obvious that the people of the puppet sect were starting to relax. This was a good start. Seniors, if you want to take a look, let's have a look. Lu Ming stepped forward and brought his fists together. Meanwhile, his glabella glowed as spiritual rings appeared above his head. There were a total of 6 of them. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, blue, and blue. 6 different colors, 6 spiritual rings. The hall fell into silence once again. Everyone widened their eyes and mouths as they stared at Lu Ming in a daze. They stared at the mental energy ring above his head with an incredulous expression. Perfect, all perfect. The first 5 ranks are perfect. How is this possible? How is this possible? Meng Chong's mouth was wide open as if he had just swallowed a dead mouse. Genius, a peerless genius. Such talent is comparable to Patriarch Liao Tsong's. Yeah, Patriarch Liao Tsong achieved perfect mastery in the first 5 ranks and lit up 9 spiritual rings for the 6th rank. Lu Ming has a chance to reach Patriarch Liao Tsong's level. The elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect discussed in astonishment. Bai Shijin was also dumbfounded and shocked. The reason why he stood on Lu Ming's side previously was mainly because of Liao Tsong's legacy. No matter who Liao Tsong's legacy was passed down to, he would support it. However, he did not expect Lu Ming's inscription talent to be so terrifying. The first 5 ranks were perfect mastery. Apart from Liao Tsong, no one in the Talisman Puppet Sect had achieved that in the past 10,000 years. On the side, Yin Kuangtu was also dumbfounded. He did not know that Lu Ming's talent in the Tao of Inscription was so terrifying. He could not help but smile wryly. To be able to achieve such a feat while cultivating both martial and inscription. This kid is incredible. No wonder Patriarch Liao Tsong is interested in him. Perhaps he can revitalize our Talisman Puppet Sect in the future? It's hard to say. The elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect discussed. Bai Shijin, this is a serious matter. Let's discuss it. Du Songjue glanced at Bai Shijin. Bai Shijin nodded and said, I called you here to discuss it. He then looked at Lu Ming, Yin Kuangtu, and the others and said, Why don't you wait outside the hall? We need to discuss it. Sure, please go ahead. Lu Ming brought his fists together and walked out of the hall with Yin Kuangtu. It's almost done, but it's impossible for Lu Ming to take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect. I think the Talisman Puppet Sect will give Lu Ming some tests. Supreme Nine's son said. There's no problem with the test. Lu Ming smiled confidently. Following this, they waited in silence. This wait lasted for 3 hours. Only then did someone inform them to re-enter the main hall. Lu Ming, you're still young and your cultivation is still low. I'm afraid most people won't be convinced if you take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect, which will only bring more trouble. Let's discuss with the elders and make you one of the Zongzi candidates. What do you think? Bai Shijin was the first to speak. Chapter 861. Thank you so much, seniors. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked them. It was already very rare to become a Zongzi candidate. After all, Lu Ming had just arrived, and he had to rely on the deterrence of Yin Kuang-tu and Supreme Nine Yang to achieve this. If he had come alone, these big shots would not have compromised, and he would not have had a chance to show off. First, he would become a Zongzi candidate. Then, he would have to fight for it himself. Yes, Du Songjue and the others nodded. They were satisfied with Lu Ming's humble attitude. First, you can become a Zongzi candidate. But if you want to become an official Zongzi and take charge of the Talisman Puppet Sect in the future, there is another condition. Du Songjue said slowly. Here it comes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there must be a condition. It cannot be that simple. Senior, please tell me. Lu Ming said. The condition is that you must stand out in the upcoming Battle of Providence and win first place. Then, after the Battle of Providence, you can immediately become an official Zongzi. Du Songjue said. Then, the sect leaders and elders of the Talisman Puppet Sect, Talisman Faction, and Puppet Faction all stared at Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could speak, Yin Kuang-tu shouted, What? Win first place in the Battle of Providence? How is that possible? Lu Ming has only cultivated for a short time. You are deliberately making things difficult for him. This condition is too difficult. Change it. Win first place in the Battle of Providence? Even though Yin Kuang-tu was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He did not doubt Lu Ming's talent, but Lu Ming's cultivation time was shorter than the other geniuses. The top 100 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents were each more abnormal than the other. The top 10 geniuses were even more terrifying. Moreover, there were many new geniuses who were also very bright. No one knew how strong they were. This was only for the human clan. The heavenly demon tribe also had many descendants with powerful bloodlines. It was too difficult to win first place. They were deliberately making things difficult for him. Yin Kuang-tu, this condition is indeed difficult. But to break through to the martial emperor realm and fight against DE is even more difficult. In the Eastern Wasteland, there's only one martial emperor every few thousand years. How many geniuses will there be in the Eastern Wasteland? It's hard to count. Even in this golden age where geniuses come forth in large numbers, those who can break through to the martial emperor realm in the future are few and far between. Lu Ming must suppress this era. Only then will he have the opportunity to break through to the martial emperor realm. Only then will he have the opportunity to fight and even defeat DE. Meng Chang's eyes shone brightly as he shouted. Yin Kuang-tu remained silent. He knew that what Meng Chang said made sense. Good, I agree. A clear voice suddenly rang out. Many people's eyes lit up as they looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood quietly in the hall. His body was ramrod straight, and his eyes were filled with determination and confidence. First place in the Battle of Providence? He had to do it. He had to do it. Just like what Meng Chang said. If he couldn't do it, how could he fight against DE? Anyone who could reach the martial emperor realm was a legend. And he had to create his own legend. Although he knew that it would be difficult, there was only motivation when there was pressure. Good, then it's a deal. If you can obtain first place in the Battle of Providence, you will bring great luck to the Talisman Puppet Sect. At that time, I will not go back on my words and will assist you to become the Talisman Puppet Sect Master. Anyone who wants to stop you will have to go through me first. Du Songjue stood up. His voice was sonorous and powerful. In the past, The marionette sect wanted to rely on martial Emperor Di because they were afraid that the talisman puppet sect would be destroyed. They just wanted to leave behind some legacy, not because they were afraid of death. This is also what I want to say. Furthermore, Lu Ming, if you really obtain first place, I believe that no one in the talisman puppet sect will object. Bai Shijin also spoke. The other founding elders also nodded their heads. Seniors, don't worry. Lu Ming will do it, Lu Ming said in a firm voice. All right, it's settled then. One more thing, it's better if you don't use your real name now. If Di knows that you're here at the talisman puppet sect, it will be troublesome. You can use a fake name for now. Bai Shijin suggested. I'll use the name Tianyun from today onward, Lu Ming said after a slight hesitation. Tianyun. He had used the name Tianyun in the Blazing Sun Empire, but not many people knew about it. All right, that's all for today. I'll send out a notice in a few days to inform the whole sect that you've become a Zongzi candidate. Farewell. Du Songjue rose from his seat and left. Meng Chong and the others also rose from their seats and left. In the end, the founding elders of the Talisman faction left too. Only Bai Shijin, Yin Kuang-tu, and Lu Ming were left in the hall. Lu Ming, it's up to you now. I'll give you the token of a Zongzi candidate in a few days. At that time, you'll be able to enter the sacred cultivation grounds of the Talisman Puppet sect as you wish. Also, I've already informed my disciple to arrange a new place for you to stay later, Bai Shijin said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Bai. Lu Ming thanked him sincerely. This time, Bai Shijin had helped him a lot by standing on his side. At this moment, a round bead flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It was Supreme Nine Suns' soul-gathering bead. It flew to Yin Kuang-tu, who grabbed it. Lu Ming, you'll cultivate in the Talisman Puppet sect from now on. I'll bring my master to find some treasures to help him condense his soul force, Yin Kuang-tu said. Lu Ming nodded and said, I hope Senior Nine Suns can recover soon. As the three were talking, a young woman walked in. The woman was in her early 20s. She had an impressive figure and wore a red dress. She was very beautiful. Master, what can I do for you? The young woman glanced at Lu Ming and Yin Kuang-tu curiously, then bowed to Bai Shijin. Qi Shui, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Tianyun. He's new to the Talisman Puppet sect and will cultivate in the Talisman Puppet sect from now on. During this period, take care of him. Also, Tianyun will move into the Cloud Peak residence, Bai Shijin said to the young woman. What? You want him to move into the Cloud Peak residence? No, Master, I don't agree. I used to live there alone. The young woman immediately shouted with dissatisfaction. Why not? The Cloud Peak residence has the inscription eye, so it's easy to sense the inscription law. How can I let you monopolize such a good place? Tianyun must move there. If you don't agree, you can move out, Bai Shijin said with a sullen face. The young woman's face turned pale, and she stopped talking. Her eyes were misty as she looked at Bai Shijin. Her master usually doted on her the most, but today she was scolded because of an outsider, causing her to feel extremely wronged. Tianyun, this is my youngest disciple, Bai Qi Shui. She's been spoiled by me. Please get along with her in the future, Bai Shijin said with a smile. Greetings, Miss Bai. Lu Ming brought his fists together at Bai Qi Shui. Humph. Chapter 862. Qi Shui, what kind of attitude is this? Well, now, take Tianyun to Cloud Peak residence and have a look around, Bai Shijin ordered. Bai Qi Shui stomped his feet. Without looking at Lu Ming, he pouted and turned to leave. Lu Ming touched his nose with a wry smile. He really wanted to suggest that Lu Ming arrange another residence for him. It would be more peaceful if he was alone. But thinking that Cloud Peak residence was probably very special and was specially arranged by Bai Shijin, Lu Ming did not say anything. He said goodbye to Yin Kuang-tu and Bai Shijin and followed by Qi Shui. After Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui left, Yin Kuang-tu looked at Bai Shijin with a faint smile and said, Bai Shijin, you are really an old fox. What are you planning to do by arranging such a beautiful disciple to live with Lu Ming? Ahem. Bai Shijin coughed a few times and said with a red face, "Brother Yin, you think too much. Lu Ming is a genius. I just want my disciple to learn more from Lu Ming. As for the sparks between the young people, it's all up to fate." Ha ha ha. Bai Shijin laughed awkwardly. The conference hall was in the center of the Tai Chi Yin Yang fish. Lu Ming followed by Qi Shui out of the conference hall and walked in the direction of the Yin Yang fish. Along the way, Bai Qi Shui pouted and did not say a word. She did not even look at Lu Ming and flew forward. Lu Ming smiled wryly and could only follow her. The Yin and Yang mountain was very magnificent and covered a large area. There were countless mountains, lakes, and grotto heavens on top of it. The two flew for more than 100,000 miles, passing countless mountains and rivers along the way, and finally flew to a peak surrounded by clouds and mist. On top of the mountain peak, there was a courtyard that was built very exquisitely. This was Cloud Peak Residence. What a wonderful place. As soon as he landed on this mountain peak, Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Within his spiritual sea, he could feel the spiritual fire jumping about. It was as if it could easily sense the existence of the law of inscription. From the law of inscription, it could absorb the power of inscription and enhance his spiritual fire. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The world was truly wondrous. There were all sorts of wondrous places. Some places had spiritual eyes, and the spiritual qi was extremely rich. In some places, there were Tao eyes that allowed one to comprehend the will of heaven and earth more clearly. But here, there was the eye of inscription, and it was easier to sense the inscription laws and absorb the power of inscription. No wonder Bai Shijin arranged for him to come here. He also hoped that he could improve faster before the War of Providence. Bai Qi Snow opened the door and walked in. Lu Ming also followed in. As soon as he entered, Lu Ming saw that there were some platforms in the courtyard. On the platforms, there were all kinds of materials. Lu Ming glanced at them and knew that they were materials for refining various runes and inscription symbol scrolls. It seemed like Bai Qi Snow often refined runes here. "That room is yours." Bai Qi Snow pointed to a room on the left and spoke for the first time. Her voice was crisp and very pleasant to the ear. "Yes." Lu Ming nodded. "Also, let me tell you, the things in this courtyard are all materials for me to refine inscription symbol scrolls. You don't understand, so don't touch them." "Do you understand?" Bai Qi Snow looked at Lu Ming. In the Talisman Puppet Sect, she had never seen Lu Ming. Among the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet Sect, there was no such person as Lu Ming. She didn't know where her master found this person. She actually regarded him so highly and even allowed him to stay in the Cloud Peak residence. But in her heart, since he wasn't a genius of the Talisman Puppet Sect, then his inscription definitely wouldn't be good. She was really afraid that Lu Ming would destroy her materials and disturb her cultivation. "Okay, I won't touch them." Lu Ming nodded. He couldn't be bothered to lower himself to the level of a little girl. Immediately after, Lu Ming looked around and walked into the room on the left and closed the door. I'm cultivating here alone, and I'm so free. Master even arranged for someone to come in, and it's a man. I have to think of a way to make him unable to stay here and voluntarily leave." Bai Qi Snow looked at Lu Ming's door, and her eyes spun. I got it. It's his first time here, so he definitely doesn't know anything. After that, I'll just ignore him. What did he ask me? I'll say I don't know and ignore him. Let's see how long he can stay here. Thinking of this, Bai Qi Snow's face revealed a smile, and her mood became better. She began to study the inscription symbol scrolls in the courtyard. This place is really strange. My spirit fire is about to break through. Let's try it out. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and activated the underworld god observation. Immediately, his mind seemed to pass through layers of voids and enter the inscription law. The surrounding inscription power was endless and very clear. It was as if Lu Ming could quickly absorb it with a thought. Immediately, he began to cultivate. Wisps of inscription power passed through layers of voids and fell into Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. They were absorbed by the spirit fire. Lu Ming's spirit fire slowly became more vigorous. In his sea of consciousness, for blue spirit lamps were burning fiercely and had reached the limit. He was only one step away from igniting 5. It's really strange. Compared to other places, the absorption of inscription power is dozens of times faster. Coupled with my underworld god observation, it's even more amazing. Lu Ming was shocked and worked even harder to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. In his sea of consciousness, the flames of the 4 blue spirit lamps had reached the limit. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in the 5th spirit lamp and jumped in the air. The 5th spirit lamp was lit. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. 5 blue spirit lamps. Now, my spirit power is incomparably majestic. I wonder what level it has reached. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, he waved his fingers and started to inscribe in the air. Inscriptions appeared and shone as if they were about to be inscribed in the air. In an instant, a formation was formed and embedded in the void, shining with a faint light. Unfortunately, after 10 breaths of time, the spirit formation collapsed. There's still a gap. My spirit power is still not enough to inscribe formations in the void. Perhaps, after igniting 1 or 2 more spirit lamps, I can inscribe formations in the void. Lu Ming thought to himself. If others knew about this, their jaws would drop. It was very difficult to inscribe formations in the void. One had to reach the 7th level of true inscription master, which was equivalent to the spirit embryo realm. Moreover, a true inscription master who had just broken through to the 7th level couldn't do it. Inscribing formations in the void couldn't stay for long. Only an expert among the 7th level inscription masters could do it. As for Lu Ming, he was only a 6th level inscription master. The formations he inscribed could already stay in the void for a short period of time. He believed that if his spirit power was stronger, he would really be able to inscribe formations in the void. This was extremely shocking. A 6th level inscription master could inscribe formations in the void. Since ancient times, not many people could do it. Once Lu Ming reached that level, his battle strength would increase rapidly and the restrictions of the path of inscription would be even fewer. With my current battle strength, I'm still far from being number 1 in the Battle of Providence. It's not realistic for me to rush up in a short period of time. The martial Tao and the path of inscription have to advance together and cooperate with each other to unleash a great power. Only then will I have a greater chance. The most important thing now is to raise the 9 dragons bloodline to the level of a god bloodline. The Talisman Puppet sect focuses on the path of inscription. I believe they have a lot of demonic beast blood essence. I'd better go buy some demonic beast blood essence first. Chapter 863. As soon as he walked out of the door, he saw Bai Qi Shui in the courtyard, concentrating on refining an inscription scroll. A piece of white paper made of a special material was spread out on the platform. Bai Qi Shui frowned, and a blue mental flame flickered on her fingertips. Some powdery materials were sucked into the air, and under Bai Qi Shui's fingers, they turned into lines of inscriptions and sank into the white paper. On the white paper, lines of inscriptions would appear, intertwining with each other, beautiful and gorgeous. 6th grade 7th layer heavenly fire sword. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Bai Qi Shui was refining a level 6th 7th level heavenly fire divine sword inscription talisman scroll. Once this inscription talisman scroll was activated, it could release a heavenly fire divine sword. Its power was equivalent to the attack power of a level 7 spiritual sea realm. Lu Ming was not in a hurry to leave. His figure silently appeared behind Bai Qi Shui, and he watched with interest. Bai Qi Shui's technique was very exquisite. The speed of inscription and her control of the mental flame were also very exquisite. Her use of the mental flame has already reached the late stage of minute subtlety. As expected of Bai Shijin's disciple, amazing, Lu Ming praised in his heart. An inscription master's battle prowess was not only related to the strength of the mental flame, but also to the use of the mental flame. If one's use of the mental flame reached an extremely profound level, They could defeat the strong as the weak, just like in martial arts, surpassing levels to fight. The use of the mental flame was divided into 5 levels. Adept, minute subtlety, hard intent, and Xianxia. Each level was divided into early, middle, late, and peak. Generally speaking, a 6th grade inscription master who could reach minute subtlety was already considered a genius. The 3rd level, heart intent, usually required a 7th grade inscription master to master. Intent manipulation required a level 8 inscription master to grasp it. As for Xianxia, it required a level 9 emperor to grasp it. Bai Qixue was young, and to be able to master the mental flame to the late stage of minute subtlety was already very rare. She could be considered a peerless genius. Bai Qixue's fingers moved in the air like flowing water. Lines of inscriptions flew into the white paper. The heavenly fire sword inscription scroll was about to be refined. Suddenly, a burst of green smoke came out of the scroll, and the entire scroll burst into flames, burning fiercely, and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Failed again, what's going on? Could it be that I can't inscribe a 6th grade, 7th grade inscription scroll with my cultivation? Bai Qixue gritted her teeth and frowned. At this moment, she noticed something strange behind her. She turned around and saw Lu Ming sizing her up. What are you doing? Bai Qixue was startled and almost jumped up like a frightened rabbit. I didn't do anything. I just happened to see you refining talismans, so I took a few more glances. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Look at me refining talismans. Can you understand it? You scared me. Don't hide behind me sneakily in the future, or I'll report you to Master. Bai Qixue patted her towering chest and glared at Lu Ming. Okay, I won't peek in the future. By the way, where can I buy materials, treasures, spiritual herbs, and so on? Lu Ming asked. You want to buy things? I don't know. Bai Qixue rolled her eyes. You don't know? Lu Ming was stunned and said, Then where did you get these materials? It's none of your business. Bai Qixue pouted. Lu Ming was a little amused. Bai Qixue was really a little girl. Was she deliberately making things difficult for him? I remember Senior Bai Jin asked you to take care of me. You didn't even tell me this, so I can only send a message to Senior Bai. Lu Ming sighed. Wait a minute. Bai Qixue was shocked. If Lu Ming sent a message to Bai Jin, she would probably be scolded again. These things can be bought in the treasure pavilion. Don't ask me where to go. I don't have time to take you there. Here is a map. Take it and see. Bai Qixue had no choice but to take out a map and give it to Lu Ming. At the same time, she cursed Lu Ming for not being a man and using her master to pressure her. Lu Ming opened the map and looked at it. Then he put it away and said with a smile, Thank you, Miss Bai. With that, he walked toward the main entrance. When he reached the main entrance, Lu Ming seemed to have thought of something. He stopped in his tracks and said, Miss Bai, when refining the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword Talisman, why don't you lighten the heat inscription on the 136th rune by 20% and increase the sharpness inscription on the 565th rune by 20%? Also, delay the use of the flint powder for 5 breaths. After that, Lu Ming strode out of the door and went towards the treasure pavilion. Bai Qixue was stunned for a moment. Then she coldly snorted and muttered, You don't know how to pretend to know. Nonsense. Refining the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword Charm Scroll. How can it be so easy? I just need to modify a few places. I'm just not skilled enough. If I continue to practice, I will definitely succeed. After muttering, Bai Qixue continued to seriously inscribe the Heavenly Fire Divine Sword Charm Scroll. But then, she continued to inscribe 2 times in a row, both of which ended in failure. The talisman paper burned and turned into ashes. What's going on? Could it be that I really can inscribe a 6th level, 7th level inscription charm scroll? If I can't even inscribe a 6th level, 7th level inscription charm scroll, I have no hope of getting an opportunity in the Battle of Destiny half a year later. Bai Qixue frowned and was secretly angry. Why don't we try that guy's method? Lu Ming's words suddenly flashed in Bai Qixue's mind. Then she shook her head and thought, that guy is probably talking nonsense. Why should I believe him? Although she thought so, Lu Ming's words still lingered in her mind. Damn guy. He deliberately disturbed my state of mind. I'll try it once. If it doesn't work, I'll report to Master and drive him out of Cloud Peak residence. Hey, yes, I'm so smart. At the thought of using this method to drive Lu Ming out of Cloud Peak residence, Qi Shui laughed happily again. She immediately took out a piece of talisman paper and began to inscribe the Heavenly Fire Sword Talisman Scroll. This time, she did the key points according to Lu Ming's method. Her fingers trembled slightly and inscriptions flew into the talisman paper. They intertwined on the talisman paper and formed a mysterious and beautiful pattern. Buzz! A moment later, when Bai Qi Shui finished inscribing the last inscription, the talisman paper shone brightly and there was a faint sound of a sword. A mysterious array was shining on the talisman paper. Did it succeed? Bai Qi Shui's eyes almost popped out. Her small mouth was wide open as she stared at the Heavenly Fire Sword Talisman Scroll in front of her. She actually succeeded. She never thought that according to Lu Ming's method, she would actually succeed and successfully refine the Heavenly Fire Sword Talisman Scroll. How is this possible? Could it be that this guy is a hidden expert? A thought flashed in by Qi Shui's mind. Then she quickly shook her head and muttered, Impossible. I've seen all the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect. There's no such person outside of the Talisman Puppet sect, which uses inscription technique can be compared to the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect. That guy must be lucky. He guessed right. Yes, he's lucky. Chapter 864. Lu Ming followed the map and flew towards the 100 Treasure Pavilion. Not long after, a huge building appeared in front of Lu Ming. That was the 100 Treasure Pavilion. There was a place for Talisman Puppet sect disciples to buy and sell treasures. Moreover, cultivating the path of inscription required more materials and treasures than cultivating martial arts. Therefore, the 100 Treasure Pavilion of the Talisman Puppet sect was very big and crowded. Lu Ming landed and walked towards the main hall. There were a lot of people in the main hall. There were many small rooms around the main hall, but there was a long queue. Lu Ming could only choose a room and started a lineup. After half an hour, it was Lu Ming's turn. What do you need? Do you want to buy materials or sell materials? Lu Ming walked into a room. There was a counter in the room, and a beautiful young lady smiled at Lu Ming. I want to buy some demonic beast blood essence. Lu Ming said, Demonic beast blood essence. What grade and how much do you need? The young lady smiled and asked. There were many people coming to the Talisman Puppet sect to buy demonic beast blood essence every day, so it was nothing strange. Class 6 LV 6 demonic beast blood essence 50 sets. Class 7 LV 6 demonic beast blood essence 50 sets. Lu Ming thought for a moment and said, Class 6 LV6 and Class 7 LV6? The young lady was slightly stunned. Why? You don't have any? Lu Ming said, Yes, we don't have any in stock for this grade. You'll have to wait for a while. How about this? If you need it, you can pay a deposit in advance and come back when there's enough blood essence. What do you think? The young lady suggested. That's fine. How much is it? Lu Ming felt helpless. This was the only way. Class 6 LV6 demonic beast blood essence. 10 low-grade origin stones for 1 set. Class 7 LV 6 demonic beast blood essence. 30 origin stones for 1 set. You can leave 500 origin stones as a deposit and come back 7 days later. What do you think? The young lady said. Lu Ming nodded and paid 500 origin stones as a deposit. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. The blood essence of demonic beasts was really expensive. If not for the large amount of resources left behind by Supreme Nine Yang, he would not have been able to afford it. After the battle in Jiulong City, the Temple of Paragon had been destroyed. However, the Nine Suns Sovereign had kept all the treasures and things he had left in the Temple of Paragon into a spatial ring. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have suffered a huge loss. Miss, I'll buy another batch of talisman papers. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Since the Nine Dragons bloodline couldn't be improved for the time being, it would be better to buy a batch of symbol paper and inscribe some inscription scrolls. They would definitely be useful in the Battle of Destiny. It was said that there were many restrictions in the War of Providence. For example, inscription talisman scrolls, talismans, and other treasures could only be used to inscribe their own inscriptions. If they brought others' inscriptions, they would not be able to use them. Otherwise, if he brought a few 7th or 8th level inscription masters' inscription symbol scrolls, then there would be no need to compete. He would just sweep them all away. That would be meaningless. Only those inscribed by oneself could be considered one's own strength, and only then could one bring it in and use it. Immediately, Lu Ming bought 1,000 talisman papers of different levels and spent 100 origin stones. Relatively speaking, the talisman papers were much cheaper. After buying the talisman papers, Lu Ming left the 100 Treasure Pavilion and returned to Cloud Peak residence. As soon as he walked in, he saw Bai Qi Shui sitting there in a daze. When she saw Lu Ming return, Bai Qi Shui's eyes lit up. She carefully sized up Lu Ming. She looked left and right, up and down. In the end, Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. Ahem, Miss Bai, what are you looking at? I've only left for a while. Don't tell me you miss me already? Lu Ming coughed a few times and laughed. Miss you? You wish. Let me ask you, how did you know that the Heavenly Fire Sword symbol scroll needed to be modified like that? Bai Qi Shui glared at Lu Ming and snorted coldly. You succeeded in refining it? I thought you wouldn't do it according to my method. Lu Ming said with a smile that was not a smile. I was just casually trying. I was lucky to succeed. You haven't said how you knew? Bai Qi Shui asked. Emphasizing the word lucky, Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This little girl really cared about her face. Then he smiled and said, Actually, I guessed blindly. Guessed? As expected. Bai Qi Shui pouted and revealed an as-expected expression. Lu Ming was a little confused. Bai Qi Shui believed him? All right, don't touch the things here. I'll go out and buy some things. After saying that, Bai Qi Shui ran out like a snowstorm. I'll also inscribe a batch of inscription talisman scrolls. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a piece of snow-white talisman paper was spread out on the platform. His fingers danced in the air as he began to inscribe inscriptions. The talisman Lu Ming wanted to inscribe was called the Fire Prison Talisman. It was a Class 8 Level 6 trapping talisman. To be honest, this was Lu Ming's first time inscribing a talisman. However, his mind was filled with all sorts of knowledge about inscriptions from Xianxia. As Lu Ming's fingers moved, the knowledge slowly came into play. 10 minutes later, a fire prison talisman was successfully inscribed. 10 minutes? Too slow, continue. Lu Ming frowned. He felt that it was still too slow. If others knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. It had to be known that this was a 6th level 8th layer inscription symbol scroll. Not only that, but this was the first time that Lu Ming had inscribed an inscription symbol scroll. It had only taken him 10 minutes, which was a terrifying speed. However, Lu Ming was still not satisfied. For the second talisman, his speed was slightly faster. It only took him 9 minutes. As he continued to inscribe, the knowledge and experience in his mind began to integrate with the actual operation. Lu Ming's inscription speed became faster and faster. Moreover, Lu Ming did not need any materials to inscribe inscriptions. This was because his flame of vigor was extremely strong. He could just use it as a substitute. 2 hours later, Lu Ming inscribed a fire prison talisman. It only took him 3 minutes. If this speed was known to others, it would scare them to death. My mastery of the flame of vigor is still not high. It's only at the peak of refinement. This needs to be honed. Lu Ming thought to himself. His biggest advantage was the strength of his flame of vigor. Every level was perfect. Moreover, he had Xianxia's cultivation experience. Therefore, his inscription speed was terrifying. However, he also knew that inscribing the fire prison talisman in 3 minutes was his limit. If he wanted to break through, he had to break through the realm of the flame of vigor. In fact, he had not been practicing inscription for long. His mastery of the flame of vigor had reached the peak of refinement. This was already a terrifying feat. Bai Qi Shui was extremely talented. She had practiced for more than 10 years, but she was only at the late stage of refinement. Even Dandan had sighed at Lu Ming's terrifying inscription talent. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied. What he needed to do was not something that others could compare to. Therefore, he had to do it better than others. Next, he continued to inscribe symbols. This time, he inscribed a 6th level 9th layer talisman, the 9-sword array talisman. Chapter 865. Lu Ming concentrated, his fingers constantly waving, and inscriptions flew into the talisman paper. A 6th level 9th layer talisman was 10 times more complex than a 6th level 8th layer talisman, and the time it took was naturally longer. This time, Lu Ming spent a full hour and a half to successfully inscribe. At the moment of successful inscription, Lu Ming could clearly feel that in the unseen world, the law of inscription descended a trace of power of inscription, fusing into Lu Ming's spiritual fire and strengthening it. Refining a 6th level 9th layer talisman. The power of inscription descending from the law of inscription is more than 10 times stronger than refining a 6th level 8th layer talisman. Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, and he continued to refine. As Lu Ming continued to refine, his inscription speed also became faster and faster. Just as Lu Ming was concentrating on inscription, Bai Qi Shui had returned to Cloud Peak residence at some unknown time. This guy is inscribing a talisman? Humph! What kind of high-grade talisman can this guy inscribe? Hey, no. This is a 6th level 9th layer talisman. A 9th level sword array talisman. Bai Qi Shui was quite disdainful at first, and casually glanced at it a few times, but after a glance, her eyes could no longer move away. She stared straight at Lu Ming, watching Lu Ming's fingers constantly waving in the air, and her mouth opened so wide that she could swallow a duck egg. She could see that Lu Ming was actually inscribing a 6th level 9th layer talisman. A 6th level 9th layer talisman was already a top 6th level talisman. Lu Ming's path of inscription had actually reached this level. It had to be known that she had only succeeded in inscribing a 6th level 7th layer talisman for the first time under Lu Ming's guidance. Bai Qi Shui stared blankly, and the more she looked, the more shocked she was. The usage of spiritual flames is at the peak of the minute subtlety realm. Also, how can his spiritual energy be so terrifying? He doesn't even need to use materials. Wait, how can his technique be so exquisite? How can his speed be so fast? Bai Qi mumbled in a daze. The astonishment and disbelief in his eyes grew thicker. Night fell, but Lu Ming did not seem to be tired. After he finished inscribing one talisman, he immediately started inscribing the next one. His speed was getting faster and faster. Later on, it only took him half an hour to inscribe a level 6 9th tier talisman scroll. In one breath, Lu Ming engraved 15 pieces of paper before he stopped and let out a long sigh. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual power was somewhat lacking. His spiritual flame was somewhat dim, and he needed to rest to recover. Miss by your back. At this time, Lu Ming discovered Bai Qi Snow. Pervert. Bai Qi stared blankly at Lu Ming and blurted out a few words. Ah, you met a pervert? Where is it? Lu Ming's eyes darted around. You're a pervert, Bai Qi Snow muttered. Me? Lu Ming was speechless. Who exactly are you? The Tao of inscription is actually so powerful. Bai Qi Snow opened her eyes wide and swept her gaze over Lu Ming's body. I'm Tianyan. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this thick-skinned girl saw something? I know all the geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect. Why have I never seen someone like you? Could it be? As she spoke, Bai Qi Snow circled around Lu Ming and sized him up carefully. Could it be that you're a genius that Master secretly nurtured? Or are you Master's illegitimate son? Yes, it must be so. No wonder he asked you to stay in the Cloud Peak residence. Bai Qi Snow became more and more excited as she spoke. Her eyes were shining as if she had discovered a huge secret. Lu Ming's forehead was full of black lines. Isn't this girl's imagination a little too rich? Miss Bai, I'm not secretly nurtured by your master, nor am I his illegitimate son. I just came to the Talisman Puppet sect not long ago. Lu Ming explained helplessly. You're not? That's impossible. Bai Chi Snow rubbed her chin as her large eyes blinked. Then her eyeballs spun around. No one knew what she was thinking. After a while, Bai Chi Snow's face revealed an indescribable smile, causing Lu Ming's heart to tighten. He didn't know what this girl was thinking. Tianyun, I suddenly realized that you're not bad. How about this? I won't object to you staying in the Cloud Peak residence in the future. But I have a condition. You have to teach me the Tao of Inscription. I realized that some of your techniques are even more exquisite than my master's. Yes, it's decided. You can rest today and teach me tomorrow. Bai Chi Snow grinned as she finished speaking and ran back to her room. Leaving behind Lu Ming in a daze, he roared in his heart. I haven't agreed yet. Just like this, as a condition of staying in the Cloud Peak residence, Lu Ming took out 2 hours every day to guide Bai Chi Snow in her cultivation of the Tao of Inscription. Lu Ming's Tao of Inscription was inherited from Lien Song. How experienced and insightful was his vision. He was often able to point out Bai Chi Snow's flaws and point out the main points in one sentence. In a short 2 days, Bai Chi Snow's understanding of the Tao of Inscription had deepened by a level. At the same time, Lu Ming became more and more unfathomable in her heart. Tianyun, I'll bring you out for a walk today. You haven't taken a good look around the Talisman Puppet sect, right? There are many good places in the Talisman Puppet sect. On the morning of the 3rd day, Bai Chi Snow pulled Lu Ming and ran out. Lu Ming was also rather curious as he followed Bai Chi Snow. Along the way, they saw many strange places. Some had beautiful sceneries, some were mysterious and profound, and it broadened Lu Ming's horizons. A mountain peak appeared in front of them. At the foot of the mountain, there was an enormous cave that they saw people entering and exiting. That's the Myriad Formation Cave. There are countless formations in the cave that were inscribed by the experts of the Talisman Puppet sect. Some are incomplete formations, some are complete and can be comprehended by future generations. Come, let's go take a look. Bai Chi Snow explained, after which the two of them landed at the entrance of the cave. There were people guarding the entrance of the cave. However, Bai Chi Snow's identity was no small matter. She was the little disciple of the Talisman Faction's master, Bai Shijin. Naturally, she could enter without any obstructions. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Ming felt a complicated aura pervading the air. Lu Ming swept his gaze and realized that the walls on both sides of the cave were inscribed with formation diagrams. There were various kinds of formation diagrams that emitted different auras. At a glance, the cave was endlessly deep and stretched into the distance. There were countless formation diagrams on both sides of the cave. Lu Ming observed carefully. He recognized some of the formation diagrams, but he didn't recognize most of them. Moreover, there was a detailed explanation below every formation diagram. There were even some incomplete formations that were incomparably mysterious and left for future generations to comprehend and decipher. Below, there are also some insights. Good place, this is truly a good place. Lu Ming looked at more than 10 formation diagrams and felt that he had gained a lot. This Myriad Formation Cave was simply an endless wealth left behind by the ancestors of the Talisman Puppet sect. Lu Ming walked forward as he observed. Suddenly, he realized that there was a fork at the side of the cave. He walked in, and there was only one formation diagram in the fork. Buzz! When he saw the formation diagram, the heavens and earth trembled. He discovered that his surroundings had changed. He was now in a boundless void, and in the void, there were 8 streams of sword chi. The sword chi was incomparably gigantic, like pillars that supported the heavens. They descended from the heavens, suppressing everything in all directions and destroying everything. The powerful sword intense slashed in Lu Ming's direction with a terrifying might, just like when he had faced Martial Dominator DE at Nine Dragon City. Shit. Chapter 866. Bam! Bam! In the next moment, his surroundings changed. He was still in the fork. He retreated and hit the wall behind him. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and he was gasping for breath. What a powerful array diagram! Lu Ming was shocked and did not dare to look at the array diagram again. Tianyan, are you okay? Why did you go to look at the array diagram? It was carved by a supreme martial artist imitating a level 9 array diagram. Only a level 8 inscriber can look at it. At the fork, Bai Qi Shui looked at Lu Ming with a worried expression. Why didn't I see a level 9 array diagram? Lu Ming was depressed. With his current cultivation, looking at a level 9 array diagram was like looking for trouble. It was good enough that he was not injured. Isn't it written here? Bai Qi Shui pointed to the side of the fork. There was a jade token there with the words, "Only a level 8 inscriber can enter," written on it. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He was too focused just now and did not notice it. This is a good place. If you have time later, you can come here to comprehend it. Lu Ming said with a smile as he walked out of the fork. The two of them walked around for a while and then left. They planned to walk around other places. However, as soon as they walked out of the cave of 1,000 formations, they were blocked by a few people. There were 3 young men. The leader was a young man with a hooked nose. His eyes flashed with sharpness from time to time. "Sushan, what are you doing? Get out of my way." Bai Qi Shui's face darkened when she saw the young man and shouted, "Bai Qi Shui, what are you shouting for? What right do you have to scold me? What a slut. My brother is pursuing you, but you are hiding a wild man in Cloud Peak residence." Sushan sneered and looked at Lu Ming. In the past few days, the news of a young man living in Cloud Peak residence had spread and caused a great uproar among the young disciples. Bai Qi Shui, the youngest disciple of the leader of the Talisman faction, Bai Shijin, not only did she have a noble status, but she also possessed an outstanding beauty. In the Talisman puppet sect, countless geniuses and geniuses were pursuing her, but none of them were able to catch Bai Qi Shui's attention. Bai Qi Shui did not even like the supreme talents on the list of top 1,000 talents. But now a young man was living in Cloud Peak residence, which was regarded as a sacred place in the eyes of many male disciples. How could this not be shocking? Countless people were eager to find trouble with Lu Ming. Sushan did not expect to bump into Bai Qi Shui here. He immediately stopped the two of them. "What did you say?" Bai Qi Shui was so angry that his face turned red, and he glared at Sushan. "Am I wrong?" Sushan snorted coldly. He then looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lad, are you the one staying in Yunfeng residence?" "That's right." Lu Ming frowned and said, "Young man, I advise you to get out of Cloud Peak residence. Otherwise, one day, your legs will be broken." Sushan sneered and jealousy flashed in his eyes. Where did this young man come from? How could he live in Cloud Peak residence? Not only did Cloud Peak residence have the inscribed eye, but it was also a sacred place to cultivate the spiritual fire. At the same time, a beauty like Bai Qi Shui lived with him. How could he not be jealous? I advise you to keep your mouth clean. Otherwise, one day, your face will be swollen. Lu Ming smiled faintly and replied. By the side, Bai Qi Shui burst out laughing. Lu Ming was using Su Shan's words to retaliate against him. Su Shan's face darkened, and a sharp look flashed in his eyes. "Young man, I don't know when my face will be swollen, but today, your legs will be broken." Su Shan said coldly. He waved his hand, and a huge black bear appeared on the ground. It wasn't a real black bear, but a puppet. Its eyes emitted a cold light, and the moment it appeared, it let out a shocking roar. It was a puppet that was equivalent to the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. At this moment, other people heard the commotion and came over. That's Su Shan and Bai Qi Shui. I heard that a strange man lived in Cloud Peak residence recently. Could it be that young man, Su Shan's elder brother? He has been chasing after Bai Qi Shui. No wonder Su Shan would find trouble with that person. There's a good show to watch. That young man came from who knows where. He can live in Cloud Peak residence. He will be tortured sooner or later. It must be Bai Qi Shui's request. Otherwise, normal people wouldn't be able to live there. This young man doesn't know his place. If it were me, even if I had the chance, I would take the initiative to move out. Who knows how many people I would offend? Around them, some people were discussing in low voices. Su Shan, what are you doing? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Bai Qi Shui stepped out and stood in front of Lu Ming, glaring at Su Shan. Bai Qi Shui, it seems that this person is really your little lover. You're protecting him like this. Su Shan sneered. Bai Qi Shui blushed and said, Nonsense. Tianyan and I are just friends. Friends? Hee hee. Su Shan sneered and looked at Lu Ming, shouting, Brat, hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? If you have the guts, fight with me. Roar. The black bear puppet roared, emitting a violent aura. Since you're looking for a beating, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward, passing by Qi Shui. Brat, watch me break your legs. Su Shan's face revealed a ferocious expression. His forehead glowed, and the black bear puppet roared angrily. It stomped on the ground and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming swung his palm. Boom! The palm landed on the black bear puppet and sent it flying 1,000 meters away. It heavily smashed into the ground and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The scene instantly quieted down. A puppet that was equivalent to the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was made of metal and was invulnerable. But now, it was actually turned into scrap metal by Lu Ming's palm, which shocked everyone. Martial Dao, how is your martial Dao so strong? Su Shan reacted and shouted angrily. The Talisman Puppet sect mainly cultivated the Dao of Inscription. They also cultivated martial Dao, but it was only auxiliary and wouldn't have a deep level. Lu Ming's martial Dao was actually so strong, which was rare in the Talisman Puppet sect. Of course, in the Talisman Puppet sect, there were some geniuses who were naturally suited to cultivate martial Dao. They would also choose to cultivate martial Dao, but there were very few of them. In fact, in the Talisman Puppet sect, those who mainly cultivated martial Dao would be looked down upon. You're looking for a beating. Lu Ming strode forward. Using martial Dao to cripple one of my puppets, what kind of ability is that? If you have the ability, then use the Dao of Inscription to fight with me. Su Shan roared angrily and retreated. With a wave of his hand, 3 puppets appeared on the ground. They were all at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Using the Dao of Inscription? Sure. Lu Ming moved his hand and an inscription scroll appeared. He opened it and poured in his spirit fire. The inscription scroll emitted a brilliant light, and 9 battle swords floated out. 6th layer, 9th layer inscription scroll, 9-sword array scroll. You cheated, you cheated. Su Shan shouted. Xiao, Xiao. The 9 battle swords danced and cut the 3 puppets into pieces. Chapter 867. The crisp sound of the slaps spread far and wide outside the 10,000 formation cave. Then, Su Shan's pitiful cries could be heard. Ha! Then, Lu Ming turned his hand and slapped Su Shan again. Su Shan was sent flying and heavily fell to the ground. Both sides of his face were swollen, and he was beyond recognition. The surrounding onlookers were stunned, including Bai Qi and Shui. Compared to martial artists, a duel between inscription masters was not as violent. There were very few people who would directly go on stage and slap others. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. You dare hit young Master Su? You're finished, you're finished. One of the youths who came with Su Shan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming's hand moved, and a 9 extreme sword array appeared in his hand. He stared at the 2 youths and said, What? Do you want to try? You're despicable. You're cheating. You didn't use an inscription scroll that you refined yourself. What kind of skill is that? One of the youths shouted. When he saw the inscription scroll in Lu Ming's hand, he retreated again and again. Liao Cong was deathly pale. They didn't think that Lu Ming would have such a high-level inscription scroll in his hands. They also didn't think that Lu Ming would be so shameless to use such an inscription scroll. They believed that such a high-level inscription scroll must have been bought by Lu Ming. It was impossible for him to refine it himself. There was an unwritten rule between inscription masters. In a fair duel between two inscription masters, one could not use an inscription scroll refined by another. That would not be a competition of strength, but a competition of wealth. Only in a life and death battle would one use it. Moreover, wanting to activate a high-level inscription scroll was not a simple matter. Who said I didn't refine it myself? Lu Ming curled his lips. This was clearly something that he had refined himself. You're shameless. Let's go, one of the youths said. Then, he helped the dizzy Su Shan up and hurriedly left. The surrounding onlookers also shook their heads and looked at Lu Ming with disdain. They didn't believe that Lu Ming, this kid who had come out of nowhere, would be able to refine a 6th level, 9th level inscription symbol scroll. Youths who could refine level 6, level 9 inscriptions were the top 300 geniuses on the list of top 1,000 talents. They were as famous as the martial arts geniuses who had awakened the god-level bloodline. How could this unknown brat be a god-tier prodigy? Moreover, Lu Ming's martial arts were obviously not weak. Smashing a puppet at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier into a pile of scrap metal with one slap, he obviously had high attainments in martial arts. Since the martial way was so profound, then it was impossible for the way of inscription to be so strong. If one were to say that Lu Ming was so strong in both aspects, then they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Let's go. Lu Ming was disinclined to pay attention to the gazes of the surrounding people. He called out to Bai Qi and Snow, and then flew forward. Bai Qi Snow blinked her big eyes and followed him. Tianyun, I didn't expect your martial cultivation to be so powerful. You can shatter a class 6 LV6 puppet with a single slap. What level has your martial cultivation reached? Are you practicing both martial arts and inscription? Along the way, Bai Qi Snow was extremely curious and asked several questions in a whisper. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and hurried on, too lazy to answer. Tianyun, Su Shan's elder brother, is a god-tier prodigy, ranked 299th on the list of top 1,000 talents. This time, you beat Su Shan, so his elder brother, the rising sun, may cause trouble for you. You have to be careful, Bai Qi Snow reminded him. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming nodded casually. After that, the two of them didn't go anywhere else and directly returned to Cloud Peak residence. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. On this day, Lu Ming was inscribing inscriptions in the yard. After a few days of inscribing practice, Lu Ming's inscribing speed had become faster. It only took 20 minutes to inscribe a talisman scroll of the 9-level sword array. This speed was extremely amazing. If it were to spread out, it would scare a group of people to death. Beside him, Bai Qi Snow opened her eyes wide and stared at it without blinking, trying to extract what she needed from it. Before long, Lu Ming had inscribed another talisman scroll. Tianyun, with your inscribing speed and 100% success rate, even if you don't do anything else, you will make a fortune just by selling inscription talismans. Bai Qi Snow said with her eyes shining. How could others inscribe inscription talismans so fast? Moreover, they would fail and waste materials. Unlike Lu Ming, who didn't want any materials and only used talisman paper. With a 100% success rate, it would be strange if he didn't make a fortune. Lu Ming nodded. This was a good way to make money. In the future, when he lacked raw stones, he could consider refining inscription talismans to sell. The two of them chatted. From time to time, Lu Ming would guide Bai Qi Snow in refining. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Cloud Peak residence, there was another mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was also a courtyard. This courtyard was the courtyard of the god-level genius Rising Sunday. In the courtyard, Su Shan was crying in front of the rising sun. Big brother, you finally came out of seclusion. You must avenge me. That Tianyun is simply lawless and arrogant. Su Shan shouted. You mean that kid called Tianyun lives in Cloud Peak residence? The rising sun coldly said. His eyes were filled with killing intent and thick jealousy. Yes, big brother. I was fighting injustice for you, so I want to find that kid Tianyun to get the hell out of Cloud Peak residence. I didn't expect that he would use a 6th level 9th layer inscription talisman to plot against me. Big brother, you must avenge me. Su Shan cried out pitifully and miserably. Don't worry, that guy actually dared to live in Cloud Peak Residence. I will break his legs and make him get the hell out of Cloud Peak Residence. The rising sun said, Dong. At this moment, a melodious bell sounded. This bell sound came from the center of the Talisman Puppet sect. It seemed to be able to cross the endless space and spread throughout the entire Twin Forms mountain region. This is the signal bell. When the signal bell rings, it means that the sect has something important to report. Su Shan and the rising sun's expressions changed. Then, the two of them each took out a voice transmission jade talisman. When the signal bell rang, the sect would report something important to each disciple's voice transmission jade talisman. When the two of them saw the content of the voice transmission jade talisman, their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can that Tianyun become a Zongzi candidate? Su Shan screamed in disbelief. The content of the voice transmission jade talisman was the news that the upper echelon of the Talisman Puppet sect wanted Tianyun to be promoted to a Zongzi candidate. Tianyun, the Tianyun who lived in Cloud Peak Residence? The rising sun also widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right, it's him. How is this possible? How is this possible? Su Shan was still in disbelief. It was extremely difficult to become a Zongzi candidate. One had to obtain the approval of more than 60% of the founding elders of the Talisman faction and the Puppet faction before they could ascend to the throne of a Zongzi candidate. In the future, they would have a chance to compete for the position of Zongzi and eventually take charge of the Talisman Puppet sect. Chapter 868. Damn it, who is this Tianyun? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? Damn it. Rising Sun yelled. It was Rising Sun's dream to become a Zongzi candidate. He had been working hard for it, but now it was taken by a stranger. He was so jealous that he was about to go crazy. At this moment, the entire Talisman Puppet sect was confused. Who is Tianyun? Where did he come from? How is he qualified to be a Zongzi candidate? The elite's eyes lit up, especially those who were ranked in the top 300 of the list of top 1,000 talents. They were all competing for the Zongzi candidate, but now it was taken by a stranger. How could they be convinced? I'd like to see how capable this Tianyun is to become a Zongzi candidate. Go and find out more about this Tianyun. Everyone in Liangyi Mountain was shocked by the name Tianyun. In Yun Peak Residence, Bai Qi stared blankly at the voice transmission jade talisman in his hand, then stared at Lu Ming for a long time before he said, You still say that you're not Master's illegitimate son, but now you're a Zongzi candidate. Lu Ming was speechless. What is this? Don't tell me everyone has been notified? Lu Ming asked. More or less. Almost all the Talisman Puppet sect disciples in Liangyi Mountain have received the news. Bai Qi said. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Lu Ming knew that there would be a lot of trouble in this way. These guys are deliberately making trouble for me. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He understood that by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were doing this on purpose. It was equivalent to indirectly challenging him. He was a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere and was appointed as a Zongzi candidate. How could those prodigies be convinced? They would definitely cause trouble for him. This was the test. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. At most, I'll go into seclusion and not come out. Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He was not afraid of those people, but he was afraid of trouble. Hey, you haven't answered me. Are you Master's illegitimate son or not? Bai Qi's eyes widened, and he continued to ask curiously. Lu Ming was speechless. Stop guessing. I didn't cultivate in the Talisman Puppet sect. You didn't cultivate in the Talisman Puppet sect? Then where did you cultivate? In the territory of Emperor's territory? Bai Qi asked curiously. Something like that. Lu Ming said casually. Really? Are you really cultivating in the territory of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? Do you know Lu? Bai Qi Xue became excited and asked a few questions. No, Lu Ming's heart jumped, and he hurriedly denied it. You don't know Lu Ming? Humph, you're so ignorant. You don't even know Lu Ming. In the Battle of Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming pulled out the divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and fought against 3 supreme martial artists. It was said that one of the supreme martial artists was almost killed by him. Even Martial Emperor Di took action. How can you not know such a person? He's my idol now. Bai Qi looked at Lu Ming with disdain, and then looked at the sky with a smitten look. Lu Ming was confused. Lu Ming is a peerless genius in my heart. He's comparable to the top 10 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Those people like the rising sun are far from him. Tianyun, although you're good, you're still far behind Lu Ming. Keep working hard. Bai Qi patted Lu Ming on the shoulder with a look of encouragement. I'll work hard. Work hard. Lu Ming's face was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, a talisman puppet sect elder arrived, and Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The elder was here to give Lu Ming the token that represented the candidate Xianxia. With this token, Lu Ming could enter most places in the talisman puppet sect at will, except for some important forbidden areas. In the next 2 days, Liangyi Mountain was very lively. Everyone was talking about Tianyun. However, no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Ming. They seemed to be waiting for someone else to go first and test the waters. 2 days later, Lu Ming left Cloud Peak residence and headed to Treasure Pavilion. 7 days had passed, and he went to collect the blood essence of the demonic beasts. Tianyun, that's Tianyun. Lu Ming was recognized as soon as he arrived at Treasure Pavilion. He's Tianyun. He's so young. What does he have to be a candidate, Xianxia? You don't know, but he must be outstanding in some way. Otherwise, why would the elders agree? I think he might be a disciple secretly groomed by one of the elders. He only appeared now that the Battle of Providence is about to begin. That's possible. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Many people looked at Lu Ming curiously. Some of them were kind, but most of them were jealous. Lu Ming simply ignored these gazes and went to the counter that he had visited previously. Young master, you're Tianyun? The young lady at the counter widened her eyes and looked at Lu Ming curiously. If there's no one else, it's me. Pretty lady, have you collected the blood essence of the demonic beasts? Lu Ming asked. Yes, they're all here. Take a look. The young lady handed a storage ring to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his mind to confirm that it was correct. Then, Lu Ming paid 2,500 origin stones, put away the blood essence of the demonic beasts, and walked out. Tianyun, stop! A cold shout sounded, and 2 figures blocked Lu Ming's way. Su Shan. Lu Ming saw at a glance that one of them was Su Shan. The other person looked somewhat similar to Su Shan. His eyes shone with sharpness. It's the rising sun. It seems that the rising sun can't help but make the first move. Of course, all the elites are watching. Someone must make the first move. Su Shan was beaten by Tianyun a few days ago, and the rising sun has been pursuing by Qi Shui. It's reasonable for him to make the first move. Finally, I can see what's so special about this Tianyun. In the 100 Treasure Pavilion, there was a lot of discussion. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. So this is the rising sun. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Tianyun, you finally dare to appear. Let's see where you can go today. Su Shan said coldly, staring at Lu Ming fiercely. That day, he was slapped twice by Lu Ming in public, and now he had become a joke. He hated Lu Ming to the core. What's wrong? Do you want your face to be swollen again? Lu Ming glanced at Su Shan, causing Su Shan's face to change, and he took a step back. Tianyun, I want to see what ability you have. How dare you hit my brother, move into Yunfeng residence, and become a Xianxia candidate? The rising sun stepped out. A blue light shone between his eyebrows, and a huge mental strength spread out. Do you want your face to be swollen too? Lu Ming looked at the rising sun. This made the rising sun's face turn ugly. An even more violent mental strength spread out from between his eyebrows, stirring up a mental strength storm in the hall. No fighting is allowed in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 869. In the 100 Treasure Pavilion, an expert warned. Rising Sun's expression changed, and he quickly withdrew his mental strength. Tianyun, if you have the ability, go to the inscription battle arena and have a fair battle with me. Rising Sun stared at Lu Ming. The inscription battle arena was the place where the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect competed. Not interested, Lu Ming said and strode away. During this period, the Nine Dragons' bloodline had been weak. Lu Ming was worried that there would be repercussions and had long wanted to try devouring the blood essence. Now that he had finally obtained the blood essence, he couldn't wait to go back and test it out. How could he be in the mood to compete on the inscription battle arena? If he could deal with it here, he wouldn't mind doing it. Lu Ming left the 100 Treasure Pavilion and flew directly to Cloud Peak residence. He's just a coward. What right does he have to become a Xianxia candidate? Rising Sun snorted when he saw Lu Ming leaving. Who knows how Tianyun managed to become a Xianxia candidate? He's clearly afraid of you, big brother, and doesn't dare to fight with you. Once you do, he'll give himself away. Su Shan sneered. In the main hall of the 100 Treasure Pavilion, others also shook their heads. They thought that Lu Ming didn't dare to compete with Rising Sunday. And such rumors spread throughout the Yinyang Mountain through the 100 Treasure Pavilion. After Lu Ming returned to Cloud Peak residence, he went straight to his room and sat down cross-legged. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. There were 9 pearl-like drops of demonic beast blood essence in it. Grade 6 LV6 demonic beast blood essence. With a thought, the 9 dragons' bloodline emerged. 9 silver chakras appeared around the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, the light was dim and the 9 dragons' bloodline seemed to be weak. Lu Ming controlled the 9 dragons' bloodline and sucked the 9 drops of demonic beast blood essence into his mouth. He began to refine them. Slowly, as the power of the beast's blood was absorbed by the 9 dragons' bloodline, the 9 silver chakras became brighter and brighter. 2 hours later, the first blood essence was refined. Lu Ming took out a Class 6 LV6 demonic beast's blood essence and refined it. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Lu Ming continuously refined more than 10 portions of the blood essence of the demonic beasts. Finally, the 9 dragons' bloodline regained its vigor. The 9 silver chakras shone brightly, and the speed of refining the blood essence also increased by a notch. Lu Ming continued refining. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In 4 days, Lu Ming had refined all 56th level grade blood essences, but his 9 dragons bloodline still hadn't reached the divine grade. What's going on? 50 blood essences of 6th level beasts are not enough for me to level up. I was able to reach the God realm before I devoured so much blood essences. But now, I've already devoured more blood essences than before. Why haven't I leveled up yet? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He was worried that the 9 dragons' bloodline wouldn't level up because of the explosion of the chakras. That would be a great loss. Impossible. It must be because I haven't devoured enough blood essence. Keep devouring. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, took out a Class 7 LV6 demonic beast's blood essence, and continued to devour and refine it. The blood essence of a Class 7 LV6 demonic beast was 4 or 5 times thicker than that of a Class 6 LV6 demonic beast. Lu Ming continued to devour the blood essence. Lu Ming was so focused on refining the blood essence that he was oblivious to what was going on outside. In the past few days, Tianyun's name had spread like wildfire in Liangyi Mountain. On the second day of Lu Ming's closed-door cultivation, other geniuses ranked in the top 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents challenged Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't accept the challenge. Subsequently, rumors about Lu Ming not daring to accept the challenge and that he was weak spread like wildfire. Some geniuses even went to Cloud Peak residence to challenge Lu Ming. However, Bai Chi Shui used the excuse that Lu Ming was in closed-door cultivation to activate the formation of Cloud Peak residence and turned Lu Ming away. Thus, the rumors that Lu Ming was cowardly and incompetent became even louder. Some people even suggested to the Elder Council that Lu Ming be stripped of his position as Xianxia candidate and move out of Cloud Peak residence. However, the suggestion was rejected. Many geniuses gritted their teeth and waited for Lu Ming to appear and defeat Lu Ming in public. Then, they would see if Lu Ming would still have the face to continue being a Zongzi candidate. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been in closed-door cultivation for 7 days. Lu Ming had refined 10 more Class 7 LV 6 blood essences. At this time, Lu Ming finally felt that the Nine Dragons bloodline was about to evolve. This time, the amount of blood essence consumed is several times more than the previous time. Is this the after effect? However, as long as it can evolve, it's worth it. No matter how much blood essence is consumed, it's worth it. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. However, evolving the divine bloodline will cause too much of a commotion. I have to find a secret place to do so. I'll ask by Qi Shui if there's a secret place. Thinking of this, Lu Ming went out of the room and saw by Qi Shui frowning and in a daze. Qi Shui, why are you in a daze? Lu Ming walked over and said with a smile, "It's all because of you. During this period, everyone came to challenge you. You hid and cultivated, but I sent them all away." Bai Qi Shui glared at Lu Ming and pouted. "Challenge me? I knew it." Lu Ming smiled. He had long known that many people would come to challenge him. It would be strange if they didn't. "What's your plan? Are you going to go out and fight with them?" Bai Qi Shui asked. "I'm not free now. I have to go into seclusion for a while. When I come out, I'll deal with them together," Lu Ming said with a smile. "Deal with them together? You're very confident." Among them, they're close to the top 100 geniuses. Although the Talisman Puppet sect is not as strong as the Emperor God Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect, there's still more than 30 geniuses ranked between 100 and 300 on the list of top 1,000 talents. These are all your opponents. Can you deal with them? Bai Qi Shui obviously didn't believe him. "It's okay." Lu Ming smiled and asked, "Is there a quieter place here where no one will disturb us? Where even if there's a commotion, there won't be a big impact on us?" "Yes, the Wind Marshal Cave. It's not very useful for the cultivation of the Way of Inscription, so very few people go there. Moreover, it's full of caves. Just pick one, and no one will know no matter how big the commotion is." Bai Qi Shui said. "Okay, the Wind Marshal Cave it is. I'll go into seclusion for a while." After saying that, Lu Ming left Cloud Peak residence. According to the map, he turned into a beam of light and flew toward the Wind Marshal Cave. The Wind Marshal Cave was hundreds of thousands of miles away. With Lu Ming's speed, he soon arrived. The Wind Marshal Cave was full of jagged rocks. Here, there were huge rocky mountains that were more than 10,000 meters high. There were huge caves on the mountains, and the wind was blowing out from each cave. Lu Ming rushed in, randomly chose a cave, and flew in. Although Lu Ming was fast, the news that he had entered the Wind Marshal Cave was still discovered by others. Soon, the news spread throughout Liangyi Mountain. Finally, Cloud Peak residence. Chapter 870. However, when they arrived at the Wind Marshal Cave, they all stopped outside. The Wind Marshal Cave was extremely wide and had thousands of caves. No one knew which cave Lu Ming had entered, so they could only wait outside. Lu Ming entered a cave and went deeper. What rich spiritual qi! Lu Ming's eyes flashed with surprise as he ran forward. The spiritual qi in the cave was extremely rich. However, the Talisman Puppet sect mainly cultivated the Tao of inscription, and the spiritual qi was not very useful. Therefore, very few people came to the Wind Marshal Cave. Lu Ming came to an underground cave after tens of thousands of meters. Then, Lu Ming waved his hands, and inscriptions entered the surroundings, setting up a large array. This large array was mainly used to isolate sound so that when he broke through, there would be too much noise. After inscribing the large array, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged. "Let's upgrade the Nine Dragons bloodline in one go." Lu Ming waved his hand. This time, he took out 10 portions of blood essence of level 7, level 6 demonic beasts. The Nine Dragons bloodline opened its mouth and roared. It devoured the 10 portions of blood essence and began to refine them. The rich power of blood essence continued to flow into the Nine Dragons bloodline. A day later, the Nine Suns bloodline roared to the sky. The roar of a dragon echoed in the cave, isolating the sound in the cave. Roar! The Nine Dragons bloodline's body continued to grow. Originally, the Nine Dragons bloodline had turned into a flood dragon with 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. But now the 5th dragon claw stretched out. It had turned into the appearance of a real dragon. However, this was not the end. After the 5th dragon claw stretched out, the 6th dragon claw stretched out. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. The upgrade this time was different from the previous one. After the 6th dragon claw stretched out, the dragon roar became louder and the aura of the Nine Dragons bloodline became stronger. Roar! After the roar, the 7th dragon claw stretched out, followed by the 8th and 9th dragon claw. A total of 9 dragon claws. 9 dragons. Lu Ming's bloodline had turned into the legendary 9 dragons. The 9-clawed true dragon, also known as the 9 dragons, was a mutated true dragon. It was incomparably powerful, far surpassing ordinary true dragons. It was a unique existence between heaven and earth, and was also one of the top 10 beasts that Dan had spoke of. After exploding his chakra, the 9 dragons bloodline had evolved into the form of 9 dragons. This was the complete bloodline of the 9 dragons. After a moment of shock, Lu Ming was ecstatic. The 9 dragons roared as the 9 silver chakras merged into a golden chakra. A powerful dragon aura spread out and shook the heavens and earth. However, Liangyi Mountain had an extremely powerful array that completely isolated the 9 dragons' auras. Those outside Liangyi Mountain could not sense them. The power of devouring is several times stronger than when I was in my dragon form. Lu Ming sensed it and was overjoyed. He discovered that the devouring power of the 9 dragons was several times stronger than that of the true dragon form. This time, it was really a blessing in disguise. After his 9 dragons bloodline exploded his chakra, he unexpectedly awakened the perfect 9 dragons form. Withdraw. With a thought, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragons bloodline. He discovered that a stream of dragon power had condensed at his spine. I wonder what's the difference between this dragon force and the previous dragon force. Lu Ming pondered. Then, with a thought, the dragon force burst out. A layer of purple gold scales appeared on Lu Ming's skin. It covered Lu Ming's body like a suit of armor. It looked abnormally demonic. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was shocked. He felt that his body was full of power. Boom! He threw out a punch. The space quickly condensed into a ball of terrifying energy and blasted forward. Oh no! Lu Ming's face changed. He activated the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps and appeared in front of the ball of energy in an instant. He threw out a punch and blocked it. Boom! With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he took 8 steps back. So powerful, so powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. It was impossible to test it out here. Otherwise, the whole mountain would explode. However, Lu Ming could still feel the absolute power. This dragon force was definitely stronger than the previous one. It was at least several times stronger. When the dragon force burst out, Lu Ming's attack and defense would be greatly enhanced. The previous dragon force was the real dragon force. However, the current dragon force could be said to be the 9 dragons force. It was normal for it to be more powerful. Martial Emperor D.E., you didn't expect that my exploding chakra would help me in the end. It allowed me to exert the power of the 9 dragons' bloodline to the extreme. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, to transform into the 9 dragons form, I'm afraid that I'll need more essence blood. I still need 30 portions of class 6 LV 7 essence blood. I'll upgrade the prison-suppressing steel bloodline first. When the prison-suppressing steel bloodline is upgraded to class 3 divine level, I'll upgrade the 9 dragons bloodline. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out more essence blood and started to devour it. After the upgrade of the Nine Dragons bloodline, the devouring and refining power reached a terrifying level. The speed of refining the essence blood of the demonic beasts became faster. 30 portions of Class 6 LV7 essence blood were all refined in a few hours. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel bloodline vibrated and shone brightly. 2 golden chakras shone brightly. Suddenly, a golden chakra appeared above the 2 golden chakras. 3 golden chakras and a Class 3 divine level bloodline. When the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was upgraded to Class 3 divine level, the power of the heaven-suppressing prison skill would also increase. It would reach the highest level of an upper demigod martial skill. Now that I'm using my full strength in the Dragon Force, how strong will my attack be? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline floated in the air. Lu Ming stepped on the ground and merged with the earth. What's this feeling? Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly closed his eyes and started to comprehend. Just now, when the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was upgraded, he was connected to the earth and suddenly felt something. This was a kind of inspiration. Some people said that it was a kind of enlightenment. It required a coincidence to capture this feeling and enter a mysterious state. Such a fortuitous encounter was hard to come by. Lu Ming closed his eyes. He seemed to sink into the depths of the earth and become one with it. He was the earth, and the earth was him. The earth was thick, vast vicissitudes of life. The earth was quiet and eternal. It could accommodate all things. It could suppress all things and bury the heavens and earth. This was an extremely powerful intent realm. Just like this, Lu Ming immersed himself in comprehending the intent realm. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lu Ming immersed himself in comprehending the intent realm. It had been 5 days. His comprehension of the intent realm had increased by leaps and bounds. Not only did he break through to Class 2 greater success, but he was also approaching Class 2 greater perfection. 5 days was comparable to months of hard work. At this time, there was a sea of people outside the Wind Marshal Cave. Many Sky Prides had rushed here to wait for Lu Ming to come out. There were even more people who were here to watch the show. I'll wait here. Let's see how long this Lu Ming can hide. Chapter 871. Look, Jimai, ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, is here too. And senior brother Yin Tenghua, ranked 115th. Senior sister Meng Jia, ranked 118th. Someone exclaimed when they saw 3 extraordinary geniuses. These 3 geniuses were the closest to the top 100 geniuses in the Talisman Puppet sect and were the most qualified candidates for the Zongzi position. The 3 of them were expressionless with their eyes closed. They sat on a huge rock and waited quietly. Bai Qishui had also heard the news and rushed over. She looked anxious. Although she knew that Lu Ming was very powerful and could refine a level 6 9th tier inscription talisman, which of the top 300 god-level prodigies on the list of top 1,000 talents could not refine a level 6 9th tier inscription talisman, especially the geniuses of the puppet sect, who could control powerful puppets and had strong combat strength. She did not think that Lu Ming could compete with such geniuses. Tianyin, stay in the Wind Marshal Cave for a while. Don't come out. Bai Qishui prayed in her heart. After 5 days of cultivation, Lu Ming opened his eyes in the Wind Marshal Cave. What an opportunity. You can only come across it by chance. Lu Ming smiled. However, Lu Ming did not plan to go out. Lu Ming's 4 essences of heaven and earth had all reached greater mastery of level 2. He could continue to improve his cultivation. Lu Ming intended to increase his cultivation level before leaving this place. He sat cross-legged and waved his hand. A pile of origin stones appeared on the ground, and the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. At least 200 origin stones exploded, and the origin chi was devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline. Origin Qi was the Qi of heaven and earth. It was many times more powerful than spiritual Qi. His spiritual Qi churned, and his true essence kept increasing. Soon, 200 origin stones were refined, and another 200 were devoured. Rumble. His true essence churned like a tsunami. After half a day, the rumbling stopped. 7th level spiritual Qi. Lu Ming broke through to the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier in one go, and the area of his spiritual ocean doubled again. However, Lu Ming didn't stop and continued to refine the source stone. After another half a day, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and only then did he stop cultivating. In total, he had consumed 3,000 origin stones. Fortunately, I have the wealth left behind by Senior Zhuyang. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to move forward. Lu Ming smiled. It was time to go out. He had been in seclusion at Wind Marshal Cave for exactly 8 days. In these 8 days, his strength had risen to a terrifying height. With a faint smile, Lu Ming walked out. When he exited the Feng Wu Cave, Lu Ming was stunned. Outside, there was a dense crowd of people surrounding the Wind Marshal Cave. Nest, aren't these people too proactive? Are you all waiting for me here? With a thought, Lu Ming guessed what was going on. He was speechless. Tianyan came out. The moment Lu Ming came out, someone shouted. Countless pairs of eyes looked at Lu Ming in unison. So young, very ordinary. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Not ordinary. Don't you think he's very handsome? Hey, love-struck fool, get lost. Instantly, a burst of miscellaneous discussion sounded out. There were many young girls whose eyes shone, feeling that Lu Ming was very handsome, which attracted the displeasure of many young men. Shua, a figure strode out and arrived in front of Lu Ming, his gaze dark as he said, Tianyan, you finally came out. I thought you were going to hide like a coward. Today, I'll see where you're going to run. The one who spoke was Rising Sunday. He was the first one who couldn't help but step forward. Lu Ming glanced at him and said indifferently, Looks like I didn't beat you last time, and you're really itching for a beating. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish today. After saying that, Lu Ming strode forward. Today, there were so many people gathered here, so he would make an example out of him so that he wouldn't be annoyed to death by these people. You're courting death. Rising Sun's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, 7 huge puppets appeared in front of him. Among them, 3 were equivalent to the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm, and 4 were equivalent to the peak of the 8th layer. The 7 puppets together were equivalent to the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Rising Sun could be ranked in the top 300 of the list of top 1,000 talents and was called a god-level genius, so his battle strength was definitely not weak. Being able to control 7 powerful puppets at once, his battle strength was definitely not inferior to Wang Haoxian and Long Qianli's. The 7 puppets roared and pounced on Lu Ming. Tianyan, watch out! Bai Qi shouted in the crowd. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and without stopping, he slapped out. This stunned many people. Lu Ming actually wanted to fight the puppets with his flesh and blood. Many people sneered in their hearts. Puppets were made of all kinds of hard and powerful metals and were invulnerable. How could flesh and blood resist them? But in the next moment, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Bang! Lu Ming slapped a puppet at the peak of the 8th layer of the spiritual sea realm. This puppet, which weighed millions of kilograms, was directly sent flying and exploded into a pile of scrap iron in the air. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming used both his hands and feet like a terrifying god of war. With a punch, a puppet exploded. With a kick, a puppet exploded. Whether it was a puppet at the peak of the 8th or 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm, they all ended up the same. In an instant, they turned into a pile of scrap iron. Countless people rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they were dreaming. How could this be? How could this be? Inscribers focused on cultivating spiritual flames. The strength of their bodies was much weaker than that of martial artists. They had never seen such a direct, domineering, and violent method of battle. They had directly used their bodies to crush their puppets, and turn them into scrap metal. Lu Ming strode forward, charging towards the rising sun. Impossible? How could this be? Rising Sun roared, and an inscription scroll appeared in his hand. As soon as he opened it, a battle sword appeared, slashing down towards Lu Ming's head. This inscription scroll had the attack power of the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual sea realm. But Lu Ming waved his hand, and the battle sword collapsed. Lu Ming's figure instantly appeared in front of the rising sun, slapping out. "Pa!" The crisp sound of the slap resounded throughout the whole place. Many people felt their gums ache, and Rising Sun screamed even more. His teeth flew out mixed with blood, and half of his face swelled up high. "Pa!" With a flip of his hand, he gave Shiri another slap, causing him to become dizzy and disorientated. Then he kicked out, and Rising Sun flew out, lying on the ground and screaming like a dead fish. Many people gasped. This Tianyun was too overbearing and violent. He defeated the Rising Sun so easily. After all, the Rising Sun was a god-level genius. "How dare you, Tianyun? How could you be so vicious and injure your fellow disciples? You're guilty." A genius stronger than the Rising Sun yelled. "Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then get lost." Lu Ming looked towards the source of the voice. It was a young man with a jade crown on his head. He was fair and clean. To put it simply, he was a pretty boy. Guan Rong ranked 259th on the list of top 1,000 talents. Chapter 872. Ranked 259 on the list of top 1,000 talents. He was much stronger than the Rising Sun. Humph, how arrogant. "Let me defeat you." Guan Rong's face darkened at Lu Ming's rebuke. He strode forward, and with every step, dense runes appeared on the ground. Roar! A ferocious tiger condensed and pounced on Lu Ming. After the tiger, there were also giant bears, pythons, and other beasts. In an instant, more than a dozen beasts pounced on Lu Ming. Guan Rong's array Dao was extremely terrifying to be able to set up so many arrays in an instant. His use of the spiritual fire had also reached the peak of the nuance realm, which was on par with Lu Ming. As these beasts pounced on Lu Ming, Guan Rong waved his hand, and 3 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. The 3 inscriptions were activated at the same time, and 3 dragons roared and pounced. Their attack power was equivalent to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. This kind of attack was like a storm. An ordinary martial artist at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm would be submerged and torn to pieces. The fighting style of an inscription master was completely different from that of a martial artist. Lu Ming was expressionless. He strode forward and struck out with his palm. The space rumbled violently, and the beasts that pounced on him collapsed instantly. What followed were the 3 dragons. Boom, boom, boom. 4 kinds of realm of heaven and earth wrapped around him. He activated the hell, suppressing heaven skill at 20% power and clashed with the 3 dragons. Lu Ming did not dare to activate the hell-suppressing heaven skill at full power. Its power was equivalent to the 6th level of an upper-grade demigod martial skill, and the consumption of true essence was extremely terrifying. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, if he used it at full power, his true essence would be drained in a few moves. With 3 roars, the 3 dragons were defeated. Guan Rong's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, an array appeared on his body and formed a pair of wings. With a flap of his wings, he retreated like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, he waved his hand, and 5 inscription scrolls appeared in front of him. 2 of them transformed into halos that enveloped Guan Rong's body. These were protective talismans that were indestructible. Of the other 3 inscription scrolls, 2 of them condensed into 2 battle swords and slashed towards Lu Ming. They also had the power of the peak of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The most shocking thing was that the inscription scroll in the middle condensed into a long spear and stabbed towards Lu Ming. The power emitted by this long spear was terrifying and shocking, exceeding the range of the 9th layer of the spiritual ocean tier. If it had to be categorized, it was a 6th-level inscription charm scroll. Lu Ming's expression turned grave. He condensed 2 spears in his hands and shot them out, colliding with the 2 swords. His palm landed on the spear. Explode. Lu Ming growled as the spear exploded. Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and appeared in front of Guan Rong in just a few steps. His palm was like a sharp sword, piercing forward. Puff! Puff! The 2 light screens in front of Guan Rong shattered like paper. No! Guan Rong screamed and retreated like lightning, but Lu Ming was faster and followed closely behind. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Guan Rong's throat. True essence shook, and Guan Rong's body went soft like mud. Lu Ming swung his hand, and Guan Rong fell heavily to the ground beside the rising sun. All around, everyone stared in shock. This Lu Ming was too strong. He defeated Guan Rong with such ease. This made the other geniuses' expressions turn ugly. Haven't you waited for a long time? If you want to fight, then hurry up and come at me together. I don't have that much time to play with you. Lu Ming looked around and said coldly. Lu Ming planned to establish his power today. Arrogant, too arrogant. You think you're invincible after defeating the rising sun and Guan Rong? Ridiculous. Since he wants to die, let's fight him together. Let's see how strong he is. Cold voices rang out. One by one, figures stepped forward, and a powerful spiritual storm erupted and filled the area. There were more than a dozen god-level geniuses who were ranked in the top 300 of the list of top 1,000 talents. Some of them were even ranked in the top 200. However, Jimai, Yin, Tenghua, and Meng Jia did not step forward. Instead, they watched from afar. Obviously, the 3 of them did not want to join forces to fight Lu Ming. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Lu Ming's eyes were full of fighting spirit. He had made great progress this time and wanted to fight. Arrogant. Let's fight together. With a cold shout, more than 50 huge puppets appeared on the ground. The weakest puppet was equivalent to the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, while the strongest puppet was far stronger. The puppet roared furiously. It stomped on the ground and pounced on Lu Ming. Some of them had inscription scrolls appear in front of them. Dazzling light emanated from these scrolls, emitting a terrifying aura. Good timing. The fighting spirit in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger. The power of the 9 dragons and his 9 dragons bloodline burst out, and a layer of purple gold scales appeared on his body. What's that? Many people gasped. A secret skill of martial arts. Someone said, boom. Lu Ming stomped on the ground, and the rocks exploded. Lu Ming rushed out. Boom, boom. His fists punched out continuously, colliding with the puppets. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions rose and fell. The puppets in the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm exploded like fragile balloons. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying when he combined the dragon power with the prison-suppressing heaven steel. Not only puppets at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, even those puppets above the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm would be blown apart. Such a scene was incomparably terrifying. The inscription scrolls glowed, and all kinds of powerful attacks poured down on Lu Ming. There were endless flames, lightning, storms, battle swords, saber auras, and so on. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, far surpassing the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. The battle strength of these prodigies all surpassed the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm. Ordinary 9th level spiritual sea realm experts would be blasted into dregs in an instant. However, Lu Ming was fearless. His body was covered in dragon scales, and he was invulnerable. He charged forward, and every inch of his body could release the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Those attacks exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming broke through the layers of attacks and charged toward those elites. Not good retreat. More than a dozen prodigies' faces flashed with shock. Each of them used inscription arrays and retreated rapidly. At the same time, every step they took would leave inscriptions on the ground. At the same time, a large number of puppets and inscription scrolls appeared. This time, many puppets actually formed a large array. Together, their aura was even more shocking. Moreover, some people took out even more powerful inscription scrolls. These people were called God-level prodigies. Their battle strength was extremely terrifying, and they could compete with the prodigies of Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Corpse Sect. Naturally, they were very strong, but Lu Ming was even stronger. During the previous exchange meet in Nine Dragon City, Lu Ming's combat ability was already extremely terrifying. He was definitely able to fight against the top 200 people. This time, Lu Ming's Earth concept had a breakthrough. All four concepts had reached level 2 greater mastery. When they were combined and unleashed, their power was even stronger. At the same time, the power of the 9 dragons was also stronger. It was several times stronger than the dragon power in the past. Also, his cultivation level had increased to the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Now, Lu Ming was completely confident that he could fight with Di Feng and Shi Mo, who were ranked 101 and 102 on the list of top 1,000 prodigies. Chapter 873. Lu Ming's current combat strength was infinitely close to that of a spirit embryo realm expert. Lu Ming could even contend with an ordinary spirit embryo realm expert. Among the younger generation, he was unafraid of anyone other than the top 100 Heaven's Prides on the list of top 1,000 talents. Boom! Lu Ming was like an Archean ferocious beast as he charged through the puppets violently, and savagely. Boom! 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 He used his berserk methods to break through the battle formation formed by the puppets. With a single punch, the weaker puppets were directly blown apart. The stronger puppets were also sent flying, their bodies deformed. Some of the flames and lightning were blocked by the scales on Lu Ming's skin. Bam! Lu Ming consecutively sent 9 powerful puppets flying and appeared in front of a puppet sect's Heaven's Pride. The Heaven's Pride's eyes widened, and he wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming hit him so hard that he vomited blood. He reached out and threw the Heaven's Pride to the side of the Rising Sun and Guanrong. There were 3 figures lying on the ground, unable to get up. Bam! After dealing with his Heaven's Pride, Lu Ming leaped into the sky and destroyed 2 blazing fireballs, a thunder sword, and a dragon formed by ice. He appeared in front of a Talisman Sect's Pride and punched through the Talisman defense. His vital essence surged into the Heaven's Pride, and the Heaven's Pride went limp. Lu Ming threw him to the side of the Rising Sun and the rest. Swoosh! In the next moment, Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and attacked another Heaven's Pride at lightning speed. Lu Ming defeated all the puppets and inscription scrolls. One by one, the figures were sent flying by Lu Ming and fell to the side of the Rising Sun and the rest. The surrounding spectators were all dumbfounded. Their jaws were about to drop as they watched everything unfold in disbelief. More than 10 God-level prodigies joined forces, but in front of Lu Ming, they were unable to put up any resistance. They were completely crushed and sent flying one by one. Lu Ming threw them on the ground like rubbish and piled them up. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen people were thrown to the ground by Lu Ming. They were all furious and ashamed. "I admit defeat." Some of the remaining Heaven's Pride's pride shouted, wanting to admit defeat. They were truly frightened by Lu Ming's terrifying combat strength. You want to fight, but you don't want to fight. How can there be such a good thing? I forbid it. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning. His figure was like an ancient beast as he dashed toward the other party. Bam! Heaven's Pride was thrown to the ground to Heaven's Pride. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and another 2 Heaven's Prides were sent flying. Tianun, this is the Talisman Puppet Sect. What's the point of using martial arts to win? If you have the ability, use the Tao of Inscription. One of the last remaining Heaven's Pride shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, the puppet protecting him was sent flying by Lu Ming. He was also sent flying by Lu Ming's kick and smashed into the pile of Heaven's Prides, causing them to scream in pain. The scene quietened down. More than a dozen Heaven's Prides were piled together and roaring in anger. The surrounding talisman puppet sect disciples were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. These were the few god-level Heaven's Prides of the talisman puppet sect. Although the talisman puppet sect's territory couldn't be compared to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, it still had more than 30 large regions. There were countless Heaven's Prides, but there were less than 50 god-level Heaven's Prides. Which of these Heaven's Prides wasn't high and mighty? They were like stars surrounding the moon, looking down on other people of the younger generation. But now, more than a dozen of them were piled together like a pile of trash. They were roaring in anger and screaming in pain. It was a tragic sight. This scene was too illusory and unreal. Slap. There were even people who slapped themselves to see if they were dreaming. Bai Qixue was also dumbfounded. She didn't expect Lu Ming to be so powerful. More than a dozen Heaven's Prides were defeated in an instant. He was ridiculously powerful. She recalled the attitude she had towards Lu Ming when she first met him. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster. She was afraid. If Lu Ming went crazy, a weak woman like her wouldn't be able to withstand it. This guy is so strong, but he didn't tell me. Oof. Bai Qixue snorted coldly in her heart. Jimai, Yin, Tenghua, and Meng Jia were also incomparably shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength was also beyond their expectations. The three of them were all ranked in the top 120 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Their combat strength was naturally terrifying, but they weren't confident that they could defeat more than a dozen god-level Heaven's Prides like Lu Ming did. Even if this guy's combat strength can't compare to those in the top 100, he's probably close to Difeng, Shi Mo, and the others. Our talisman puppet sect has such a powerful martial way expert, and he's so young? Jimai whispered, full of shock and astonishment. He was ranked 107th on the list of top 1,000 talents, but he didn't think he could do this. Phew! Lu Ming let out a long breath. He felt that the true essence in his spiritual sea had been greatly depleted. In the storm of attacks, just now, the hell-suppressing heaven skill had unleashed more than 20% of its power. Tianyun, you're using martial way. What's so great about you? If you're so capable, use the inscription way to fight us. A young man shouted, his eyes spitting fire. He was extremely ashamed and indignant. That's right. You're a Xianxia candidate, but you can only use martial way to fight. Who's convinced? A Xianxia candidate will compete for the position of Xianxia in the future and then inherit the position of Talisman Puppet Sect leader. If he's only strong in martial way and weak in the inscription way, how can he inherit the position of sect leader and lead the Talisman Puppet Sect? The other Heaven's Prides also shouted. The eyes of the spectators flashed. Indeed, they couldn't deny that Lu Ming was powerful. If Lu Ming was just an ordinary disciple of the Talisman Puppet Sect, he would be respected by others because of his strong martial way, even if his inscription way was weak. However, Lu Ming's identity was different. He was a Xianxia candidate who would compete for the position of Xianxia in the future and even become the Talisman Puppet Sect leader. He had to be strong in the inscription way to convince others. Otherwise, no matter how strong his martial way was, he wouldn't be qualified to inherit the position of sect leader. How about this? Jimai suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Was Jimai going to attack? Lu Ming also looked at Jimai. 2 months later, the sect will hold a competition to compete for the spot to enter the Sky Observation Platform. The Sky Observation Platform is the #1 cultivation sacred ground of the Talisman Puppet Sect. Apart from the other 13 Xianxia candidates, all the other young geniuses will participate. Brother Tianyun, why don't you participate in the competition and spar with them? Jimai said with a smile. Although he said it in a tactful manner, it was equivalent to inviting Lu Ming to participate in the competition 2 months later to compete for the spot to enter the Sky Observation Platform. Martial arts were of no use in that kind of competition. By then, Lu Ming's inscription Dao would naturally be able to tell how capable he was. All right, I agree, Lu Ming replied indifferently. Chapter 874. Hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Ji Mai, Yin Tenghua, and Meng Jia's eyes lit up. The prodigies who were thrown together by Lu Ming also had different expressions. Some of them gritted their teeth. They were determined to fight in 2 months' time to regain the face that they had lost today. Some of them were deep in thought. Lu Ming agreed so quickly. Could it be that his Tao of inscription was also extremely powerful? But how was that possible? Martial Tao was already so abnormal. How strong could the Tao of inscription be? The true yuan in your body will disperse in 2 hours. Lu Ming looked at the youths who were still lying on the ground, smiled faintly, and stepped into the air to leave. Hey, Tianyin, wait for me. Bai Qi Shui immediately followed, like a little shadow. This made the rising sun and other prodigies who were pursuing Bai Qi Shui gnash their teeth in jealousy. But no one dared to find trouble with Lu Ming. What a joke! Lu Ming's martial Tao was so strong. Was he looking for trouble? Lu Ming and Bai Qi Shui swaggered out of the place. Your martial Tao cultivation is actually so strong? You actually didn't tell me? On the way, Bai Qi Shui stared at Lu Ming and muttered, "You didn't ask me." Lu Ming said, "You're so strong? You should be very famous. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Bai Qi Shui showed a puzzled expression. Because I'm more low-key. I've always been low-key. It's normal that you don't know me. Lu Ming said shamelessly, which immediately attracted Bai Qi Shui's disdain. You're low-key? You defeated more than 10 god-level prodigies in one go. I'm afraid in 2 days, the news will spread throughout Liangyi Mountain. Bai Qi Shui glanced at Lu Ming and said disdainfully. Lu Ming touched his nose. He was also forced to do this, right? You really want to participate in the competition in 2 months? Bai Qi Snow asked again. Of course I've agreed. By the way, what's the sky viewing platform? What's so special about it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The sky observation platform is also known as the sky observation ground. It can be said to be the #1 cultivation holy land of the Talisman Puppet sect. It is said that one can come into close contact with the law of inscription at the sky observation ground. The speed at which one absorbs the energy from the law of inscription is terrifyingly fast. However, the amount of energy required to activate the sky observation ground is extremely terrifying. Therefore, the number of people who can enter each time is extremely limited. The other 13 Zongzi candidates have already entered. This time, only 3 of them will be allowed to enter the Sky Observatory. Therefore, the competition will be held in the entire sect. Only the top 3 will be allowed to enter the Sky Observatory to cultivate for a month. Bai Qi Snow explained. Lu Ming nodded. He had a rough idea. Are you confident? Bai Qi asked, blinking her large eyes. She was extremely curious. No. Lu Ming's reply made Bai Qi Snow stagger and almost fall. No? If you're not confident, why did you agree? Bai Qi Snow asked. If I agree, there will be at least 2 months of peace, right? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was indeed not fully confident. After all, he had only been in contact with the inscription Tao for a short period of time. The other geniuses had been cultivating for more than 10 years. Especially for geniuses like Ji Mai, Yin Tenghua, and Meng Jia. Lu Ming was not confident of winning by relying on the inscription Tao. Lu Ming was confident that his spirit fire was not inferior to Ji Mai and the others. One had to know that Lu Ming had lit 10 spirit lamps at each level and reached the perfect level. No matter how talented Ji Mai and the others were, it was impossible for them to reach the perfect level. It was already very terrifying to be able to light up 8 spirit lamps at each level. Lu Ming's weakness was the use of spirit fire. His use of spirit fire had already reached the peak of the minute's subtlety. In the eyes of ordinary geniuses, it was already very terrifying, not weaker than many god-grade geniuses. However, Lu Ming believed that geniuses like Ji Mai were definitely not just at the peak of the minute's subtlety. Perhaps they had already reached the heart of perfection realm. The higher one's mastery of the mental fire, The greater one's combat power would be under the same mental fire. His current weakness was the use of spirit fire. Bai Qixue was speechless. It turned out that Lu Ming agreed so that he could have 2 months of peace. Soon, the two returned to Cloud Peak residence. Yes, I have to buy another batch of blood essence to continue improving my bloodline. Back in his room, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. In the third bloodline, I don't know why, I still can't awaken it. Thinking of this, Lu Ming frowned. Many God-grade geniuses had awakened their third bloodline before reaching the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm, but he still couldn't awaken it. He could clearly feel that something seemed to be nurturing in his spine, but it couldn't awaken. He always felt that something was missing. Xiaoqing and Fatty also awakened slower than others. I don't know if it's good or bad. Also, I can't just let the competition in 2 months go. I have to shock those people so that they won't find trouble with me in the future. It's also very beneficial for me to take charge of the Talisman Puppet sect in the future. Lu Ming's mind was constantly spinning with various thoughts. However, it wasn't that easy to shock all these God-grade geniuses. If I can improve the use of spirit fire, I'll be much more confident. I wonder where I can train the use of spirit fire in the Heaven and Earth Mountain. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the map that Bai Qi Snow gave him and opened it. After a long while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Mind Tempering Hall was a cultivation place that specialized in training the use of spirit fire. The Talisman Puppet sect was indeed an overlord force that specialized in the inscription Dao. They had everything. Lu Ming was now a candidate Xianxia. Apart from a few places that he couldn't go, he could enter most of the cultivation places. It was a good opportunity to cultivate. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the origin stone and began to devour it to recover his true yuan. Before long, Lu Ming's true yuan had completely recovered. He left the Cloud Peak residence and headed to the Mind Tempering Hall. The Mind Tempering Hall was a large hall, but it was filled with arrays and could accommodate many people to cultivate. Lu Ming flashed his candidate Xianxia token and entered easily. After entering the hall, he realized that there were many light doors. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. Lu Ming walked inside and chose a light door in a secluded corner. On the light door, there were words written primary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. This should be a choice of difficulty. I'll choose the intermediate. Lu Ming pressed on the words intermediate and saw the 2 words intermediate shining brightly. Then, he took a step forward and stepped into the light door. When he walked into the light door, he realized that he was in a spacious void. In this place, Lu Ming realized that the true yuan in his body was suppressed. Even his mental state was suppressed. Only the spirit fire could be used. Whoosh! A blue arrow pierced towards Lu Ming at lightning speed. An arrow condensed by the spirit fire. Chapter 875. Lu Ming's forehead glowed, and an even more powerful wisp of psychic fire shot out, forming an arrow that shot towards the arrow in front of him. But just as the 2 arrows were about to collide, the arrow that was shooting towards him suddenly turned nimbly, dodging Lu Ming's arrow and continuing to shoot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming wanted to turn, but it was too late. He could only condense more psychic fire arrows and shoot them at the incoming arrow. Puffed. That arrow was finally intercepted by Lu Ming and neutralized. But this time, more arrows condensed from the surroundings and shot towards Lu Ming. These arrows were incomparably nimble. They were like nimble little snakes dancing in the air as they shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled his psychic fire, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of these arrows. He could only release more psychic fire and use numbers to block the arrows. But this was very taxing on Lu Ming's psychic fire. Soon, his psychic fire was exhausted. Whoosh! Whoosh! With his psychic fire exhausted, Lu Ming could no longer block the arrows. They immediately hit his body, and he felt a tearing pain in his mind. His vision darkened, and in the next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had returned to the door of light from before. It's only the intermediate difficulty, but it's already so difficult. It seems that my control over the psychic fire isn't that great. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and stepped back into the door of light. In the next moment, he was back in the void. Whoosh! Blue arrows condensed from the surroundings and shot toward him. It was said that in the mind-tempering palace, the amount and quality of the psychic fire condensed from the arrows was exactly the same as the person who entered. In order to completely block these arrows, one had to condense a psychic fire of the same quantity as the attacking psychic fire. Moreover, one psychic fire had to intercept the opponent's psychic fire. Only then could the psychic fire attack be completely neutralized. As long as one's psychic fire was stronger than the opponent's, then the number of arrows condensed would definitely be less than the opponent's. Just like Lu Ming had done before, he could use violent attacks to block the first few arrows. But soon, his psychic power was exhausted, and he could only take a beating from the back. But these arrows were too nimble. It was too difficult to perfectly block them. One had to have precise control over their psychic fire. At the same time, they had to be very good at using their psychic fire. Only then could they completely block them. Lu Ming was fully focused on controlling his mental flame to fend off the arrows that were shot from all directions. This time, Lu Ming lasted a little longer. Those arrows were too nimble. Lu Ming couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed at all by himself. He could only unleash a large number of psychic arrows to block them. In this way, his psychic power was exhausted again. The arrows pierced through his body, and Lu Ming was sent out of the door of light again. Continue, continue. Lu Ming stepped into the door of light again and again, practicing the use of his psychic fire. Slowly, he became more and more familiar with the use of his psychic fire. He could barely keep up with the opponent's speed and neutralize those arrows. But he still couldn't do it perfectly. In the end, he would still be shot and sent out of the door of light. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated here for 7 days. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10 arrows were flying in the air. Lu Ming controlled the arrows that were condensed from his mental fire and blocked the arrows that were flying toward him. In the end, when Lu Ming's psychic fire was exhausted, there were no more arrows shooting at him. With a perfect defense, Lu Ming smoothly passed the intermediate level. Right now, my use of the psychic fire has greatly improved. I'm already infinitely close to the heart of perfection realm. Lu Ming thought to himself. When two people had the same amount of psychic fire, the higher the level of their psychic fire, the more puppets they could control, and the stronger the puppets they could control, the stronger their fighting power would be. Moreover, those with a higher level of psychic fire would be able to carve formations and inscription talismans faster. Whether it was refining pills or forging tools, they would be stronger. This was the benefit of having a higher level of psychic fire. The subtle realm was the meticulous use of the psychic fire. Not a single bit would be wasted, and one would be able to display its full potential. The heart of perfection realm was just as its name implied. With a single thought, the psychic fire would move with unparalleled speed. At this level, whether it was controlling puppets or inscribing formations, they were all terrifyingly fast. To be able to inscribe formations in a few moments, just how strong was one? It could be said that if two people with the same amount of psychic fire reached the heart of perfection realm, they would be able to easily kill a subtle realm expert. As for the mind of perfection and Xinhao realms, they were even more wondrous. The intermediate level is no longer enough for me to improve. It's time to choose the advanced level. At that moment, Lu Ming chose the advanced difficulty level and stepped into it. A few seconds after he entered, there was a flash of light, and Lu Ming reappeared. This is too fast. Lu Ming bitterly smiled. The arrows that appeared in the advanced level were ridiculously fast and nimble, able to make several hundred turns in an instant. Lu Ming's psychic fire arrows simply couldn't keep up. The moment he entered, he was killed before he could even block a single arrow. The difference was too great. It seems like I'll have to cultivate in the intermediate level for a while longer. With a bitter smile, Lu Ming chose the intermediate level and began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. Luish, Luish. Lu Ming's use of the psychic fire was getting better and better. Under his control, the arrows formed from the psychic fire were becoming more and more nimble, moving at frightening speeds. Whoosh! Whoosh! He controlled an arrow and shot it through the middle of the arrow shaft of the opponent's arrow. The remaining power didn't stop there, and it even canceled out the other arrow. Lu Ming could use one arrow to negate two arrows formed from the same amount of psychic fire. When no more arrows were formed, Lu Ming only had half of his psychic fire left. Lu Ming's use of the psychic fire had improved yet again, but he still felt that he hadn't reached the heart of perfection realm. Now, I should be able to try the advanced level. Lu Ming exited this place, chose the high difficulty level, and stepped in. Booish! An arrow, as fast as lightning, moved at high speed in the air, changing hundreds of directions in an instant, leaving a long trail behind. Lu Ming controlled an arrow, but he couldn't keep up with the speed of the other party. He controlled the 9 arrows to attack from different directions. Booish! Booish! 9 arrows in different directions flew through the air and blocked that arrow. With a bang, that arrow was finally blocked. But before Lu Ming could rejoice, 2 more arrows formed and flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only condense more arrows to block. This time, Lu Ming only lasted half a minute before he was teleported out. Continue. Chapter 876. He stepped in again and again, but failed again and again. Just like that, another 7 days passed. Lu Ming had been cultivating in the Spirit Training Palace for more than 20 days. Lu Ming was cultivating like a maniac. He was practicing his usage of the mental fire like a maniac. Whoosh! Outside the light door, a light flashed and Lu Ming's figure appeared. I know. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his eyes shining with excitement. After cultivating for so long, he finally caught a trace of inspiration, the inspiration to break through heart intent. Then he sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended that inspiration. He sat there for an entire day. After a day, he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were calm, but they revealed a ray of confidence. Then he stepped in the light door and stood in the void. Whoosh! A blue arrow, as fast as lightning, made a few hundred turns in the air and shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and an arrow condensed. Go! Lu Ming's mind moved, and the arrow flew out. In the next moment, it accurately appeared in front of the arrow and collided with it. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, 2 arrows appeared and shot toward Lu Ming from 2 directions. Lu Ming's mind moved, and 2 arrows also flew out. After making a few hundred turns in the air, they caught up with the 2 arrows and canceled them out. Hard intent. This is hard intent. I finally broke through. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Whoosh! 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 The arrows flew everywhere, but they could no longer hit Lu Ming. In the end, all the arrows were blocked by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's use of the spirit fire had finally broken through and reached the early stage of hard intent. However, Lu Ming did not stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He did not choose the top difficulty, but continued to cultivate in the high difficulty. The top difficulty was said to be for people at the level of intent. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already spent 50 days in the mental tempering hall. There were still 10 days until the competition on the observation platform. On the other hand, Lu Ming's usage of the spirit flame had already reached the late stage of heart satisfaction. To advance from arcane subtlety pinnacle to heart perception advanced stage in just 50 days, if anyone were to hear of this, they would surely be flabbergasted. After all, heart focus was a realm that only 7th grade inscriptionists could grasp. 6th grade inscriptionists were already geniuses amongst geniuses if they could grasp it. Anyone could come to the spirit training hall, but whose progress would be this fast? It could be seen from this that Lu Ming had extremely high talent towards the Tao of inscription. It's time to go out and buy a batch of essence blood. It's been so long, there should be enough. Lu Ming pondered as he left the spirit-tempering palace and flew towards the treasure pavilion. During this period, Lu Ming went to the treasure pavilion once and ordered a batch of demonic beast blood essence. Soon, they arrived at the treasure pavilion. "Beauty, how's the demonic beast blood essence I ordered?" Lu Ming asked with a smile. It was still the same beauty from before. "Junior brother Tianyan, you're here." The beauty stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes, full of splendor. Now, Lu Ming was a celebrity in the Talisman Puppet sect. Who didn't know that he had fought against more than 10 god-level geniuses? The 50 Class 8 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essences and 50 Class 9 LV6 Demonic Beast Blood Essences that you asked for took a lot of effort. The beauty smiled and took out a storage ring. "Thank you." Lu Ming smiled, put away the storage ring, and then handed the origin stones to the other party. It was a total of 60,000 origin stones. This was the price after the discount, because he had bought so many origin stones. "That's really expensive." Lu Ming sighed. He really couldn't afford the demonic beast blood essence. It seemed that after using this batch, he would have to hunt them himself. Lu Ming thought to himself. The origin stones that Supreme Nine Sons had left behind were only about 1 million. If he continued to use them like this, it wouldn't be long before they were all gone. "I'll have to use them sparingly." Lu Ming made up his mind. After paying the origin stones, Lu Ming went to Cloud Peak residence. Along the way, when people saw Lu Ming, they all looked at Lu Ming with awe and curiosity. The competition will be in 10 days. Tianyan's martial Dao is strong, but his inscription Dao might not be. That's right. 10 days later, we'll see. If his inscription Dao isn't good, no matter how strong his martial Dao is, he'll have to step down from the candidate Zhongzi's throne. Many people were talking about it, looking forward to the competition in 10 days. Lu Ming returned to Cloud Peak residence and saw Bai Qi Shui seriously inscribing inscription talisman scrolls. Her jade-like fingers were slender and beautiful. As she danced in the air, inscriptions flew into the talisman paper. Peak of minute subtlety. Lu Ming's eyes moved. After not seeing each other for a while, Bai Qi Shui had also made great progress. Her use of spiritual fire had reached the peak of minute subtlety. Not long after, the level 6 7th level inscription talisman scroll was successfully inscribed. Tianyan, you're back? Where have you been cultivating all this time? How's the progress?" Bai Qi Shui's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ming. "It's okay, there's some progress." Lu Ming said. "Some progress? Why don't we have a competition to see who's faster in inscription?" Bai Qi Shui said, her eyes flashing with eagerness. Lu Ming smiled at his heart. This girl had broken through and wanted to show off in front of Lu Ming. "Sure, how do we compete?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "Let's go outside. How about we compete in inscribing array formations?" Bai Qi Shui said with some excitement. "Okay, but since it's a competition, there needs to be some punishment, right? If you lose, how will you be punished?" Lu Ming said with a smile. "How will I be punished?" Bai Qi Shui blinked her big eyes. "How about this? If you lose, you kiss me. If I lose, I'll kiss you. How about it?" Lu Ming smiled. "You who wants to kiss you? You rascal." Bai Qi Shui's face flushed red with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha." Lu Ming laughed. He didn't mean it. It was just that he had a breakthrough in the use of spiritual fire, and he was in a good mood. In addition, he hadn't seen Bai Qi Shui for a long time. He just casually teased her to relax the atmosphere. "If you don't agree, then forget it. Whoever loses will treat to a big meal." Lu Ming smiled and walked out of the room in big strides. Bai Qi Shui stared at Lu Ming fiercely, but there was a slight smile in her eyes. Outside Yunfeng residence, there was a large open space. The two of them stood opposite each other. "Let's begin," Bai Qi Shui suddenly shouted. Both of her feet stepped on the ground. At the same time, her 10 fingers bloomed in the air. Brilliant inscriptions flew out and disappeared into the ground. Buzz! On the ground, a formation immediately emerged, shining brightly. However, Lu Ming kept smiling and stood there with his hand behind his back. He didn't move at all. This guy, why isn't he moving? Humph, he's so arrogant. See how I'll teach him a lesson. Bai Chi Shui snorted coldly. She took a step forward, and the formation shone brightly. Two snow-white eagles condensed and pounced on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming began to move. Lu Ming took a step forward, and densely packed inscriptions appeared on the ground. The inscriptions intertwined with each other to form an array. Chapter 877. 9 formations, stacked on top of each other, emitting an illusory light. The two swords defeated the two eagles in one blow. At the same time, vines, chains, flame cages, and other things floated out, trapping Bai Chi Snow in the middle. 9 formations? Bai Chi Snow was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Just now, she clearly didn't see Lu Ming inscribing formations. At the end, she saw Lu Ming step out. Just one step, and he actually inscribed 9 formations. Isn't this too terrifying? Isn't this speed too fast? Heart mastery. This is the heart mastery realm. Had you broken through? Suddenly, as if she thought of something, Bai Chi Snow's big eyes opened even wider, staring at Lu Ming in a daze. Some time ago, I was cultivating in the spirit training hall and luckily broke through. Why? Do you still want to compete? Lu Ming smiled. No more, no more. Bai Chi Snow shook her head repeatedly. Lu Ming smiled, took a step, and those formations all disappeared. Tianyun, you're really cunning. You've obviously broken through, but still agreed to compete with me. Too cunning, humph. Bai Chi Snow gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Ming. Thinking of Lu Ming's proposal to kiss her if she lost, she gritted her teeth even more. She thought that Lu Ming deliberately wanted to take advantage of her. He had obviously broken through, but still agreed to compete with her. Too bad. Weren't you the one who suggested the competition? I never said anything about it. Lu Ming smiled. Cunning guy, there's no big meal to eat. Bai Chi Snow continued to snort coldly and strode back to her room. Between her brows, there was a trace of a proud smile. Hey, you can't go back on your words. Lu Ming shouted rather speechlessly. Shaking his head, Lu Ming walked into the courtyard, pushed open the door, and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Ming was stunned. A little tortoise was lying on his bed with its legs crossed. It was holding a blood ginseng that was 10 times fatter than the little tortoise and was gnawing on it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He ate with relish. Dandan. Lu Ming revealed a look of disbelief. It was actually Dandan. Didn't that guy slip away during the battle at Nine Dragon City? Why would he appear here? After all, this was the Liangyi Mountain. Even a martial emperor could not break the formation of the Liangyi Mountain. How did Dandan get in? Lu Ming, you're back. I missed you so much. Seeing Lu Ming, Dandan finished a huge blood ginseng in a few bites and rushed towards Lu Ming. Fortunately, Dandan transmitted his voice, so Bai Chi, who was not far away, did not hear it. Lu Ming reached out and pinched Dandan's head, lifting in the air. Then he stepped slightly, and an inscription formation appeared to isolate the sound. At the same time, the door was closed. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Let me go. Dandan shouted and waved its 4 feet. You're as timid as a mouse. How dare you come to me? Why did you run away so quickly during the battle at Nine Dragon City? Lu Ming asked. Don't slander me. What do you mean by I'm afraid of death? I'm wise. I'm far from recovering. I can't help much if I stay there. Of course, I have to act according to the circumstances. While those masters were out, I went to rob a treasure house. Dandan knew. You went to rob a treasure house? Who did it? Martial Emperor D.E. Lu Ming asked in surprise. Of course not. It's just a small treasure house. There aren't many things. Dandan's eyeballs were rolling in thought. I don't believe it. Give me half of it. Lu Ming said. No, really. Let me tell you. Most of the things I got were elixirs. I used them to recover. I've recovered a lot. I can now inscribe level 6 and level 7 inscriptions and formations. I'm waiting for you. I'll give it to you. Let me go. Dandan shouted and kicked with its 2 claws. Lu Ming let go of Dandan. Dandan spat out a dozen jade talismans from its mouth and gave them to Lu Ming. It said, These are level 6 and level 7 inscriptions and formations. Look, I've been thinking about you all the time. Lu Ming picked up a jade talisman and scanned it with his mind. There were many complicated inscriptions inside. Even Lian Song didn't know many of them. Lu Ming nodded and took them without hesitation. He looked at Dandan curiously and said, "How did you know I'm here? And how did you come in? I can sense your breath, even if I'm far away." Why would I come in here? Who am I? I'm the head of the top 10 beasts, the world turtle. It's more than enough to enter this formation. Dandan laughed. World turtle? Lu Ming caught the keyword. Dandan didn't use this word when he bragged before. Yes, world turtle. This time I ate a lot of elixirs and recovered a little. I finally remember what I'm called. World turtle. What do you think? Isn't this name domineering? Dandan danced with joy, looking pleased with herself. What's world turtle? Lu Ming was curious. He had never heard of this name before. You're the one who's a world turtle. Your whole family is a world turtle. Dandan was pissed. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, I only remember the name. I'm not sure about the rest, but this formation is really powerful. If I didn't recover a little, I wouldn't be able to come in. This guy, Lu Ming was shocked by Dandan, not for other reasons. If the news of him sneaking into Liangyi Mountain spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Since you're here, stay here. Don't run around. After that, Lu Ming sat on the bed with his legs crossed. He took out the jade talisman Dandan gave him and looked at it. Dandan's jade talisman had a lot of level 6 and level 7 inscriptions and formations. It was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. He was so fascinated that he even forgot to devour the blood essence. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. 10 days later, the competition between the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect finally began. It was to fight for the 3 spots to observe heaven and earth. Lu Ming opened the door and walked out. Dandan was lying on his shoulder. Tianyun, when did you have a turtle? Bai Chi Shuel looked over curiously. Oh, I picked up a wild turtle in the valley behind the mountain. It looks quite fat. I plan to cook it in a soup after a while. Lu Ming answered casually. This made Dandan so angry that he rolled his eyes and almost exploded his turtle shell. You're the wild turtle. Your whole family are wild turtles. Dandan pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. And it's a king-level wild turtle. Interesting. Tianyun, let me play with it for 2 days. Bai Chi Shuel stared at Dandan with her eyes wide open. Dandan was so angry that his body twitched. The two of them chatted as they flew towards the competition. Chapter 878. Inscriptions could be seen shining on the jade wall. Apparently, the jade wall was covered with inscriptions. At this moment, the white jade square was already crowded with people. Countless young geniuses from the Talisman Puppet sect had gathered here. Not only young people, but many older people had also come to watch the competition. Look, Tianyun is here. He really dares to come. The geniuses will definitely not let him off. This time, he can't use his martial arts. Let's see how strong his inscription Dao is. I can't believe he's able to become a Zongzi candidate. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, all eyes were on him. Tianyun, I hope your inscription Dao won't disappoint me. Suri walked over. His gaze was cold and sinister as he glared at Lu Ming. What had happened last time was a great humiliation. That's right, Lu Ming. I hope you won't disappoint me. Guan Rong also walked past. He looked at Lu Ming with a sullen expression, full of provocation. At the same time, the geniuses who had been beaten up by Lu Ming glared at Lu Ming as if they wanted to bite him. You're asking for a beating again, aren't you? Lu Ming glanced at the geniuses, causing them to turn pale. They snorted and walked to the side. Geniuses flew over from time to time. Lu Ming saw Ji Mai, Yin Tenghua, and Meng Jia. The 3 of them were the main characters of today's competition and received everyone's attention. There were 13 people from the Talisman Puppet sect who were ranked in the top 100 of the list of top 1,000 talents. All of them were Zongzi candidates and would not participate in this competition. Ji Mai, Yin Tenghua, and Xianxia were ranked closest to the top 100 and were the most qualified to be in the top 3. They were also the most likely to win the Sky Observation Platform. Who do you think will get first place? It must be Ji Mai. He's ranked 107 on the list of top 1,000 talents. Although it hasn't been updated for a long time, I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right, I think so too. Ji Mai should be number 1 without a doubt. As for Yin, Tenghua, and Xianxia, their rankings are close. I wonder who's stronger. I wonder if there will be any dark horses. How many places do you think Tianyun will get? It is undeniable that Tianyun's martial Dao is strong. Among the younger generation of the Talisman Puppet sect, there is no one whose martial Dao is as strong as his. I'm afraid the senior elders have taken a fancy to his martial Dao and thus conferred him as a Zongzi candidate. As for his inscription Dao, it's impossible for him to be that strong. At most, he can only cultivate to support his martial arts. That's right, it's impossible to be strong in both aspects. There's no such freakish person. Sounds of discussion could be heard all around. At this moment, figures appeared in the sky one after another, and the entire place quieted down. The leader of the Talisman faction, by Shijin, the leader of the Marionette faction, Du Songyue, and a few other elders had arrived. Inscriptions appeared in the sky, and chairs appeared. The chief elders sat down in the air. At the level of the grand elders, it was easy for them to inscribe formations in the air. All right, I'll be the host for today's trial. A figure stepped forward with a thunderous voice that echoed in the surroundings. It's Supreme Meng Chong. I didn't expect Supreme Meng Chong to be the host this time. An uproar took place in the surroundings as many people were excited. Meng Chong was one of the 5 great supremes of the Talisman Puppet sect. They did not expect Supreme Meng Chong to be the host this time. Even the leaders of the 2 factions were present. It seemed like they were treating the trial with great importance. Many people rubbed their fists, preparing to perform well. If one of the Grand Elders was interested in taking them as a disciple, they would be rich. The trial is split into 3 stages. The first stage is to identify the formations on the White Jade Wall. The second stage is to challenge the 10,000 Formation Pagoda. The second stage is to compete with one another. Now, let's begin the first stage. Meng Chong announced, before flying toward the 10,000-meter-long Jade Wall. He arrived beside it and waved his hand, causing a landscape painting to appear on the wall. For us inscription masters, eyesight is extremely important. If we were to enter a dangerous place filled with formations, we would need to be able to identify where the formations are and where they are not. Take this landscape painting, for example. There are many formations on it. What you need to do is to find the formations on the painting. Once you find a formation, you will be awarded a point. Those who have less than 10 points will be disqualified. Those who have more than 10 points will advance to the next round. Meng Chong reached out his finger and pointed at a corner of the painting. Following a loud roar, a ferocious tiger flew out from the painting. This meant that there was a formation on the painting. Now, do you understand? Meng Chong scanned the crowd and yelled. Yes. The crowd responded. Most importantly, you must be cautious when searching for the formations. Once you find the wrong one, you will be eliminated. Therefore, it's best not to act recklessly if you aren't confident. All right, in a moment, many paintings will appear on the White Jade Wall. The difficulty is the same, but the paintings are different. You can choose any one of them and identify them. Meng Chong announced. Following this, the 2 old men appeared at the 2 ends of the Jade Wall. With a wave of their hands, inscriptions entered the White Jade Wall. Immediately, the White Jade Wall that was 10,000 meters long began to shine, and images began to appear one after another. Every 1 meter, there would be a picture. On the entire White Jade Wall, there were a total of 5,000 pictures. These pictures were all different from each other. Some were mountains, some were rivers, some were demonic beasts, and some were scenes of great battles. Level 6 inscription masters, those below 30 years old, can go up the stage. Meng Chong instructed. Swish! Swish! Instantly, numerous figures flew up and landed on the White Jade Wall. They randomly chose a painting. Let's go up too. Bai Qi Shui said. Lu Ming nodded. Together with Bai Qi Shui, they flew up and landed on the white jade wall. Each of them chose a painting. Not long after, over 3,000 of the 5,000 paintings were chosen. In other words, there were over 3,000 level 6 inscription masters below 30 years old. This number was considered not bad. Of course, most of them were ordinary and couldn't be considered as geniuses. Many people landed on the white jade wall and quietly observed the paintings to identify the arrays. The spectators in the surroundings also quieted down so as not to disturb the contestants. The painting that Lu Ming chose was a landscape painting. A swordsman with a long sword on his back was walking on a small mountain path. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the painting. Blue spirit fire spread out from his finger. He tapped on a small tree branch. Instantly, a silver battle sword flew out and then disappeared. At the top right corner of the painting, a number appeared. 1. It represented 1 point. Under the white jade wall, the others also waved their hands and tapped on the wall. Various lights flashed on the wall. There were weapons, demonic beasts, flames, lightning, and so on. The scene was gorgeous and dazzling. Looking from afar, it was very spectacular. In the beginning, everyone's speed of finding the arrays was very fast. However, after finding the 5 formations, many people slowed down. Chapter 879. Many people began to frown and ponder as they stared at the picture. Buzz. Suddenly, someone pointed his finger and the whole picture shone brightly. Then, the picture flashed and disappeared from the wall. Sigh. That person sighed. He had pointed wrongly and the picture disappeared. He was the first person to be eliminated. Seeing that someone had pointed wrongly and was eliminated, the others became more careful and didn't dare to make a move. However, there was a time limit to the competition. It was only half an hour. If one didn't have 10 points after half an hour, they would be eliminated. Some people were pondering, but some people were still very fast. They didn't seem to need to think as they pointed their fingers and found the array formations one by one. These people were all at the level of geniuses. Geniuses are geniuses. Their eyesight is extraordinary. They can identify an array formation just by pointing at it casually. That's amazing. Of course, an inscription master's eyesight is very important. If your eyesight isn't good enough, you won't be able to become a genius. Look, Jimai, Yin Tenghua, and Mengjia are the fastest. They almost didn't need to think and have already found 20 array formations. That's amazing. Look, the other geniuses have also found more than 10 array formations. The first round of the test isn't difficult for them at all. Look, Tianyun is so fast. He actually found more than 10 array formations. Is his inscription Dao also so amazing? Some people were discussing and finally looked at Lu Ming with some surprise. That's normal. Tianyun's martial Dao is so strong that it shows that he's talented and intelligent. Even if he cultivates the inscription Dao, it won't be too bad. It's normal for him to pass the first round. That's right. Some of the older generation people said, and the others nodded. During this time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other elders were watching with interest. However, their gazes fell more on Lu Ming. They were very clear that Lu Ming's first 5 levels were perfect. However, the inscription Dao couldn't rely on spiritual fire alone. Eyesight, the use of spiritual fire, the number of inscriptions and array formations that one had grasped, and the strength of one's understanding were all very important. If he only had a strong spiritual fire and was weak in other aspects, he would be useless. It was like a person who was very strong but didn't know any martial skills and had no combat experience. That person's strength couldn't be used to its original effect. This competition was also a test for Lu Ming. Otherwise, why would all of them appear at the same time in a competition between juniors? Lu Ming's expression was calm. His fingers continued to tap at a steady speed. It did not seem very fast and was slower than Jimai and the rest. Very soon, Lu Ming also found 20 array formations. However, his speed was still the same, neither fast nor slow. On the field, there were constantly people who made mistakes and were eliminated. Towards the end, many people no longer dared to act rashly. Their eyes were fixated on the painting, and their eyes were bloodshot. As for those who found more than 10 formations, they didn't dare to make a move if they weren't completely confident. Once the number exceeded 10, they would be able to pass and enter the next round. If they were to make another move and make a mistake, they would really vomit blood. Gradually, many people stopped and looked at each other. At this time, Ji Mai, Yin Tenghua, and Meng Jia had found more than 50 array formations. Their speed had begun to slow down. Sometimes, they would need to ponder for a while before they would point. As for Guan Rong and the other High God Realm geniuses, they had found more than 40 array formations. Their speed was also much slower. Every time they found an array formation, they would need to ponder for a while. Especially the Rising Sun. He had found 43 array formations. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the picture on the white jade wall, but he couldn't find the 44th array formation even after a long time. At this moment, Lu Ming's speed was still neither fast nor slow. There was no change in his speed compared to before. He kept pointing his fingers, and the number of arrays that he found was constantly increasing. 30, 40, 50, very soon, the number of arrays that Lu Ming found exceeded 50. However, the speed did not decrease. Instead, it continued to increase. At this time, many people's gazes were attracted to Lu Ming. Look, Tianyin has found more than 50 array formations, and it's still increasing. What's going on? His speed hasn't slowed down. He's so fast. He's about to catch up with Jimai and the rest. How can this be? The surrounding discussions affected even more people. Countless eyes were looking at Lu Ming. At first, they were puzzled, but gradually they were shocked. When Jimai's array formation reached 60, Lu Ming's array formation also reached 60. But soon, Lu Ming's array formation surpassed 60, becoming the first. This was shocking. Everyone did not expect Lu Ming to be able to find so many arrays. More importantly, the speed of his finger pointing was still constant, as if he didn't need to think. At this moment, even the participating geniuses under the white jade wall were looking at Lu Ming. The Rising Sun's eyes were bloodshot. After pondering for a long time, he still couldn't find 44 array formations. Hearing the commotion beside him, he also looked at Lu Ming. With one look, his eyes widened, revealing a look of disbelief. He screamed, "How is this possible? How can he find so many array formations? Impossible." He couldn't believe it and didn't dare to believe it. Gradually, even Ji Mai, Yin Tenghua, and Meng Jia stopped their search and looked at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with shock. Lu Ming was still unhurried. His finger pointed at the array formation at a constant speed, and one array formation after another was found. This Tianyin, don't tell me he can find all the array formations? This is too terrifying. Look at his speed. He didn't even slow down. I know, from the beginning, he maintained a steady speed. This way, he would have enough time to think and identify the array formations. Jimai and the others were too fast in the beginning, so they had to slow down later to think. I think Tianyin will stop soon. He can't be that much faster than Jimai. Someone voiced out his opinion, causing a group of people to nod in agreement. In the sky, by Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had faint smiles on their faces. They were calm, and no one knew what they were thinking. However, as the number of array formations found by Lu Ming increased, his speed didn't slow down at all. The number of array formations he found continued to increase. Soon, there were more than 70 array formations, and it was increasing at a constant speed. 71, 72. Those who thought Lu Ming would stop soon were dumbfounded, and their faces flushed red. All eyes were on Lu Ming, staring at him, wanted to see how many array formations Lu Ming could find. When Lu Ming pointed at the 76th array formation, he suddenly stopped and looked around. Huff, huff. Chapter 880. You see, I was right. He maintained a moderate speed at the beginning so that he had time to think. But he still has a limit. Now that he has reached his limit, I bet that he has reached his limit. It's impossible for him to find the next formation. The person who spoke earlier immediately began to speak again, winning the approval of the crowd. That's right, 76 formations should be his limit, but it's still terrifying. Jimai and the others probably won't be able to surpass this number. I didn't expect Tianyan's eyesight to be so good. Many people sighed in disgust. Lu Ming looked around in surprise. The reason he stopped wasn't because he couldn't find it, but because he suddenly felt that there were eyes looking at him from all directions. He was surprised, so he stopped. At this moment, he surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that there was nothing else, he shifted his gaze to the drawing again. He stretched out his finger and tapped it. 3 battle swords slashed out and disappeared in the air. Another formation was found. Then, Lu Ming began to point at a uniform speed. 78, 79, 80. In a few breaths, Lu Ming had found more than 80 formations, and it was still rising. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person who spoke up earlier almost bit his tongue, his face flushed red. He had just said that Lu Ming had reached his limit and couldn't find the next formation, but he was immediately slapped in the face. He felt his face burning. How many can he find? I don't know. Tianyan's speed is constant. It's impossible to guess. It said that there are a total of 99 formations in a painting. He can't find all of them, right? That's impossible. In history, there are very few people who can find all the formations. Even those Supremes didn't have such attainments when they were young. The discussion continued without stopping. Jimai, Mengjia, and the rest all stopped and stared unblinkingly at Lu Ming. At this moment, they already knew that they were bound to lose. There was no way they could beat Lu Ming. What they were more curious about was how many Lu Ming could find. Damn it, how did this happen? Rising Sun's eyes were red as he let out a low growl. He had been tortured by Lu Ming the last time and had always harbored a grudge in his heart. However, he couldn't defeat Lu Ming. He had always wanted to ruthlessly humiliate Lu Ming in this competition on the path of inscription. But now, Lu Ming's array formation was far superior to his. How could he humiliate him? Interesting. In the Air, by Shijin, Du Songyue, and the others revealed interested expressions. Lu Ming was completely focused. His finger continued to point out without any intention of stopping. He had obtained Liao Zong's inheritance. How many inscriptions and formations did he know? In addition, the inscriptions and formations that Dandan had given him were even more numerous and complicated. There was a wide variety of things that he needed. The formations on these drawings were only used to test the younger generation. How could they stump him? The number of formations he found continued to increase. Soon, it exceeded 90, but he still didn't stop. Soon, 96, 97, 98. In the end, Lu Ming pointed out with his finger. The sound of a sword whistling resounded throughout the square. 99. Lu Ming found 99 formations. At this moment, Lu Ming finally stopped. This was because he discovered that there were no more formations on the drawings. At this moment, the entire square was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. They were speechless. This was too shocking. Lu Ming actually found all the formations. This exceeded everyone's expectations. Finding all the formations was something that had only happened a few times in the history of the Talisman Puppet sect. Could it be that Lu Ming's attainments in inscription were also so terrifying that they were even above his martial Tao? How is this possible? How could there be such an abnormal person in the world? Being good at identifying formations doesn't mean that his inscription skills are good. Identifying formations is a test of one's knowledge and eyesight. Perhaps this Tianyan has seen many inscriptions and formations. That's why he's so good at identifying formations. That's right. It's not like there weren't such people in history. Their cultivation and usage of spirit fire were very poor, but because they read a lot of books, their eyesight was very good, and they were also very good at identifying formations. Perhaps Lu Ming is such a person. Yes. It must be so. Many people agreed. It seemed that this was the only way their hearts would be balanced. Impossible. This is impossible. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly spread throughout the square. Everyone's gazes looked at the person who shouted. It was the rising sun. The person who shouted was the rising sun. The rising sun's eyes were red. He stared at Lu Ming and shouted, Tianyun, it's impossible for you to identify all the formations. You cheated. You must have cheated. Lu Ming sneered. He looked at the rising sun and said, Which eye of yours saw me cheating? Also, there's so many people here. Who saw me cheating? Perhaps you were lucky and chose a very simple picture. There are a total of 5,000 pictures here. It's normal for you to choose a simple one. The rising sun gritted his teeth and shouted. At this moment, he was completely filled with jealousy. He completely forgot that Meng Chong had said that the difficulty of these 5,000 pictures was the same. He said this because he suspected Meng Chong, a supreme being. Nonsense. As expected, Meng Chong's face darkened. He looked at the rising sun and snorted coldly. The rising sun shuddered. However, he still gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ming. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could really find all the formations. He still believed that Lu Ming was lucky and chose a simple picture. Some people in the crowd also showed a thoughtful expression. Some people also had the same thought as the rising sun. After all, there were a total of 5,000 pictures on the white jade wall. Each picture was different. It was too difficult to ensure that the difficulty of all 5,000 pictures was the same. Perhaps some of the pictures were relatively simple. Many people had this thought in mind and looked at Lu Ming with less astonishment. Lu Ming's face was calm. He looked at the rising sun and said, So, the difficulty of your picture is very high. At least it's harder than yours. The rising sun said coldly. Lu Ming smiled and strode toward the rising sun. What do you want? The rising sun's body trembled, and he couldn't help but take a step back. The last time he was beaten up by Lu Ming, he was still traumatized. He was afraid that Lu Ming would be angry and beat him up again. What a waste. Lu Ming curled his lips. The rising sun's face was ashen. You found 43 array formations? This is your result? You can be called a god-level genius? Lu Ming mocked. The difficulty is different. What do you have to be proud of? The rising sun gritted his teeth and said, Is that so? Difficulty? Huh. After saying that, Lu Ming suddenly strode forward. He walked to the rising sun's picture and waved his hand. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.